All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker. We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free for low buy-ins and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
Day 3 of this Prague main event brings a sense of pride to the remaining field, having navigated the tense and treacherous money bubble moment, but they can't get too comfortable. Now is the time when the vets say, it's time to play some real poker. Pretenders need not apply. Everyone's motivation is on full display. While the stacks get shallow, everyone remaining has to reach deep into their own reserves to find the courage and the skill to rise up and survive this poker gauntlet unlike any other. It's day 3 of the World Series of Poker Europe main event.
And with that, we bring you back to one of the most stunning cities in the world. We bring you back to the new host of WSOP Europe, back to Prague, and back to day 3 of the biggest European Open event of all time. Day 3, where you can start to see the path, start to turn on the road to the final table. This is the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Welcome back to King's Casino at Hilton Prague, where the stars are still in the mix. We still have the reigning, defending, undisputed Player of the Year Sean Deeb in the mix. We still have 2007 World Series of Poker Europe main event champion Annette Oberstad in the mix, and we still have the back-to-back ladies champion Sheena Okamoto still in the mix. Everybody in the money after a wild yet very short bubble last night. And speaking of stars, let's send it to 2 stars in the broadcast booth to get things kicked off.
A humble thanks, Jeff, and indeed, yours truly, Ali Nejad and Karai Aldemir, here at the precipice of this 3rd day of play in this 10 million euro guaranteed event. The guarantee shattered. First place ultimately will earn 2 million euros, and just look at the efforts of Sheena Okamoto, back-to-back winner of the ladies event of the World Series of Poker. And let's not forget, she was runner-up the year before that, an absolutely dominant force with 982,000. She's the mayor at our first of 3 featured tables.
Yeah, she's been crushing it. Amazing to see.
Crushed, of course, is one way to describe those who were unable to punch their tickets into the money, where a min cash was worth 10,000 euros, and unclear whether or not that puts you in the profit, just given the 5,300 euros and multiple bullets and day ones that were available. The heartbreak would ultimately befall a player to be named later, as we focus in on the Brazilian here, who has made it 24,000. Blinds, of course, 6 and 12K with a 12K big blind ante. Sheena is going to be in the mix here, defending her big.
Yeah, bonus splatted as well from the hijack with the king jack off.
Bad news, of course, for Okamoto, who mercifully doesn't hook up with anything on this Queen Jack 6 board. You see Ribeiro with no club out there. Broadway gutter not looking to fire either, and all of a sudden he binks on the turn. Top pair for him, putting him in front of Bonus, who was in the lead with second pair. No longer the case, as both he and Sheena hunting tens.
And I assume this is going to check around again after Ribeiro decides to check on the turn as well.
Sure enough. Now a board pairing queen will probably keep things cagey as well.
Yeah, the 10 kicker doesn't play anymore for Ribeiro, but still he will often have the best hand. Let's see if he decides to put out a value bet here after Okamoto is going to check. I assume that's what she's going to do, although she takes a bit of time here.
To be fair, you could see a Queen X unwilling, maybe from Sheena in particular, to have bet on the flop with two players behind her. Maybe from time to time, Bonus also willing to check top pair there. Then once the ace comes off, nobody's really looking to bet a queen. And here suddenly, as we see the activation from Bonus, some concerns could be afoot for Ribeiro.
Yeah, this is a bit of a mergy bet here. I would have expected him to try and show this down. Okamoto using a time bank here. Is she trying to turn this into a bluff?
I was just going to say, I don't think it's a hero call on her mind. I think it's, do you have a queen? And if you don't, can I maybe most credibly tell that story?
Yeah, she has the king of hearts here, which is blocking the king, queen of hearts, making it less likely for Bonus to have that hand, of course. Oh, she calls. Wow.
This is surprising, and Ribeiro ultimately, with the ace-10, is going to haul this one in. He was forced to overcall. I'm a bit befuddled as the manner in which that river played out.
Yeah, this worked out like extremely well for Ribeiro. Okamoto really didn't believe Bonus. Maybe they've played some time before. Bonus could have, of course, have a hand like just 9-8 of clubs, decide to bluff here, and Okamoto was going for the hero call, but Ribeiro just had the ace.
Yeah, once the Brazilians' chips come in behind you, you know you're toast. And, well, there are many well-known Brazilians whose names we call with great frequency toward the business end of a tournament. Ribeiro still seemingly on the front end of his career. Just 105,000 in live earnings, but one to watch. Now we go to one of our other feature tables where Annette Obrestad has made her return to poker. Felt far and wide, 581,000 in front of her. Just 48 bigs, not exactly the deepest collection of stacks at this table.
Yeah, we have some short stacks here as well. Still an interesting table. I mean, 40 big blinds, it's a lot to work with at this stage of the tournament.
Pocket nines here for Zengovsky. Action bringing us to this point was an open raise from the pocket pair. Defense from Sirja's king nine, king high flush draw. Now facing a c-bet of 12,000. Not going to be going anywhere, of course.
Zengovsky started the hand with 20 big blinds, decides to take a little stab, little continuation bet on the flop. I think he's going to do that with pretty much all of his range here, it seems. Yeah. So yeah, with the king of diamonds, decides to come along, trying to hit that diamond.
Nice card for these pocket nines of Zengovsky, who's playing under the lesser witnessed Macedonian banner.
Yeah, this 10 on the turn makes it less likely for his opponent to have a 10. I think he could try and put out another bet here, maybe checking down some rivers. Will still get some value, but it seems like our Romanian player is
a little stop and go, Karai, post flop.
He's trying to wrap this 10 here. He can have a lot of 10s in his range. Decides to put pressure on ace highs that don't contain a diamond. This is kind of a nice play. Zengovsky, though, with the pair and the diamond, isn't going to go anywhere, I don't think.
Yeah, what's interesting about this play is it shackles even, you know, the big overpairs. As we see the diamond come in, by the way, and it's the ace of diamonds for good measure, which ensures that Sirza's flush is best. Pair on board, so obviously boats are possible, but they don't seem probable as played.
Right, and there's over 180k in the middle already, only 156,000 behind, so this could go different ways. Let's see if Syria is going for value here. For his range, it would make sense to check sometimes as well, because Zengowski can have a lot of these high diamonds in his range as well.
Yeah, even if you would flop the flush, the fourth diamond would be troublesome. If you would let out with a 10, your range is supposed to be a little more concerned about this river than your opponent's.
Right. In this case, he has the king of diamonds himself, though, so he can definitely bet as well. Let's see. Interesting decision. He could check. He could bet small. He could bet all of it.
He is chewing on things. And ultimately, spits out a barrel. 75K.
Yeah, this is a relatively small bet, and this is kind of exactly the right sizing, which makes it very tough to Zengowski to get away from this one, I think. He did hit his flush as well here on the river.
But all of a sudden, that 9 of diamonds is a stone bluff catcher.
Yeah, I think there's a world in which this is maybe the 8 of diamonds, but it seems kind of unlikely, so... Yeah, oh, I thought he was going to fold here right away. Of course, 4-5 missed here on the river, a hand like that without a diamond. Should see have peeled this small flop bet here. This is certainly possible.
Well, the gravity of these moments cannot be overstated. Just 266 players of a field of over 2,600 entries remaining. One of them will ultimately be crowned champ, and you would hate to make a misstep in your efforts to receive the accolade.
Yeah, tough decision here for Zengowski. He knows he can have a better hand as well here, of course, but still he did hit his flush. Is his opponent bluffing, though? I like that he's taking his time here. It's an important decision.
75 of his remaining 156 is on request. And he is going to pay it off. And how disheartening it's going to be to realize he was up against King 9 specifically. Very limited outs for Sirja, who does manage to cobble that street of value out of the opposition, and he will vault up and over $500,000.
Yeah, very understandable call, I think.
Christian Dinu Sirja, to be specific. If he looks familiar to you, perhaps you were soaking up some results from the 2023 World Series of Poker circuit, where he took down a main. That's Maurice Hawkins' territory, though.
Oh, true, yeah.
Speaking of Maurice Hawkins, Sean Deeb dressed him down pretty thoroughly out in the X streets after Maurice took some pride in a recent victory out there on the circuit. Sean had some choice words for him. Deeb never shy on his opinions, that's for sure, but he was potentially going to be shy on chips when the bubble came round last night. More on that in a moment, as Tom Axel Bedell with Ace-Jack has opened here and has himself problems on the horizon, as Angelou has Ace-King and has sent 75K out there, 3xing the open.
Yeah, Angelo is trying to get a stack here in the middle, of course. They're in the money. Ace-King, strong hand. Oh, and Sean Deeb has kings behind.
What a development this is. Deeb so seasoned, by the way. Already with 2 runner-up finishes outside this main event. Fell on both occasions to quads, denying him bracelets heartbreakingly, as he is on the quest to dethrone Phil Hellmuth eventually as most bracelets, rather.
Yeah, he's taking a little bit of time here. Of course, doesn't want to make it too obvious that he has a strong hand, but also deciding which sizing to go for. Code 4 betting out of position here.
There is the 4th scoop. The Ace-Jack will wither. And then it is going to come back around to Angelou. And we know that these ace-kings tend to just accept their fate. 2 10s for Tuna first. Obviously, we liked it a lot more before this action, and as deep as he is, I don't think he's going to have an appetite for an altercation.
No, I think the 10s have to fold. This is a little bit too weak after all this action, and yeah, same is true for the ace-jack of Bedell.
Yep. By the way, I missed the bucket hat, Tom.
Never shy to put on a comment. I like this guy. And Angelo doesn't love this, but Sean Deep can have ace-king himself. He might have a hand like ace-queen, maybe sometimes choosing this as a 4-bet bluff in a way.
Is the ace-5 suited in there ever?
I don't think so. With this, the stack size, maybe once in the blue moon, but I think ace-queen would be the bluff.
And when we're beaten into the pot after saying all in, we know that something better than ace-king is more likely. Granted, ace-king, as you mentioned, Karai, could be there as well, but the Greek is at risk of elimination here early on day 3. In the money, that's the good news, but potentially out of chips, that's the bad.
Yeah, huge pot here, over 700k in the middle.
What'd you
What
have?
a boost this would be to Deep.
I can tell you in a few seconds.
Are you trying to remember it?
I try to remember it.
Sean Deep asking Bedell what he has, trying to ask whether he has ace or not.
Jack.
Just one jack, not two?
He did
Only
indeed.
one.
So only 2 actual aces in the deck. The one-legged version paying a visit to the turn. And now it's 1 pull at salvation for Angelo. Is it there?
Okay, man.
I had ace
No.
jack and I would have won. I would go all in if you didn't.
Sit open table 3.
He had 10s. You were never going to get all in with
GG.
it.
Yeah, GG to Angelo, and what a start to the day for Sean Deep, up to 1.2 million, one of the big stacks in the room now.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we touched on it briefly as Nikolaus will take home 12,000 euros, but Deeb was at risk of being on the outside of the bubble last night.
Yeah, he was one of 2 players all in at the same time last night. Simon Alexandridis from Greece was the other one, putting all his money in the middle with ace-king, up against Dan Mulder's 10s. And on a queen 8-6, 5 queen run out, Alexandridis lost the hand, while Sean Deep on the other table won his flip with 7s against king queen, doubled up, and Alexandridis was left with nothing.
Yeah. So painful, as Greeks plus ace-king has equaled bust out on a couple of occasions that we know of. Meanwhile, kings, which just performed handsomely for Deeb, have been awarded to Anufriev of Ukraine here in the big, with a raise and a call in front of him out of ace-7 suited and jack-10 suited, respectively. He is able to deploy 82,000 as a 3-bet.
Yeah, Ribeiro has both of them covered. Ace-7 suited under the gun probably has to get away from this, and jack-10 suited for Quirin Heinz. Very nice looking hand, but out of position against the squeeze.
It was nice looking until the lights in the club came on.
Right.
And then suddenly we're asking ourselves, do I really want to go home with this jack-10 suited? How many beers have I had?
But if Anufriev is finding all of these bluffs here, he could bluff with a hand like ace-2 offsuit, maybe king-4 offsuit. One of these hands are often used as big blind 3-betting bluffs. Then the jack-10 suited isn't doing so poorly, so he decides to call.
Out of position in an inflated one. Heinz with 60% of a royal flush.
Yeah, none of them likes seeing this flop. Anufriev has 94% though. And this bet indicates that he's probably going to c-bet his whole range here, just a small one, and Quirin gets away from it, doesn't like to see that ace.
Note the importance of that little c-bet there, as it does clear the opposition and prevent them from being able to steal that pot from you on a later street. So give you a look now at a room that has been thinning quickly since the consolidation of the field, but some still remain, including Thomas Eshan, who bagged that chip lead at the end of day 2, north of 2 million in front of him. The Frenchman, a very seasoned operator.
Yeah, 200 big blinds.
Look out, world. Well, I don't need to introduce this guy, do I? The year after Karai won the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas in 2021, it was Espen Jorstad who punched his ticket. Champ in 2022, still in the hunt here. Looked like he might have been making moves on that dealer. I don't know. Just probably not the analysis I'm here for, but I clocked it. 720K in front of Daniel Rezai. He's clocked a tremendous amount of victories thus far this year, riding high on the back end of Triton Jeju.
Yeah, what a year for him.
Kind of a coming out year, so to speak, for Rezai. Not that, you know, he was off of people's radar, but
Right.
you know how it is. There's
Right.
that stringing together of a series of results that make people take note on a level you've not prior to that enjoyed. Meanwhile, enjoying the opportunity to move all in and not have any further decisions is Alilovic with ace-queen.
Yeah, decides to just go all in here under the gun. Some people would have decided to min raise here, but but all in with ace queen, not a bad play at all.
Yeah, that 15-ish big blind range. Obviously, you have some optionality, but no callers thus far. Around to the big blind. Oh, hang on. Advising that 1 is good, but 2 not so good. If you're Di Giacomo, the Italian dominated here. He gets the bad news.
Takes it well.
Stranger things have happened. 32%. The good news for him is he has plenty of chips and well covers Alilovic. Miroslav.
Yeah, and this is the advantage of just going all in here. Maybe if he would have just raised, Di Giacomo would have just defended his big blind, and now he gets it in with 70%.
He's looking good. No diamonds to worry about on this 8-high board. Still no concerns on the turn, other than a dreaded Jacob.
8-3.
No such harm.
Nice hand. Nice double for Alilovic.
Yeah, in that spot, you're always glad that you jammed instead of min-raise, because who knows how much action you would have got from that point forward. So up to 340 he goes. It's your 2015 World Series of Poker Circuit main event runner-up. I confess, there are so many circuit events, I would love to kind of get the detail with regards to which specific one, but
True.
you know, not a lot of real estate in the graphic, I guess, for such things. Meanwhile, not a lot of hand any longer for the Germans' 6s up against Bonus in the big blind. Defended versus the under-the-gun aggression. Understandably following through, attempting to tell the tale that I have the ace. I want to say the name desperately, Karai, but you're the German in the booth.
That's Fabi Niederreiter, living in Vienna, the Bavarian.
Niederreiter.
Niederreiter, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, that's good, Ali.
Well, once I hear you say it, I'm doing a lot better than when I'm left to my own devices.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, unsure of how well he's doing is the Swissman, Bonus. So he's going to flat, see what develops. Backdoor diamonds, of course, are an idea and one that presents itself on this turn.
Yeah, Niederreiter would have preferred to just take the pot right there, of course. Probably is going to slow down here with the 6s. He could still have the best hand, although it's not super likely, to be honest. But I don't know if this is the right combo to bluff here. Second 3 on the river. Bono still with the best hand. Does he want to c-bet? Does he want to value bet? I like the check. You don't want to value bet all of your aces here. This would make your checking range a bit too weak. So he decides to check. And Niederreiter, yeah, just checking it down. Maybe winning against King High or something like pocket 5s. And Bonus is going to take this one.
Marcus Bonus, 956,000. When I see that Swiss flag, I immediately think of Linus Lolliger, who I've not seen around these parts. Perhaps too busy playing cash or super high rollers these days to bother with such things, but never too busy to play a World Series of Poker event is Martin Cabral. He is 3-bet Richard and given him an earful in the process. Richard has made the call. We don't have any RFID here, so unclear what the holdings are, but this is button versus small blind.
Mister, please, I'm in the middle of big pot, don't disturb me.
Yeah, Martin with his usual speech here. Let's hear him.
A 7-5 rainbow board.
You are that strong? No? I have 8. Good?
Being told this is not happening in real time, but was captured earlier in the day. Martin, by the way, left himself 1K back.
You'll be cheering on my sack out? Yeah?
Otto Richard has demanded the
No!
rest.
Call! But go away!
Okay, call but go away announced. Unclear who the black cat is. And what has Martin shown here? It doesn't look like a whole lot. No, 8-8. Not in front, of course, against the ace-10, and that's going to do it as the mute button has been pushed here in the main. This was a 278th place finish for a min cash.
Not so funny because we were like chance for comeback, but unfortunately we lost the last flip, and now we go for the PLO. See you later.
Well, you know, straight to the point is Cabral. By the way, that 10K, I suspect, didn't exactly make him whole with respect to the investment in this one. Meanwhile, 7-5 deuce board here, three-way affair, 9-9 sits very pretty for Romanello. He was the raiser, picked up a couple of stragglers in the cutoff and the big.
Yeah, Akintuna decides to just bet here when check to him. Tries to steal the pot. Goes for 32 into 90.
How are you feeling about that cutoff flat versus an under-the-gun open with Queen 9 of Hearts?
It's definitely on the loose side, I would say, against the under-the-gun open. But well, nice looking hand. And Stevan Neto, I thought he would get away. He decides to use his Queen of Clubs here. A little bit of interaction with the 8 as well, and check raises here.
Well, it's not just that Queen of Clubs, but also the sense that this board texture belongs to him pre-flop as a defender in the big, more so than perhaps Tuna, who flatted an under-the-gun opener and isn't supposed to be in this ballpark.
A very interesting decision now for Romanello. He maybe would have gone for the check raise as well, should Stevanato have folded, but now he has to get away from it, yeah. And
what a peculiar sequence of events to leave 9s in the bin on what looks to be such a cozy board.
Yeah, and Tuna doesn't really have anything, not even backdoor hearts. A little bit of Hollywooding, but yeah, he has to fold. Very nice hand for Stevanato here.
Activation from the Italian. Was showing off some of his chops.
Yeah,
you take any issue with the lack of the c-bet from the 9s?
No, that's okay. You don't want to just c-bet all of your good hands. It's a bit unfortunate for him, though, that there was so much action that both players bluffed there, basically.
So Luca up to 620,000 as Niederreiter with the ace-jack. I wish you guys understood how much joy it brings me to have Karai immediately look over and give me the thumbs up on the prono there. Limping in black kings for Kolakar in the big. A real bazooka.
Oh, wow. And Niederreiter thinks that he's laying the trap here. Only 20 big blinds that Koletskar has in the big. Ace-jack definitely qualified to play for all of it here as well. And Koletskar just raises to 3 big blinds. And Niederreiter probably want to take this upstairs again.
I understand that it's not the point to be currently focused on Karai, but upon first glance, I thought Kolitskar had brought us a short-sleeved turtleneck, which I didn't think existed, but I believe it's actually just more of a scarf and t-shirt situation as the chips end up where we predicted they were, and the man who thought he was trapping is the trappee. The German suddenly finds himself with a whole heap of chips in the middle. And this is not a great spot. Just 16% equity for the ace-jack. Burned down, 3 off the top, no ace available, and the kings are poised to double here. Nothing evil on the turn. And job done on the river with a set of kings for good measure. As Kolitskar will measure out the kings, and that's just a cooler, Karai.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, nothing Fabian Niederreiter can do there. And yeah, always nice looking at kings in the big blind, of course.
Do we ever have that weird desire to think, if I would have simply opened on the small blind and maybe the big 3 bets me, I don't end up losing as much given that board run out? I'm so results oriented, you know?
I think they would get their money into the middle either way, even if Fabi would have raised there on the small blind.
All right, well, here we are with some money headed toward the middle. Looks like Aziz has made a mess of things, but
Thank you.
in any case, it's the full samba on the river here over the top of this 15K. Everybody getting a kick out of that. I'm not sure if there are tells associated with the man just disassembling his entire jam. We're just picking this one up on the river. Board 9, ace, 7, 5, queen. No flush draws on the flop. Backdoor diamonds on the turn. Again, don't really have the particulars to this point outside of what we know to be this jam that now Seungmook is forced to contemplate. Another 117 to call.
Yeah, Aziz left himself 5K behind here. But well, yeah, basically a jam, of course. And yeah, we don't know the action, but should Seungmook have an ace here, that's probably a tough decision. He decides to call.
And what does he get shown? A set of 9s. Feels like maybe ace X, aces up.
Yeah, yeah, probably.
That hurts. No pain for Marcelo, though. Up to almost 700,000 he goes. Meanwhile, back at our features, we find Zengovsky, who is bruised and somewhat battered on the day, deciding to take his remaining 42K and jam it with King Jack. Very reasonable. But unfortunately for him, it's going to have to improve as the big blind of Onur Gizir. Pocket 10s, quite prepared for a spin. 96K pot. And perhaps the risk of another fallen soldier with 251 remaining.
Yeah, again, a very standard all-in here. Small blind versus big blind. This time a little more even, though. 44% for Zengovsky's King Jack.
Oh, not so even anymore. Queen 7-5. Zengovsky needs help. Both of his cards are clean. Can he find the larger pair? Not on the turn, but he does find a flush draw to add outs. Plenty of that stuff contains winners for the Macedonian. What's it gonna be? Showers. You know, every time someone's wearing one of the masks that kind of protrude egregiously, I'm always left reminded of those Venetian weird eyes wide shut parties where someone rocks up with like a crow's beak. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, yes,
It's
yes.
just, you know. Anyway.
Ice White
Perhaps-
Shot. Is that a good movie, by the way? I haven't watched it.
Oh, well, it's tantalizing, I can tell you that
okay,
much.
okay.
And quite old at this point. I'm dating myself. Meanwhile, a date with a 447,000 chip stack is what Onur Gizir enjoys. Now the chips are flying around elsewhere in the room. Szymanski and Bendinelli intertwined here. This looks to be an under-the-gun follow through from Bendinelli after a flat pre-flop versus a raise to 20K. You can see the board, 4-7 queen on the flop where it went check-check. Now on the turn, you have delayed activation from Giuliano.
Yeah, it looks like Szymanski called here pre-flop with a short stack of like 10 big blinds or so. So he could have a hand like Queen Jack suited here, maybe. Half pot left here on the river.
35K of the 45 being demanded here by Bendinelli.
This is always a little bit of a leveling spot, I think, if the man has 45K. And
oh, and the man's called. He'll be left with 10K if his hand's no good, which it is not. Being shown top set, and then a boat on the turn.
Although it looked like Szymanski had more in his stack. I think the graphics
Did
were
he?
just wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, nice hand for Bendinelli.
Bendinelli enjoying a little antipasta. How to check meanwhile. Going to be a mystery man here on the button. Back at Sean Deeb's table, he has decided to get after things. 25K the open sizing. Deeb's Queen Jack suited. Happy to flat. And now Tuna with the sixes. Hops in.
Yeah, so just a button opening range here so far. This is all we know about Uhacek's hand. Probably like half the hands that he would open here. King, King 5. Let's check it over to him. Let's see if he c-bets or not. I expect him to c-bet a lot of his range here for the smaller size. Sean gets away, and now the sixes for Tuna. He could maybe decide to raise and protect his sixes a little bit. Call. Very fine as well, of course. Now we'll probably check it over again. And Uhacek could still have all sorts of hands here. He could have the very strong ones, of course. He could have like ace-king here, king-jack, but he can also have a bluff. Could have spades. Yeah, not a lot of information so far. He does bet again here. 60 into 137. Not a huge bet, but it's getting a bit dicey for our sixes. I think Uhacek can still bet a jack here for value for sure. Maybe a hand like pocket tens or so as well. Not expecting too many jack X's here in the big blinds range. Tuna keeps his man honest. Ace on the river though.
Yeah, this is not what we like to see against a pre-flop raiser. If we weren't beat already, a lot of times it feels like those semi-bluffs may have shown up, something like nut spade draw, Broadway draw.
Yeah, Queen 10 gets here, of course. Ace X gets there as well, although some Ace X's would have checked, I think, on the flop or turn.
So once this barrel comes in, there's some polarity as we remove some of those Ace X's, perhaps, based on the turn?
Yeah, and I don't think that a jack would bet here anymore either. So, interesting. A hand like pocket tens would check here for sure. So this is probably, well, an ace or better for value, or a bluff.
It's funny, as I hear you say, interesting, and I look up at the screen at the visual on Tuna, it feels like precisely what's going on in his head.
Yeah, I mean, six is not much of a hand, to be honest. He doesn't seem to believe his man, though, which I think it's somewhat understandable. I don't know.
Something suspect about the
Yeah, a
line.
little bit. Although Tuna could easily have an ace here as well. Well, not easily, but he could have maybe like ace 4 of spades, something like that. Call on the flop, pick up the flush draw on the turn. That would, of course, be a better hand to call with.
So are you kind of narrowing this down to show me King X or Queen 10?
Yeah. I mean, it could be an ace as well. He could decide to bet twice with like ace 10 or so sometimes as well, or any random ace for that matter. It's a button opening range. These ranges are very wide.
Those paired boards, when you do get called, you know, it does feel like you're more inclined to want to check back those ace X's on that turn, right?
Yeah, that's true. I think in theory these sixes want to fold, because we don't block any value whatsoever, and we block some of the bluffs. Just random 6x would be a bluff and not value. A hand like maybe 10-6 of clubs, you know.
Well, he's really in the tank on this one.
Right, he really doesn't believe Uhard check here, and
wow, he lets it go. What was beneath the question marks? Threes.
Wow.
Uhard check gets the best hand into the bin and makes sashimi out of tuna.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty big call here with the sixes, but he knew that something fishy was going on here with the Slovakian. Nice hand there for Marek Uhacek. Very nice hand.
Big smile on his face as he's pretty sure he got away with one there. Nobody's tanking with worse than threes. Meanwhile, Obrestad not tanking. Small blind limp with the suited connector. All straightforward stuff. Holding a couple of the ingredients necessary for a straight. Behind her are a 7-4 offsuit of Ninos Francis. 8-4-3. Two-way straight draw versus middle pair. Annette gets busy. Speaking first. 15 into 36.
Yeah, she'd be happy winning this right here, but of course she has a lot of equity when called as well. Francis with middle pair though, of course, gonna call. Let's see a turn.
Oh, let's see a deuce. Is what Obrestad was thinking, and rewarded immediately. She has made the nuts.
And still all options on the table. She could, of course, value bet. She has the nuts. She could try and be sneaky as well. Put in a check and maybe a check raise. She just decides to bet herself. Makes sense. 42k into 66, around 2/3 pot. Francis still with the second pair here.
Hello.
And he is going to stay intact. Pot beginning to swell. 150 in there now after 42 ahead. Heads toward the kitty.
Yeah, and these limp pots, you cannot just fold every time you have second pair and get barreled into twice. So he decides to call again. Now 150 in the middle already. Let's see what Obrestad is gonna go for. She's grabbing chips. Does she want to go big?
Well, we have our answer. Looks like north of half in front of her.
I think so, yeah. 112, around 3/4 pot. And now, of course, Francis does have a bluff catcher here. Interesting one. Would Obrestad just barrel it off here with air? The 7 of diamonds doesn't really help him that much. This is blocking some of the potential bluffs.
You know, this is one of those situations where you're up against an opponent you know is so talented,
Right.
so capable, and you have to consider this. Against a more recreational player, perhaps you think there's no world in which with 245 left in the main and 10 million euros up top, you're going to get after me with worse than a pair of fours, but you, Annette, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, and Annette could have just, I don't know, 10-5, a hand like that, just Just bet on the flop, see what happens, pick up the straight draw on the turn, and now 10 high and bluff. Good fold here though from Francis. He did use his time banks, thought about it, and made the correct decision.
Well, that's what they're there for, and Annette doesn't get paid off on the end, but did pick up a couple of streets of value with that one. The youngest bracelet winner in World Series of Poker history pulled that feat off at the age of 18 right here in Europe. 2007, a champ for £1 million when the WSOP was being held out in London. Total online earnings, by the way, $2.75 million plus for her.
Yeah, bracelet with 18, very hard to beat.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could win one at 17, but I don't think it makes the records once they ID you at the cage. So there it is by the numbers. Main event day 3, of course, where we're at right now. Still a number of days remaining between here and crowning a victor. Plenty of poker left to soak up. Over 13 million euros collected in aggregate. 2,617 entries. And despite last year's buy-in being 10K and this year's being 5K, we have a larger prize pool and a bigger first place prize. Something to think about for tournament organizers moving forward. Rebuy events versus non-rebuy events. Larger versus smaller. Meanwhile, it's tens against the world, and that world contains Marek Uharczek's jacks.
Yeah, he was the open raiser here with the jacks. Got called by Tuna and Bibov before Anufriev decided to 3-bet his tens.
The rest of the world side's going to get a lot more hands per hour than the European side. We have a big advantage.
And Jack's probably a little too strong to get away from here. Interesting decision. Does he want to call in position, but maybe invite these other guys in as well? Or does he want to put in a 4-bet?
You know, it is somewhat polarizing when Anufriev is willing to 3-bet from the big blind. The presence of those two flatters takes him up in range if he's in value, and then obviously creates so much temptation for some of those hands that might want to be bluffing and taking what they think is dead money down.
Right, yeah, I think it makes it a little bit less polarizing. Yeah, a hand like pocket tens, for instance, definitely wants to squeeze here, get it heads up, or maybe, yeah, take down the chips. Uharczek decides to 4-bet though, and yeah, this is the annoying thing here for the tens.
Nice try. I can keep myself distracted, or else I do something dumb.
You know, we showed you the sheer breadth of that payout band where there are no immediate ladders to be taken into consideration.
Good point.
However, that said, there's so much money left to play for in this one. So while you're not talking about chiseling or cobbling, you know, a few $1,000s or euros rather more out of a spot in terms of ICM, you obviously are thinking about the big picture and whether or not you need to dig in here.
Yeah, very true. And this is very annoying here for Anufriev. Would Uharczek bluff here with a hand like ace-5 of spades? King, queen off? Maybe not often enough. That's what he decides, and yeah, he does lay it down. Yeah, I think he played it pretty well here. Put in the 3-bet, found out where he was in the hand, got away from it.
Would you have been critical of a flat?
Pre-flop?
Yeah.
You could bet. You could flat. I think I prefer the 3-bet though. Tens just a little too strong.
What about 9s? What about 8s?
Yeah.
It's
closer,
you know,
for sure.
It's closer, right?
Yeah. Yeah, 8s I would definitely call. 9s probably as well, but 10s I think you have to.
Let's see. Has a call been made out here with Miss Huang, who is jammed, asking Palmieri, Roberto Palmieri, to be exact, for the remainder of his stack. Board run out. Ace, queen, 9. Another ace on the turn, and followed by a king.
And this pot is huge, Ali. 950,000 in there.
Yeah.
So
I think a bit deceptive though, because the 323 is not actually available, given Palmieri only had 163. There was about 600 in the pot before she made that jam. But Yushi Huang not going to give us a peek under the hood there. Meanwhile, back here, just look at this bang-on flop for Sirja. Up against Oberstadt, who's got nothing more than a queen. He is trailing technically, but you'd rather have the Romanian's hand for sure.
And look at her. Queen 7 offsuit under the gun +2. Wow.
She's feeling it. Oh my goodness, a queen on the turn to give her trip queens. And of course, Sirja has plenty of reasons to stay curious.
The royal flush draw. Wow.
Well, you're going to have a lot more royal flush draws than royal flushes over the course of your poker career. This much we know.
Just quarter pot here from Annette.
Yeah, this was open and flat. You saw the check. And now this downsized tickle of a quarter pot. Have to applaud Sirja's willingness to simply flat and not get out of line. And he's not going to applaud the 4 of spades on the river. Total whiff.
Yeah, spades do get there. But, of course, trip queen still pretty strong. After the flop check through, especially. I mean, so yeah, could still have a queen as well. So Annette goes for another small bet here, just quarter pot. And, well, so yeah, didn't get there. That's always a little bit annoying. He still does have the pair of 10s here, though, of course. Beating all bluffs. Not beating any value, I don't think. Even for the small size.
I have a queen.
Yeah, he decides to call just quarter pot. And another nice one for Annette.
You got to tip your hat to the fact that she knew exactly the amount to dial up to get paid there. You go too much bigger than that, and the King 10 stops being curious.
Right. Interesting, though. Everyone saw that Annette opened here with a Queen 7 off. I'm curious if that's going to play a role in these next couple of minutes.
I was wondering whether or not there isn't more value to sizing up so that you don't get called and don't have to show that your range is that wide.
Right.
Is 25K worth giving a free peek there?
Yeah, let's see if she maybe tightens up a little bit now.
35.
All right, something that we'll keep an eye on as we're back over at Shiina Okamoto's table, where she is facing an open.
Yeah, 3 big blinds here from the small blind.
This is Peter Da of Norway.
It's a little bit loose, of course, but sometimes you just want to steal these big blinds. Shiina with the pocket 7s, of course, not going anywhere.
Yeah, she flats. 2 overcards staring her down here. Da with nothing more than the 5 high he had. Maybe some ambitions about making a backdoor straight.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he did open pre-flop. I think now he kind of has to put in a continuation bet as well, just 5 high, but he has 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, although it's just a 5 high flush as well, but still, of course, would love to win it right here.
And of course, blind versus blind, we feel a little bit more obligated to peel in position in particular with Shiina's 7s, despite the queen and 10.
Yes, and she has the 7 of hearts as well here, which makes it a little bit easier to call.
Sure.
230 left? 240.
To the turn we go, a board pairing queen. That's actually a welcome development for 7s.
Yeah, for sure. Dark could bet again here, but it would be a bit ambitious, of course. But he could get some folds here from like king highs and so on that would call on the flop maybe. Yeah, you don't want to bluff every time either, though, when you have nothing, of course. Let's see if he thinks this is the right time to do it. No, he checks. Understandable. Okamoto with a decision as well. Does she want to put in a small bet, get some value maybe from a, yeah, 5, 6s, a deuce, and get some protection more importantly. Dark could still have, well, ace, jack, something like that, where the 7s would get some value from.
So comforted by the lack of follow-through, Okamoto bets the 42,000, and we start the timer on Da, owing us a portion of our lives back. By the way, I'll take it back immediately if this man does something heroic, in which
yeah.
case he's going to become my new favorite player of the day.
Yeah, just a small bet here from Sheena.
Yeah, you want to peel with 4-5? Maybe you make queens up.
Wow.
I know what you mean. The check raise is available.
Okay, he's using a time bank. He's ahead of 4-3 of hearts, Ali.
All right, here we go. Into the bin. There will be plenty of people who will be thrilled to see chips headed in the direction of Sheena Okamoto. She's really become one to watch.
He doesn't believe her.
Yeah, he was thinking about a raise, he said. There is that stat, which is the one that will be attached to Sheena forevermore. Back-to-back winner of the ladies event. And by the way, that ladies event, you know, I'm sure there's some people out there who would try to submit that it's not as difficult an event. I would push back thoroughly on that, not just by virtue of the talent out there in terms of female players, but also by virtue of the fact that because it is such a broad range of experience levels in that event, you know, with unfamiliar faces, you really have to make adjustments on a level that isn't called upon in most other events.
Definitely, and these fields are huge. Those aren't any small fields there. And she got second the year before. She won it twice as well.
Right.
It's so incredible.
Really just suggesting that she owns that tournament chipset at home. No, I'm kidding, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that last time she won, it had, just looking it up, 1,368 runners, so it's a huge field.
Well, Tuna turned a backdoor diamond draw here in this altercation with Stevanato, which isn't the zestiest exchange, but...
Yeah, who wants it more on the river here? This is the question. Stevanato bet on the turn, does check, give it up. Yeah, it's giving it up on the river here, and Akintuna with only 10 high, with an opportunity to steal this one.
Yeah. Benefit of position about to be on display here. And of course, we can rep the ace as the opener.
Yeah.
Got your bluff through on the feature table.
And yeah, very happy to see the snap forward there.
Yeah.
Up to 428k, Akintuna has been around forever, playing a lot of tournaments here, especially in Europe, but all around the world.
Do we know if he's bluefin or yellowfin? Tuna? No? Big Uni, 2.6 million in front of him. Your new chip leader, Lookout World. That's a man who's not going to be taking any prisoners from here forward.
Wow, 2.6 million.
Boy, he looks ready to go, doesn't he? Who's this? Alex Keating. 2 million in front of him. He, you know, he has similar energy at the table, similar presence to Big Huni in terms of like, this table's going to revolve around what I'm doing.
Yeah, he's fighting for pots. He's the big man.
Yeah. The wet blanket, if you will, just all over you. Queen Jack 4, meanwhile. Back here where Derwish. How'd I do with that one? Derwish?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I don't think that's French, by the way. I had to guess, but
I think Imad Dervish, I've seen him around for a long time as well.
Not a newcomer. Up against Ninos. Francis with the ace-jack has the best hand. Of course, with the king-high flush draw, the big blind defender is going to proceed, but is not going to make that flush on the turn. Checking once more, and let's see if Francis has a second street on his mind here.
Yeah, he could definitely check this one back as well. Second pair. Just check back here. Maybe call on a lot of rivers. Especially when the queen pair is on the turn. Imad immediately grabbing some chips. king high, not a lot of showdown value. Decides to bluff at it. Half pot.
And by the way, these are sort of the upshots of checking back that turn and playing that pot control line, is you induce chips out of your opponent.
Yeah, and a good call for Francis is somewhat easy call, I want to say, after the queen paired. Ace-jack maybe beating some value here as well. Yeah, another nice hand for the German.
So Francis trending in the right direction, 56 big blinds in front of him. And give us a sense, Karai, day 3 of a main event, 200 and some odd left. Is 56 bigs the kind of stack where you're thinking, all right, I can work with this, I'm good?
Definitely.
Or are you still feeling a little pressure?
You always feel the pressure, but 56 bigs, yeah, that's a lot to work with. You can 3-bet bluff still. Yeah, open raise loosely.
Yeah, I think you need to maintain a stack depth that allows you to deploy the full arsenal of plays that you have in your repertoire, right? That's kind of the key.
Right. Of course, it always depends on your table as well. If you're one of the chip leaders there, that helps.
Meanwhile, deploying a 3-bet with a king-queen offsuit is Anufriev, and Deeb, the opener, dispatched without fanfare. Back over to Tom XL Bedell, who flatted and now is being squeezed. He thinks it's durable enough. He is dominated, unbeknownst. 215 in the middle. And it comes Jack 10-8. Top pair as Bedell finds the hook, but Anufriev, with position in the betting lead, has found the open ender and a c-bet.
Yeah, big flop here. Bedell could have let this one go pre-flop. King-Jack offsuit out of position, but gets rewarded with a nice flop here for now. Anufriev with a lot of equity though, of course. That's a tiny bet here, just 35k into 215. Knows that with a stacked left to play, this is still a big enough bet to get the money in by the river, should he want to. Oh, and Bedell thinks his king-jack is strong enough to check raise here right away for value.
This is such a soaking wet board. I'm surprised by Bedell's willingness to breathe life.
Yeah, he thought this tiny bet isn't really strong. That's what he thought at least. And
but I mean, that sizing is supposed to be kind of exactly what the full range for Anufriev would come with, right?
I would agree with you, yeah. But of course, don't get me wrong, King-Jack is a strong hand here, of course. He would happily get it in here.
We'd prefer to have a club, of course, but now you can see Anufriev, the man upon whom the decision lies. An extra 95,000 required to take a swing. He, too, lacking a club.
Right. You still have a lot of equity, though. Of course, you have a lot of outs to the nuts, should a 9 or an ace come. Your king and queen could be good as well. Of course, wouldn't be every time. Sometimes you have the best hand as well, although not super likely, but Bedell could have 7-6 of clubs, or maybe the same hand, maybe king queen himself. Maybe king 9 suited, something like that. Yeah, decides he has enough equity to call and see a turn. Only half pot left though.
Wow, look at this. 4-liner plus a 3rd club out there. Really unpleasant for both of these hands.
Yeah, and Bedell doesn't like to see the 7 of clubs coming, but Anufriev doesn't either. Bedell never shy to put out chips though. Just thinking about it. How much is that? I think I heard 155, which would be around 3rd pot. More than half of his remaining stake, though.
I was just going to say, this is a serious commitment that he's making, and perhaps, despite the fact that he unblocks the clubs, he's thinking, as a flat caller versus Deeb, I'm kind of smashing this more so than you are as an overcaller?
Yeah, I think. I mean, this is pretty mergy, but
sorry, he was a 3-better, was Anufriev. Forgive me.
Anufriev 3-bet, yes. But now, should Anufriev have aces without a club, he would probably have to fold.
Yeah.
And king queen as well. Wow. This worked out very nicely for Bedell. He's very happy to win the pot here, although he had the best hand in this case.
It would be all in the last hand, of course, but
I had a straight. You have a flush?
I had a 9 and I have 2 clubs.
I believe that.
Did you hear that? Did he just say he had a
think I
straight
did.
and some clubs?
Yeah. Well, it's allowed.
Game of deception poker.
Ashant rather, off of his high water mark. 4th in chips at present. Brought the chip lead into the day with 2.1 million. Now at 1.8, but doesn't look nervous. Well, your 2019 WSOPE main event winner, not looking quite as comfortable. Just 11 big blinds in front of Alexandros Polonias. The vista there was very much as though Olivier Bousquet had been denied any grooming products for some time.
He has online nickname the Mexican 222, and I think he does look like a little bit like a Mexican, Colonias.
I could see, you know, some a cartel throne being occupied, perhaps. Meanwhile, I could also see some carnage potentially here pre-flop as Okamoto's jacks from the hijack have made it 27,000. Anufriev had that L hung on him a moment ago. Now with an ace-queen suited, back to work he goes.
Yeah, and Sheena has been active here, so Anufriev decides to 3-bet his hand. He could have flatted pre as well, both options on the table. Back to Sheena, Anufriev with exactly 30 bigs to start the hand. And Jack's probably good enough to get it in here. Yeah.
She agrees. Show me the other 290 if you want to dance.
And this is not super comfortable now for Anufriev. Ace queen suited, such a good hand. This is a bit of the problem with 3-betting. Now you don't really want to fold your hand, but you also kind of feel like you're not doing super well against the jamming range. But ace queen of diamonds maybe just a little too good to get away.
Is any of the calculus associated with how okay we are fighting on with 290,000 as opposed to looking at this opportunity and saying maybe it's the more favorable one? Because 290, we know Anufriev can operate off of that stack.
Right, yeah. You have to factor all of that in, of course. You mentioned the payouts before. Is it top heavy? Is it not? He does decide to let this one go, wait for a better spot.
And that's painful, especially when you contextualize it against that king-queen, which he had ushered into the muck. No pain on the horizon for us, however, just pleasure as we toss it over to Jeff Platt, who is standing by with Big Hoonie, Chris Unikin.
All right, he is our chip leader to kick off coverage. Let's say hello to Big Hoonie real quick. If you could stand up for me, please, and we'll step aside. You got to give our viewers a sense of what it feels like to have the chip lead fairly big in an absolutely massive tournament.
I mean, obviously it's great, but it's still a long way to go, so don't get too excited. Yeah, it's poker, you know, these things can flip quick, so yeah, it's good to be on top for now and have some leverage. So
with plenty of experience, do you still feel a hint of nerves as chip leader in this spot, a hint of pressure deep in the main?
No.
Okay, that's kind of what I figured. I feel like
been doing this too long.
2 or 3 years ago we would see you mostly at high rollers, but now I feel like I see you just at every tournament imaginable. It's like the love of the game, the passion back.
Yeah, I took a lot of time off, started a business and stuff. Once we shut that down, started playing more, like kind of got the passion back. It was nice to take a long break because you kind of get tired after a while of just doing this all the time. So yeah, it's kind of new and fresh to me again. So it's been fun. Like I've been able to grind more and more and have some fun with it. So
love seeing you here. Best of luck rest of the way. Appreciate the time. Thanks, man. Guys.
Thanks, Jeff, and good luck to Huni moving forward. He would be a lot of fun to watch work his way deep.
And that was a very quick no after being asked if he feels any nerves or not.
Yeah, I mean, he's being honest.
Yeah,
I've never observed
definitely.
Huni in a tournament look flustered, you know, just command of craft.
Yeah, he's just been around so long. When I came up, he was already one of the big online crushers.
No crushing going on here as Tuna with the gut shot works his way to the turn versus the air ball for Anufriev.
And Tuna with a nut low here, just 4 high. You don't have to bluff when you have the nut low, but very often this is an indicator that you may wanna try and steal it. Bets 55k and Anufriev only jack high as well. Does beat some hands, of course. Oh. And those are raising chips. And they came pretty quickly. Wow.
Yeah, this is a man just saying, you're not allowed to lead at me for 55,000 with enough hand to call this heat. I mean, would queens ever make sense?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
That's the story we're telling most credibly, you think?
Yeah. Yeah, probably. Probably. Small raise as well. Wow, yeah. Very nice hand. He did have the best one here, of course, but...
No, kings because not.
You heard him say that's kings.
Bit of a theme here. Guys pretending to have it when they didn't really.
Again, that's allowed. So 22K on the flop. Check back on the turn, and all of a sudden activation out of both seats on the river, bringing us a pot headed toward Anufriev. Meanwhile, it does look like a pot wants to head toward Sirja as he picks up 2 kings. Giacomo's pretty Jack-10 suited. Raised it up under the gun. Now with the caller in between him and Francis's pocket 4s, he has to navigate this aggression.
Yeah, another one of these big blind 3 bets. Sizable one. 9 big blinds here with the kings. Does make sense. You want to be a bit polarized here. And Di Giacomo, again, we had this earlier when Quirin Heinz had the Jack-10 suited. This is a pretty looking hand, but it's a big raise as well. He does have a big stack himself, so you're only 370k behind though after the 110. And he does want to see a flop. Francis here with the 4s. Probably has to get away from it. He agrees.
So into the bin go the 4s. Di Giacomo getting stubborn, and a 4 in the window is such a devastating thing to see for Francis. He is just disgusted, edge of your screen there, especially on such a dry board. Queen 5-4. Meanwhile, the board's pleasant for Sirja. And for Di Giacomo, we do have some interactions there. That Queen of Spades we flirt with.
Yeah, 3-2 royal. But not much else. 85k. Also not... Yeah, I mean, it's still a small bet, but could have gone even smaller sometimes. Di Giacomo after calling pre-flop. Let's see if he wants to... Yeah, he's grabbing calling chips very quickly again. Not a believer here. This is a pure float pretty much. Of course, he wants to improve, but he also wants to steal this one when checked too.
Well, he has found that backdoor equity courtesy of this 6 of spades. You see Sirja kind of wondering, what has the under the gun opener called my 3-bet with and then peeled on this board with? It certainly feels like we could target maybe an ace-queen that got sticky?
Yeah, ace-queen would be one of the most obvious hands here, and Silja only has 2/3 of the pot left here. I think he definitely could just jam here right away, which would be super annoying here for the Jack-10 of spades for Di Giacomo, of course.
I mean, that's a level of investment I don't know that Di Giacomo is going to be prepared to make with a jack-high flush draw.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the jam, and yeah, that is a little too rich, one would think. Sure enough, the snap fold comes in, and rest assured, Di Giacomo, that was the real deal.
Yeah, that's a bit of the problem with calling here pre and on the flop. He did pick up the flush draw, but still had to fold here because his opponent just didn't have enough chips behind. As we take a look at the leaderboard at this table, Bermon 740k, our chip leader here. And Silja 713k, very healthy as well.
Wash that pot down with an ice cold Coca-Cola. Silja. Meanwhile, the ice cold missed opportunity of pocket fours moments ago. Now a different proposition here for Onufriev up against Romanello. It's a gutter versus an open-ender. The Ukrainian limped. Romanello then shot it up. Onufriev called. You saw the flop action.
Yeah, nice flop here for Onufriev, of course. Pocket fours could be good, but he has the open-ender as well. Just bets 30k here into 144, just north of 20% pot. Romanello decides to come along here against this small of a bet. He still has the gutter to the straight. King high could be good sometimes.
Yeah, it's the limp pre that makes things a little funky.
For sure, yeah. You don't see that too often.
Did go check on the flop. You saw the lead and call moments ago. Now Onufriev respecting the arrival of the ace.
Yes. Romanello should have a lot more aces in his range here after he checked back and called the turn bet. And Romanello does want to represent that. He goes very small as well, just 55k here into 200. Just a little over quarter pot. Onufriev does beat bluffs here, but the ace seems, very believable and does fold. Nice hand for Romanello here.
Yeah. Sort of a lesser observed and explored line there, the limp call pre-flop. So Romanello emerging as your leader there. Deep in second. And Tuna been getting seared on the day, down to 308,000. I don't think I'm done with that, by the way. It's just too good a name. That's been your stat, a name that you know well, but unfortunately, he's looking a little bit unwell with just 17 bigs in front of him in his bid to hang tough here. Well, if you're looking to connect with us, there are the ways in which to do so. Many of you out there in the chat soaking up this coverage. Over 8,600 of you right now. Good to have you with us as things are getting serious in the money here. The World Series of Poker Europe main event. We encourage you to drop us a note, upload any of the content that you might have collected if you happen to be here in Prague, maybe no longer in this event, but have some sweats. We do have the chat open, Karai and I, and we are trying to keep our eyes in multiple different places, so apologies if questions are asked or certain things sought that go unnoticed, but obviously we're doing our best in here. Meanwhile, Minos Francis doing his best. Cut off open for him, flatted by Silja's dominated Queen Jack, which is turned into a gutter on this King-9 deuce board. Di Giacomo, a part of the process as well, with his sevens. And Silja decides without a diamond in hand and a player behind him not to peel. Looks like you can get behind it, Karai.
Yeah, he could have called against the small bet here as well. Decides to to let it go though with a player left to act behind him. Di Giacomo with the pocket sevens here. Has the diamond as well.
You know, it's that flop peel, though, that can land you in weird places moving forward. It is the path of higher clarity
And
to just step aside. And look at Di Giacomo sought clarity here by check raising on that texture and just dispatching the ace high. And maybe that's a part of how he wound up winning a World Series of Poker circuit main last year.
And I like that play. I mean, that's kind of nice. Not everyone would have found that check raise here. He can definitely represent some hands here, like pocket nines, maybe just king queen as well.
When you think back, Karai, to sort of plays that were so much more prevalent when you first began playing, kind of maybe pre-solver era even, and then those plays and kind of the infrequency with which we observe them today, when something old school like that pops up, it's like a warm, you know, you're like, oh, yeah, I forgot about all of that.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of leveling was taking place back in the day. A lot of small raises. Yeah, loved that. Although, like, even the solver is pretty aggressive in these spots, as far as I know. So yeah.
For me, it's that nut flush draw check raise. That was the one you used to see a lot.
True.
And in these days, I feel like people are so much more content based on the value of the ace high and just making the nuts with maybe an underrepresented holding. It leaves people more content to just ensure they can realize equity.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Di Giacomo on the button. Understandable. His 25,000. Berman in bad shape here, dominated with a 5 in hand. Makes the call. Off to the flop we go. Both players with bottom pair. Advantage Di Giacomo.
Yeah, two very similar stacks, and here the 9-7-5 could be one of these flops where the big blind wants to do some leading, because he feels like that he has more the 8-6 offsuit, 7-5 offsuit kind of hands. He does agree, bets very small here with his bottom pair. Di Giacomo with bottom pair himself does decide to come along. He has the better kicker. 6 on the turn, so 4-2 straight here.
Yeah, things getting damp.
Okay, 25K.
Surprised by the second barrel here, or it kind of is continuing to tell the same story of I'm all over this range and you're not?
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do, just a small bet. I'm a little bit surprised still, to be honest. He still gets some protection from some hands, could maybe get value from a flush draw as well.
Look at Di Giacomo, by the way. Again doing things that we didn't suspect.
Yeah, he's really smelling weakness here once again. And yeah, as you mentioned before, he isn't really playing his hand here, he's playing his opponent.
And I'll tell you what, that definitely is a more old school type of poker.
Yeah, he does have the best hand in this case, but he's trying to make it very hard for well, maybe 6 or 7 specifically. Bermond not done here.
You know what's wild is this call suggests that he isn't a believer, and he's right that Di Giacomo is not nearly as strong as he's trying to present himself as being. However, unfortunately for Berman, he's just outkicked with a 5. Now let's see if Di Giacomo feels the need to get forceful. 212 in there. When your raise on the turn gets called, this would be a very difficult barrel.
Yeah,
Busted spades, maybe? The only thing you're hoping, like a combo sort of busted spade?
Exactly. You beat busted spades, but not much else here. So he does agree with that. He thinks he has to bluff at this to win this hand. Half pot here, a little over that.
Look at Berman. He's like, buddy, what are you trying to say here? I give credit, even though he's beaten. This is supposed to be a good call more often than not against the bluffing range, which effectively the ace-5 is the bluff, but it's the best hand.
Yeah, and he knows that he bet kind of small on the turn. They've probably played a lot before as well. He has seen Di Giacomo come up with some of these raises before. He really doesn't believe him. He thinks maybe this is just a hand like ace-king high maybe that he called on the flop and decided to bluff raise on the turn. Yeah, this is some real poker being played here. Using a couple of time banks now.
Alex Berman makes the call, and Di Giacomo is just bluffed with the best hand.
Wow.
When you hear a man say call, you don't ever expect to get on your back and haul this pot in.
Oh, wow.
Circle that pot, Karai, is one that these two are not going to soon forget.
No, crazy hand that we've just witnessed. None of them believed the other. The ace-5.
You know what this one reminded me of? You remember when Yo Viral was heads up during either this past summer or the summer before that, and he got into like a 5 or 6 bet where both of the guys were trying to bluff at like a board flush?
I do remember,
that
one. Yeah, like a lot of clicking was going on.
It kind of struck that same chord for me.
Yeah, true.
Not quite as profound, but nevertheless. Meanwhile, Bibov of Bulgaria has his arms wrapped around this flop of Jack, Jack 10. A couple of diamonds there, though, and the boss stack of Romanello is going to be the man reaching for chips here.
Yeah, Akintuna was the open raiser here, got called in 3 spots, and Romanello just decides to lead out here from the big blind. The open raiser does fold. Bibov, of course, has crushed this flop, though.
41K, the sizing. What do you like on this board? Just a flat?
I think so. Maybe. Yeah.
You mix in some raises with some frequency.
Exactly. Maybe I would rather raise with Ace Jack than Queen Jack, and maybe use Queen Jack as the hand I trap with here, just because it's a little bit weaker.
Well, now you don't need to worry about your kicker. If you're Bibov, Jack's full, and the diamond draw's dead. For Romanello, of course, once we get called on this particular board, we have diamonds ourselves. And we are questioning whether or not there's a world in which another barrel is available to us. He seems to be looking across at Bibov intently.
Yeah, it always seems a little bit tough to represent like that strong of a hand. Sometimes you have to do it, though. Romanello decides that he wants to tell the story here of having flopped the Jack. 61K here.
This is ambitious, isn't it?
It is a bit ambitious. Yeah, he's trying to fold out. Well, yeah, some higher diamonds here, maybe. Maybe
some of the straight draws.
Yeah.
I mean, remember, it's important to note that Bibov was a flat caller of a tuna open. But the fact that he was willing to call again here on the turn, and we have another damp arrival in this 9 of spades. Not supposed to be hunting flushes and straights, of course, but Romanello has shut it down. Now Bibov will activate. This one doesn't rate to get too interesting from here forward. And sure enough, a swift muck and a healthy pot. Headed the Bulgarians' way.
Yeah, just 2 barrels from Romanello. Yeah, I think smart shutdown here on the river after getting called twice. It was 4 ways on the flop as well.
1.1 million in front of Nikolai. 123K in career earnings. And that really helps to put in perspective just how golden the opportunity is for players who hold those sorts of resumes. Seongmuk Young with 224,000 in front of him, 18 bigs. I get the sense this is a fairly well-known commodity from the South Korean delegation. Josh Aryeh, we know he's well-known. Plenty of jewelry in his trophy case. Multi-time bracelet winner. 1.2 million. Sailing along.
Yeah, good at all the games, not just No Limit Hold'em, but mixed games as well.
Not as great at video poker from my experience.
Okay.
No shade being thrown. How about Stephen Jones? You want to talk about games? This guy was on season 2 of Squid Games The Challenge on Netflix. He's a real game player. Made it deep in that one and looking to make it deep here as he's in the money and sitting on 615K. Meanwhile, Akin Tuna has found second pair and an open-ender, has decided to go all in. Obstructions coming courtesy of these two kings for Romanello. Pre-flop action was an open raise from Tuna. The 3-bet came in. Tuna hung tough, and now he may be hung out to dry unless he can find some help. Covered and playing a 720K pot. Does it feel like frustration maybe played a part at all in any of this pot?
Yeah,
for Tuna?
Yeah, could be, of course. It's definitely a little bit loose pre-flop here. On the flop, it totally makes sense to get it in, though, after having flopped pair and a straight draw.
Well, Romanello, 71% with 2 to come. Can Tuna be let off the hook? Escape the net. Not with a 5 of hearts. And so we are down to 8s, jacks, and kings. What's it gonna be? It's gonna be the end of the road. And things really unraveled on the day for Akin Tuna. You can feel the deflation and disappointment, of course. Some anesthesia will come in the way of a 12K euro payout. But glory will not be for that man there. 218th place finish.
Yeah, he did get the pay jump here, 12,000 for him.
Yeah, that'll buy a few more Philip Plein t-shirts. Not a lot of them, but, you know.
How much is one?
A lot. Like, I think they can get into the thousands among us.
Wow.
Depends on how much, you know, Swarovski is encrusted onto the shirt. That one was on the more understated side of the spectrum, by the way. I'll allow it. Meanwhile, Romanello, who absorbs those tokens, now just sitting even prettier than he was moments ago. Who else is seated in the event? Looks like Zhu Hang. 1.25 million in front of him. He's looking kind of swole underneath there. Okay. I think
yeah.
Pre-gaming at the gym, perhaps. 105 bigs, flexing. What's going on here for Yushi Huang? Team GG China, 1.2 million in front of her. 98 bigs. She's not worried. Saw her jam on the river earlier and not get paid in the spot, so no intel. Yuhan Wang, who won the mini-meet World Series of Poker Europe last year. 1.6 roughly in front of him. How about Ding Biao, number 2 all-time on the Chinese money list. 1.3 in front of him. He is a ferocious competitor.
Yeah, how many big names from China here, all with a big stack? Wow.
I mean, just in terms of population, the sheer volume of individuals that are taking up poker over there, you know that some stars are going to emerge, and certainly Ding Biao among them. Meanwhile, looks like Da has found reason to pop it under the gun and creating Heinz.
Yeah,
just isolating with his ace-jack.
Yeah, decides to 3-bet this. We've seen this before, using his offsuit high cards as a bluff, blocking some of the strongest hands. Wants to win it right here, but should he get called, he still has a nice hand to play with. But Ribeiro behind both of them with the 10s. And this is interesting. These are two early positions that have put chips into the middle before him.
By the way, Heinz came into the day, based on what I'm looking at, with 38,000 in chips. So he's done quite well for himself.
And
on
tens,
the day. You saw the tens
get
into
away.
the bin, yeah. So Heinz has actually done Peter Daw a big favor by choosing to play this as a 3-bet. We know the tens would not be in the muck were it not for that. And now, Niederreiter.
And note that he only has 82k in his stack, and that's why he's thinking about this. There's some dead money in there, and should he get this heads up, this is a nice opportunity for him.
I mean, how incredible for 10s to be in the bin and 7s to be all in for Peter Daw. He is asking for a count. He knows that the range for Niederreiter is going to include plenty of hands he performs handsomely against. And in particular, it's those under pairs to the 8s. Not a ton of them, you would imagine. You know, it's not like deuces and 3s are doing this, but there's enough availability that you don't have to think this is just 9s plus or the 2 big overs 100% of the time.
Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe 7s are actually the worst pocket pair that he would get it in with. Don't know about 6s. He does get a good price here, though, with the pocket 8s. Of course, as we see, Quirin Heinz does not have to have a monster here. And Niederreiter does not like this. He would have preferred Da to fold, obviously, or maybe even to 4-bet jam, get Quirin Heinz out of the way.
Yep. No such luck, unfortunately.
Big flop here for all of them.
Main pot. Complete ace-5 tray. Heinz smacks top pair and downs 8s and 7s as it stands.
Yeah, Niederreiter does not like to see the ace here. He knows that it's kind of likely that one of them has an ace or an overpair, of course. There's no money in the side pot yet here, though. This makes people usually a little bit more passive here. That's why it goes check, check.
Oh, the 8 rolling right off for Da, free of charge, with that dry side aiding him in terms of Heinz's willingness to check back. And now, into a dry side, he still will not bet. Is Heinz going to be willing at this point to fire?
He could do so, yeah. And of course, I said that there's no money in the side pot. That is not true. There's some money in the side pot. It's just not that much. But yeah, now after getting checked to twice, Quirin definitely has the option of betting here, getting some value, maybe from a hand like ace-10 suited, just protecting against anything else as well. Doesn't need to go huge at all. That's why he just bet 65.
And now for Peter Da, he's left to ponder what the most profitable path forward is.
Yeah, he loves to see that bet, of course. This would look very strong should he decide to check raise here, though, but he does have a strong hand, and well, mostly when you have a good hand, you need to try and get some money into the middle, so a check raise would definitely be understandable here.
Heinz drawing dead, as is Niederreiter, who is dead man walking.
Does take his time. Does he want to trap one more time? I was a little bit afraid of it going check on the river, though. I think I would like a raise right here.
He does as well, as the pinkies are carved out. 150K's worth to be exact, and that is not the biggest check raise. So certainly looking to offer some math to Quirin Heinz.
Yeah, it is a pretty small raise, but Quirin still does not like this at all. He knows he's not beating any value hands here. This is not ace-10 anymore now. He's thinking, are there any hands that could turn into a bluff here? Maybe a hand like pocket 10s or so, something like that, trying to get an ace out and still being ahead of the small blinds range here. This would be an interesting play. In this case, Da just has it, though. Quirin does decide to call in position.
9 of diamonds on the end. Doesn't improve prospects for him. Not that there was any path to victory available.
A little bit of a reaction here from Da. I assume he's gonna go for value here. He knows it is theoretically possible that his opponent has pocket aces, has trapped here on the flop, but of course a set of eights, yeah, goes for it.
So there's the jam, and the decision is gonna be for Quirin Heinz's entire stack with just ace-jack. That hand's so guilty of putting us in these spots where we don't like it.
Yeah.
Whether it's pre or post, it's just murky so often.
Yeah, and he knows it's a little unlikely maybe that his opponent is bluffing, but he also knows that there are not that many combinations of hands that beat him actually, because his opponent is saying he has a set or better pretty much. Maybe ace-8 suited, ace-8 suited as well, but would he even call pre-flop? That's the question. So this is kind of pocket eights or nothing pretty much. Would he have called with pocket fives pre-flop as well? Maybe not. So he's kind of only repping pocket eights here, if you ask me.
Well, obviously, Heinz mulling it over, thinking there are other holdings that could be afoot beyond just eights, or he would have found the bin already. And he wants to have a think. He is looking over, maybe trying to ascertain whether or not some physicality skews Da in one direction or the other. But I'm with you. It does feel like, what could you have that ace-jack beats? What, does anything come to mind immediately in this line?
I think
in this
it
spot?
looks so much like pocket eights, but sometimes it's just that hand. Quirin is also thinking about his jack of hearts. Is it maybe a bit worse to call with the jack of hearts? Yeah, making it less likely that it's a flush draw.
So he shrugs his shoulders and bins it, and he'll be quite pleased that he did, because he was cooked. And of course, fully grilled is Niederreiter, as he is dismounted. GG's to you, sir. Watch your step. The stairs of death await you. Hold the shot.
Yeah.
Is he going to be our first victim? Nope. Nope, he's too sharp for that.
Yeah, GG to Fabi. Unlucky hand for Quirin as well. He made the right decision on the river, though.
Credit to Da, by the way. He found that price that kept the ace-jack involved on the turn.
Yeah.
Even though from a binary standpoint, the check raise with so little in the side looked very, very strong. Meanwhile, we'll look over at Annette Oberstad. Her queen 10 suited starts this party from the hijack. And kings for Sirja. I feel like we've said that more than a few times on the day.
Right, yeah. Real hand for Annette, though, this time. Let's see if Sirja wants to 3-bet. I would assume so. And if so, what sizing he's going to go for.
5 seconds. 75,000.
Yeah, just 3 times the size of the raise. 75K. Giacomo really does not like to fold. And
It's almost like he takes it personally when he's forced to be uninvolved. But meanwhile, nothing personal about this 3-bet, 75,000. We know why it's happening, and Oberstad not going to get stubborn.
Yeah, good fold here, disciplined fold here. She did have a real hand here this time with the queen 10 suited.
Yeah, sure. And Sirja's chips have been in motion, so sometimes you wonder whether or not, especially one hand, the last one before the break, if maybe I can just stick a little bit more out there and my guy just lets it go because he's light. But Sirja ending this stanza on a positive note. So a look then at these 3 feature tables, which will be cycled out, of course, on the back end of what's going to be a 20-minute break. Shiina Okamoto continuing to hold court, and northbound, Claudio Di Giacomo has kept things exciting as the only 7-figure stack at his table, and Roberto Romanello the most chips out of those 3 chip leaders with almost 1.6 in front of him. So set your timers. 20 minutes from now, we'll return with more Day 3 coverage from Prague as Karai and I take a quick break. Stay close.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at WSOP circuit events, or take your game to paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
$75,000.
75,000. Seconds. Raised to 175,000. 175. 5 seconds.
I will never race again in my life. I don't know what's happening here, but bye-bye.
Seconds.
All in?
Call. It's all in and a call. High. Fold.
What'd you fold?
Pocket punch.
Good fold.
Oh.
Tommy fold aces.
You saved my life. I should go all in and I would be almost there.
What'd you have?
I can tell you in a few seconds.
Are you trying to remember it?
I try to remember it.
Oh.
I had a jack.
Just one jack, not two?
Only one.
Only one. Good game, man.
I had ace jack and I would have won. I would go all in if you didn't.
Sit open table 3.
He had tens. You were never going to get all in with him. One of us would have always re-raised.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Do not raise, I re-raise.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Then you say,
If I knew you had tens, I'd call the 75 and let you go.
Yeah, but it's big difference the first position. That's it. That's why I never play against you.
We always go deep in the World Series main together.
That's another thing.
It's really surprising. Two great players just always battling.
5 seconds. Sit right, good. Raise 35,000.
All right, cool. Sold in?
That's 337. 6 is all in.
One.
Players and parameters, you have 3 minutes left on break. Welcome back to your table.
Raise 80,000. 8 bucks. Sit 1 bucks. 2 bucks. 3 bucks. And sit 5.
What's for shit?
Sit 5 check. Sit 7 bet 35,000. C5 raise, that's 130,000. 1 130. 130. Five seconds. And sit 7 pull. Seconds. 6-5 bet. That's 155,000. 155. Seconds. And 7 plus 6-5 wins.
You might stack me that hand, Tom, if he doesn't raise. I think you might stack me that hand if he doesn't 3-bet pre.
It would be all in the last hand, of course, but
I had it straight. You have a flush?
I had a 9 and I have 2 clubs.
I believe that. You had 2 clubs.
And a 9.
Sorry? And a 9.
7 plus. 8 plus.
Oh, maybe.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
And a warm welcome back to continuing coverage of Day 3 of this World Series of Poker Europe main event from here in Prague, Czechia. While many are soaking up the sights in Old Town and alongside the river, we're here to soak up the sights on display inside our tournament arena. And what a sight it has been in terms of Shinya Okamoto. 1.2 million in chips roughly. Good for 73 bigs as things have gone to 8, 16, and 16 now. 40,000 in orbit. The price of poker. Ali Nejad joined alongside 2021 World Series of Poker main event champion Karai Aldemir here for the second frame of today's coverage. We are, of course, in the money with 209 remaining. 12K, I believe, the current payout.
Yeah, we're staying with this featured table. I think we have 2 new ones, though, as well. As Anufriev picks up pocket sixes here, another gun +1.
You know, it's funny, but I did tease that we would have 3 new feature tables. I was saddened to think that that might be the case, just given the quality of some of those tables.
Yeah.
And I would say popular demand has caused everyone to rethink whether or not we were going to send Shinya Okamoto elsewhere. Meanwhile, the Swissman bonus with Jack 10 of hearts, and the cutoff is made at 50,000 to go, and Colette's got it on the button with an ace-queen suited, choosing to flat Karai.
Yeah, again, ace-queen suited on the button. We saw this earlier against the hijack, I believe, this time against the cutoff. You want to just call sometimes. You can 3-bet as well, both options on the table. He decides to call this time.
What's not on the table is anything pleasant. 9-5-3 and a couple of diamonds. Neither player interested in this. You see bonus immediately coming off it.
I mean, Kolechka only had 20 bigs to start the hand, which makes it actually a little more standard to try and get his chips into the middle. Although nothing wrong with a call pre as well. Not much for bonus on the flop. However, 8 on the turn.
Yeah, and that'll give bonus an open-ender. Queen would, of course, be spicy in non-diamond form. Not looking to fire. The pre-flop aggressor continues to take the passive post-flop approach, and that does leave Koletska questioning whether or not he can snatch this one on the turn. How do you feel about a barrel of 65K, though? Should we not be hunting cheap showdown with the ace-queen?
Yeah, this is interesting. I would have checked this back, I think. Just like you mentioned, try and get this to showdown, win with ace-queen high maybe. He decides his ace-queen is not good enough, isn't good often enough, decides to bluff at it here. 65 into 150, and a bit of an awkward spot here for bonus out of position with the open-ender and 3 diamonds out there.
Yeah, neither player with a flush draw, and of course, the 4th diamond does show up, giving bonus the pair and the best hand. But let's see, I don't think he's going to be eager to barrel. Sure enough, there's the 3rd and final check. And now, if we're Koletska, we certainly have to be wondering if we can take this pot away with a sizable enough barrel into this 280. And it looks like he's come to the decision quickly, Karai, and he's betting what looks pretty milky here in 80K.
Yeah, just 80 into 280. This is the good thing about betting a hand like that, though, because basically all of the obvious bluffs, semi-bluffs got there. 4th diamond appeared. The 10 got there as well, so a hand like Jack 10 has showdown value now as well. And he's still betting. He goes so small, though. But what does bonus beat here with the Jack 10? He did river a pair, but he isn't beating any value. And just like us, he's probably assuming that a hand like ace-queen would have just checked here on the turn, which makes it even more difficult, but he's getting such a good price here. And he does call. Good call here from Jack 10. That was not easy.
Not at all, and definitely a statement as you see him looking over at his man. Saying, not so fast, my friend. Guts like that are part of what it's going to take to work your way to day 4 and beyond. Marcus Bonus well knows that as he's flirting with a 7-figure stack now. You know, at times it can feel like you're in quicksand. You win pots, you feel like you're doing all right, but the pace at which those blinds can go up will gobble up the value of that stack rather quickly. 90-minute levels right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we had 60-minute levels on day one,
Yep.
but 90-minute levels now, so very good structure, but still, as you mentioned, you can't fall your way to the final table, of course. Tibor pausing with the 8-3 of hearts here. Hijack, that would be a bit ambitious. Kolechka maybe still thinking about that last hand. King 6 of clubs here in the cutoff. Good enough for an open.
King, queen offsuit, a lot of blocker properties. Peter content to just flat it. So we've seen the ace-queen suited flat versus an open that was earlier than this one, and we're seeing the king-queen off, flat versus cutoff. So it will be a table for two.
Yeah, this one is definitely understandable as well. King-queen off here. Just play this hand in position. You don't really want to fold. It's a bit too good for that.
Cameraman off. Really right there, the ace 4-3. We finally get a shot of it, not connecting with either player. Da does have the queen of spades hard at work, but Kolechka is going to get to work repping that ace.
Yeah, and it works. As the open raiser, of course, he has more of the ace kings, ace queens. And could have thought about floating here maybe. King, queen high could be the best hand. He did have the spade as well, as you mentioned, but decides to let it go. Jakub Kolechka, the Czech player, over $1 million in total life earnings. Looking for another deep run here.
There have been a number of players that have impressed under that Czech banner. There's another one, Jaromír Hanel, 404,000, just 25 bigs. Look at Anthony Zeno and Josh Arye, well-known commodities over on the American shores, but sub-20 big blind stacks in front of them, a very different plight for their fellow countryman Alex Keating, who is the boss stack. And here we have a 5-bet situation. Can we bring us up to speed here as to how we got to this point? I don't see anything in our coverage other than Spidins was the opener, and obviously he's doing great against these fours. Jaromir's tenure could be very short-lived.
Alex anti-sweating an ace right now so hard.
Just one card away from a double.
Ace of spades.
And Han will get a reprieve with a sailboat. No.
Good game, sir.
And that is going to do it. Handshakes, GGs, and of course a payout, not to be overlooked.
And he's playing out of a rack. Just take the chips out of the rack. Forget it. They're not coming.
I want to say not bad for a day's work, but of course this is multiple days' work. 12,000 euros in the back pocket.
I just don't care about the pay jumps till you're very deep.
Apologies, by the way. I said Martin's Speedins. It's Pavel's Speedins. I work quite often with the Latvian outfit, and there's a Martins with whom I work. I'm not sure if that has something to do with it. Beautiful country, by the way, Latvia. Riga's a great city.
I haven't been.
Oh, it's great. Good food culture there as well. Not so good. Sub-10 big blind stack from Ilan Hanusi down there at the bottom. A couple of Germans there. The Italian Di Giacomo, though, with 9s, which has turned into a set on this ace-king high board. Your boss stack in Alilovic with these 6s.
Yeah, Di Giacomo checks it to Alilovic, who could have thought about a bet here, but checks it back. And Di Giacomo, does he want to trap again, or does he want to value bet here? I think after it went check check on the flop, it's time to put some money into this flop, into this pot.
6 bet, 36,000.
Goes relatively small here, 36 into 100, and yeah, pocket sixes didn't really connect. Have to get away.
So rather straightforward pickup there for DiGiacomo, and always straightforward. The intel that we can count on from our Jeff Platt, who earlier brought us a tale.
It is one of the most exciting moments of a World Series of Poker main event. 394 players left. We are on the stone cold bubble. Alex Andritas will reveal his cards. He'll be up against 2 10s, and he has the ace-king off. The classic coin flip on the stone cold bubble. Will the bubble burst? Yes, it will. Paint on the river. It is a queen. And with that, we are in the monies, and that race now really gets going to that €2 million first place prize.
You know, Jeff looked like he was staying up late for that one there, if I'm being honest. It did take a minute, and of course the coverage did not extend to capture that moment, but Jeff was on hand to do so. And we pledged to give you a recap of the bubble, but, you know, that's the most key moment, obviously, is when it bursts. Sean Deeb was at risk in an all-in the same moment, but he bounced back and is still in the hunt here. Meanwhile, bouncing it up to 110,000 is the Romanian Sirja, who has really held the deck at this table. Kings on multiple occasions, quality kit, top-tier holdings, small blind response, and now Onur Gizir with the King 10 deciding to dig in. Covered and smothered.
Yeah, in position, I like this call. He decides to see a flop. Of course, he doesn't love it, but good hand in position. Not a good flop, though.
No, 7-6-5, awkward. But of course, when we 3-bet in our opponent, even with that hijack range, decides to hang in there, we narrow that range perhaps more so away from this sort of texture. Of course, clubs could be an idea. That said, Sirja has that ace of clubs.
Right, yeah, Gizir could still have some pocket pairs here, pocket eights or so, that would connect pretty well. But of course, all the Broadway combinations have missed. And it's only 390k back, already 250 in the pot. Sirja decides to check and decide after. And does Gizir want to represent one of these pocket pairs here is the question. Grab some blues, grab some pink chips. Looks like maybe 90k. It's 75k. Just tries to get a fold from a hand like ace-jack of hearts here.
Yeah. And this is very good recognition of what he perceives to be honest poker out of that small blind 3-bet. And an opportunity to snatch one, especially with those middling pocket pairs you mentioned, Karai, still very much being in that kind of open and then call 3-bet range. So with that in mind, Sirja just elects to wave the white flag early. And
nice pickup here for Gizir. Yeah, Sirja could have continued as well here. Ace-king high, of course, beats all the bluffs. But, yeah, waits for a better spot.
What better spot than to have a big stack headed toward day 4 of the main, but no stack remaining for John Wozniak, the runner-up in last year's World Series of Poker in Vegas main event, eliminated in 226th place. GG to you, sir, as the dream of a European FT will have to wait. 12,000 euros in his back pocket. Meanwhile,
Yeah, they used to do that for production. They used to put out fake bills. Or they put a $100 bill in the front. And then
Josh Ari on the button here, folded to him. He only has around 13 big blinds, pocket deuces. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I think as we do see the jam, and oh wow, Fizenzo with 10s has Arya in a bad way. Good public service announcement there for those who might be apt to arrange a heist. when you see the cash on your screen, the outer bills might be real. The inners, largely fake. So let's not have a rehash of, what was it, Berlin? Where they pulled that off? Remember
I
that?
think it was, yeah,
Well,
2011 maybe.
That,
Yeah.
that was the one time they weren't fake, I guess. so.
Right.
Lessons learned. People that don't know what I'm talking about, Google it. It was a pretty incredible.
EPT Berlin.
They left
yeah.
a man behind, and then they went and got him. You remember that?
Oh,
like the
no, I didn't know
the people
that,
involved in the heist. Yeah, it was a while.
Pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah. I don't know if it's still available online, but anyhow. Yeah, these ducks have had their wings clipped by the Cypriot.
6, 7, 8,
Kasensu.
Josh calling for diamonds.
I get a full sweat.
Especially with Alice.
By the way, things really haven't been going Josh's way on the day for him to be down to this 201,000 last check. And he had, oh, wow. No sooner do I say it.
Clubs is coming for sure. Oh, it's 9 of clubs. 9 of spades.
A little bit of injustice for Fasensu. Of course, he can well afford to get doubled through. And now it's a boat on the turn, but still tends to be faded, along with sixes, which would counterfeit deuces full.
2 million.
Well,
Bro, it's way less than 2 million. What are you talking about?
and you shall receive, as Josh announces, 2 million.
Wait, count it again because he had the wrong count.
Yeah, he got lucky here, of course, with the lower pair, but totally standard hand. Both of them played there.
Well, while Josh is very much a household name when it comes to the World Series of Poker, when it comes to the European edition of it in particular, Jeff Platt is standing by with another one of them who plays under the Italian banner.
Less than that.
Yeah, now let's check in with the 2024 champ, Simone. How would you describe how this run has gone for you?
It's been pretty tough, actually. I've been very short until the end of day 2. Then I got back to a short stack. Then now I'm pretty fine. I have like 30-something blinds.
What kind of lessons do you take away from that 2024 championship run?
I don't know, like maybe how to play with a very big stack, because I got very lucky that time. So
Okay.
yeah, the final table was crazy. I had like almost 2 times the second in chips. So yeah, maybe that.
Play well with a big stack and get very lucky. That's how you become a World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. I'll send you back to the action. Thanks, Simone. I appreciate the time.
Well, there was a lot more than luck that went into that victory, which I was on the call for, and you saw his camp there to celebrate Enrico Kamoshi, a young, very talented player who's been making waves, a lot of support required, and look at all the support that Marcus Bonus has here. A couple of aces against middle pair.
And Quirin defended here with a 10-6, only 20 bigs to start the hand. 45k, not a small bet here, around half pot. Quirin probably gonna call here with middle pair, he does.
Four on the turn, with no assistance to the German.
Yeah, pretty safe card here for the aces. I assume he can comfortably bet this again for value.
And he looked pretty comfortable when he
He
deployed that
did,
bet, if I'm
he
being
did,
honest.
to
He
be
did not
honest.
look like a guy that was beaten by 10-6. But that 4 is just not problematic. If your 10 was good before, it's just usually going to be good here as well.
Exactly, yeah. A lot of draws out there still, of course. King Jack, King 9, spades now as well.
Which Heinz unblocks, and a lot of that's going to come together to see him calling another street, another 160 into the pot. And another 4 onto the board, improving the kicker. And was this a snap jam? I mean, Bonus really hasn't done anything to try to kind of make his hand look like it was on the fence about its decision making, and this is clearly intentional and designed to polarize.
Yeah, I think he said this. He said all in before it was even on him. It seemed like.
Yeah.
yeah, don't get us wrong. It makes totally sense to jam here with the aces. It's just interesting that it went that quickly. And, well, yeah, similar situation here for Quirin Heinz as it was on the turn. He's still ahead of all of these draws.
You know, that kind of extraordinary pacing from Bonus is inescapably going to have to play a part in Heinz's calculus.
Yeah, he's definitely thinking about that. Is that weak? Is that strong?
It was almost Grinder-esque. You know, he's the one that I feel I often see doing these sorts of things and living rent-free in people's heads. But now Bonus trying it on for size, rather.
Yeah, Quirin is probably thinking that with a hand like maybe Queen 9 suited, he would take some more time with a value jam. So this seems a bit polarized. Maybe Ace Queen or better, or a bluff. After having jammed that quickly. Yeah, difficult one. Just a bluff catcher here for Quirin Heinz.
5 seconds.
He does call. And sees the bad news. GG, Quirin. Yeah.
That decision so gutsy for his tournament life, and you have to imagine that the process that landed him this deep in this main event included other occasions on which he got it right, doing exactly that. But unfortunately for him, this one, he got it wrong.
Thanks.
Yeah, Quirin, good player. He streams on Twitch as well.
She's the game.
12K for him here in Prague in 2026.
It hurts. Well, you wonder whether or not Bonus earned that call in part due to the way in which he approached his action.
I would think so, yeah.
Meanwhile, Queens and Ace-King intertwining here as one bruise. Obrestad was the troublemaker with her Queen-Jack off and a 3-bet.
Yeah, Francis just jammed it in here pretty much,
Well, he's
25
left, yeah,
picks.
15K left behind, but I get what you're saying. I mean, this is a man ready to go. And for Gizir, 2 queens, I mean, this is too much hand to step aside, and he covers, which helps.
Yeah, I mean, this is under the gun +1 against under the gun, but still, Queen's too much hand here to get away, I would say. Although this is a pretty big jam. He's probably thinking aces or kings probably would not jam here right away and maybe look to 3-bet small. And yeah, Gizir in there. Annette has to get away. Big flip here.
These are the 2 specific hands that so often are responsible for, as you put it, the big flips. Over $1 million in the middle. Ace, king, and 2 queens. The writing was on the wall.
I think Francis has not called yet, and that's probably because there's a pay jump here from 12 to 14K.
You can help.
Yeah, can you call someone from the staff or from on the floor? Yeah, the floor. We don't have a screen. We can see.
Yeah, but we don't see this.
We can't see
I cannot see it.
I think 191st will get 14K, while 192nd only 12K.
Well, Francis took some time. Maybe would have enjoyed taking a little bit more. I'm not sure how many time banks he still had remaining in the effort to see if somebody else would bust, allowing him to collect that modest pay jump in the event things go wrong. That's an excellent point. If he does find the double, he'll have time banks instead of torching them. And it looks like, for the time being, that's not going to matter. As he's on his feet for good reason on a 9-7-4 board. Gazeas, queens, hanging on. Facts remain on the turn. One card away from potential elimination is yet another German delegate. Auf Wiedersehen. Did he snatch 14? Yes, sir, he did. 189th officially for Ninos Francis. And I say that as though that's going to make him happier about the bust. Of course, we know it still sucks.
We are like 4 people. I look in my hand.
Live and die by the ace-kings.
Yeah, GG to him.
Pocket 10s for Peter Da here, who's made it 32. That's just a min raise, Ribeiro. In the big with the ace-9, defends, and we look up at, well, 2-pair the hard way. 10-10-6. Breathe, Peter. Easy.
He does decide to check it back, thinks he has so much here, he just wants to check it.
He knows he has so much that he just wants to check it. It's nothing subjective about that. By the way, gut shot acquired here for Ribeiro. Da's going to let him take a free swing at it, and it comes in. 8 on the end. And of course, as played, we're really not so concerned about things like clubs and boats. Yet Ribeiro has found the check, Korai, on the end.
That's very interesting. Quick check here as well. I think he's looking to check raise here, maybe.
You think it's a trappy check? Attempting to induce?
It must be. They checked to the river. He just rivered a straight, and it's only 16K. This is just one big blind.
Did you see the facial expression? That man just found a way to lose the stone minimum.
Whoa.
Wow. I don't know what to say, Ali. What a hand.
You got
Was that
royal hands,
16K bet on the river? Just one big?
From
I think so.
58 to top.
That's completely insane.
There's no must.
He checked the 2 streets, okay. I'm talking about Ribeiro. Didn't bet the river when he got there, despite the fact that he shouldn't be too worried about a lot of things. And clearly that felt like maybe an ace-high looking for cheap showdown. He did block an ace, to be fair.
The flush got there on the river as well, but still, it was only one big blind. Wow.
Maybe it's the fact that it was one big blind. It was just too cute.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
Interesting
we'll get some opportunity later on down the way to ask the Brazilian what exactly went into sparing himself more losses in that one. Meanwhile, sparing nothing is the queen-jack offsuit. A min-raise open, and the Ukrainian behind in the cutoff with the ace-jack dominating and jamming.
Yeah, only 6 big blinds. Of course, getting it in. And Di Giacomo with a light open here under the gun. Queen jack off suit, but only 63,000 more for him to call here. Yeah, he knows he's priced in here probably.
95
million in a stack. He's making sure, but it seems like he can definitely afford these 63,000.
Sure enough, he is going to provide a spin, and he's looking to spoil the fun for Denisiuk.
Full jet? Yeah. Oh. No queen full? Good luck, man.
Yeah, Di Giacomo way more relaxed than his opponent here, of course, with having the big stack. And there's a queen and a jack.
Well, maybe some of that relaxation is giving way to elation as he finds top 2 somehow. Boy, cold, cold world here. As only the ace will save Denisiuk. Is Barry there? No, it's a cowboy.
Oh, that's a bad seat.
That's going to do it for yet another soldier. Alexander Denisiuk eliminated in 185th place. 14,000 going his way. Boy, there was some real sadness.
Yeah,
in the way in which he exited.
Understandable.
I get it.
And yeah, Di Giacomo, the rich, getting richer. Running well. Playing well as well, of course.
I'll tell you what, there's no shame in running well. Everybody understands that that is invariably a part, no matter how skillful you are, of winning any given poker tournament, especially a World Series of Poker main, where so many flips have to go your way. Give you a look there at the numbers once more. Not until we get to 135th will we see our next 2,000 euro jump to 16K.
Nine of hearts here for Lule, another gun +1.
Another member of that talented Chinese delegation. That's Hu Lule, to be exact. And that's Anthony Zeno with a king-queen suited. Pretty one in the cutoff, deliberating. Just 377 in front of him. In comes the call. Out will go the 8-deuce off. Now Josh, fresh off the double, king-9 suited. He could take a price.
Yeah, against the min race, I'd expect him to call. And 3 nicely looking suited hands. Let's see.
Dominating the openers 10-9 is Josh, but in turn dominated by Zeno, and he finds bottom 2 pair on the ace-king-9 board. Best of what's around, slips it.
35.
35,000 the declaration, despite being involved against 2 opponents from Lule.
Yeah, Lule has the strongest range here though on ace-king X. He has aces, he has kings, he has ace-king. His opponents probably would have 3-bet with those holdings. So he takes a little bit of a step, of course. Did flop a pair as well. He's looking to take it down right here, though, mostly. Zeno, second pair, calls. And now decision on Ari. Top and bottom. That's usually the most vulnerable of all the 2 pairs.
Especially on these sorts of wet textures.
Yeah, he knows he does not have the nuts, but 386,000 in the stack.
Do you like this choice here from Josh, just given the vulnerability of the hand?
I do. You want to get value. You want to protect as well. Ace queen is certainly not gonna get away from this ace jack. And well, you flopped super well, but you only have 72%, so you don't mind winning it right here either. Even in this situation where it seems like he has crushed both of his opponents.
This does feel quite a bit like posturing from Lule, but let's see.
Yeah, blocking the 9 is a bit interesting because most of Josh's most obvious value raises would contain a 9.
One card tells the whole story.
I see.
You guys.
What a nice outcome for Josh, though.
Yeah, he's happy to win this one.
Okay, I had the 10 of diamonds.
You are lying.
Okay.
I had the 10 of diamonds.
I think I also had.
Caught.
I was lying.
Me too.
All right, looks like Josh had it.
Yeah, I tried. There you go. That says it.
Glad we came to that conclusion.
Just one of the many accolades that Josh has under his belt when it comes to World Series of Poker. Saw there the PLO 8 victory in 2021. Meanwhile, Peter Da finds himself deliberating in the small blind versus a Tibor King-Queen open. And he's going to take us up another peg.
Seat 7 raised to 80,000.
Yeah, he's using his ace here to put pressure on the short stack. He has to decide if he wants to play for it all or not. Shina Okamoto, though, in the big blind has a suited ace as well.
Yeah, she was prepared to play this hand comfortably if there had been a flat in front of her. But now she's got to think it over. I'm not entirely certain what the perceptions of Peter Da are out of some of these pros that surround him. But apparently they aren't all too flattering, just given Okamoto has risen up and put in the 4th scoop.
Very nice.
He's under suspicion, Karai, and rightfully so on this occasion.
Yeah, very nice 4-bet here. Code 4-bet from Okamoto. He's putting the pressure back on Da. And that's a nice hand to do it with. She has the ace, of course. Yeah, gets the ace-3 to fold, but even a hand like ace-10, ace-jack offsuit would have a really tough time continuing here. Very nice hand here for Okamoto, and now we kind of know how she gets it done.
Well, you know, the story tracks for Peter Da and moments such as that as we see Okamoto in second. He hails from Norway, and this, of course, the country that brings us dots, or death diving. I don't know if you know about this. It's the belly flop, the intentional belly flop from the high dive, and they do all kinds of crazy stuff on the way in. Right at the last minute, they don't actually do it, but you know what I mean? They're not out there doing Olympian things. Meanwhile, hunting a gold medal here is Unikin. He's up to 3.5. What's going on for Espen? Flatlining at 18 bigs. Think he's done any death diving?
Possibly.
He's fit enough for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Although fitness is actually not a prerequisite to that particular sport. Those who are going, what are you talking about, Ali? Look it up. I promise you won't regret it. Little regret on the day for Yu Shi Huang. Kind of hovering around that 1 million chip stack depth. Hello, aces. Berman on the button, no less, where you love how under suspicion it is, and an absolute frosty one here for Gizir. Berman is not exactly lean on chips, Karai. This could get ugly.
Yes, this is small blind versus button. Pocket jacks, of course, good enough to 3-bet here for value. Berman just south of 50 bigs to start the hand with. Gizir, 140k 3-bet.
Totally straightforward response. And now ace is specifically in position, deep stacked, Karai. We often will see people take the passive approach, but not here. Berman just stuffs it.
Wow, yeah.
That's a massive jam.
It is, it is. As you said, you could have trapped, just called, you could have put in a small 4-bet. He decides to jam, though. He's just looking to cooler a hand like kings, queens, or jacks.
But is the issue not that Gizir has so many hands that, you know, you can earn more from in the form of a flat, and very few that are going to be willing to dedicate this many chips pre?
Definitely, yeah. I would not have just jammed here, but maybe he had a read on his opponent that the 3-bets are just value heavy.
How do you like jacks here? It's a really gross feeling, but it's also such a peculiar thing to expect a hand up in range like aces and kings to do pre-flop, and that's what's troubling for Gizir.
Right, and he just said this is just ace-king, right? And he doesn't know in how bad of a spot he would be should he call. And, well, I don't think I could get away from this one. Again, small blind versus button. I know it's a big jam, but jacks are a big hand as well. This could be pocket 10s, pocket 9s.
Yeah, it's just there's something really out of sorts about the jam and how well it does against jacks. The underpairs in particular are the opportunities you don't want to miss out on.
Yeah. But if I was Gizir, I would think this is pocket 10s way more often than pocket aces or even kings. And he does lay it down.
Wow.
Incredible fold by
I'm going to tell you
Gizir.
something. I think he knows that there's many occasions on which those jacks are the best hand, But I think he just looked at that like, I'm sat here, 200 left, sub 200 left in the main with 10 milli up top. I'm just going to pick a less murky spot for myself. That's incredible there.
Yeah, yeah, great fold. I could have not have done it. Although it's of course true what you're saying, Ali. But yeah, I'm impressed.
But at least you're learning today.
I am.
Perhaps meat left on the bone by those aces there.
I learned that there's a
For
country
Berman.
named Latvia.
You had to know that already. Come on.
What? You just found that out, Josh?
You should know this now.
I don't remember.
Riga.
Biga?
Riga. Riga.
Riga.
They have a very cool KGB museum there.
To be fair, you know, geography not really a prerequisite to being a top shelf poker
learned
player.
that
That's kind of.
The Titanic sunk in 1912.
You good? All right, I'll give you American stuff. When was World War I?
World War I was... Ugh. It would just be a pure guess. 43.
That was 2. World War II. I mean, amongst the years of 2.
That's World War II.
Yeah. It's worthless. It would just be a complete random.
1914.
I actually didn't know the exact year on that. It was like, what was it, 14 through 17 or something? 14.
I don't think World War is going to break out on this Queen 4 deuce board, by the way, with an 8-5 and a Jack 10 in there. The Latvian Spidins, the aggressor from the hijack.
Like
Yeah, I expect a small continuation, but 25k into 88 is what he's going for.
What's the money line when
He
somebody's
affixes
a
his
7-point
bayonet.
favorite? Like that's my genre. Like,
can you help me understand that? Yeah. When I see those ridiculous lines like minus 10,000, plus 800 or something like that.
Yeah.
Then they tell me the big free is like 863. How could that possibly be right?
I don't know the answer, but that's correct.
Oh, and look at this, Ali. Lule
I know.
decides to check raise here to 85k with 8-5 off, which is pretty much nothing.
That can't be right because then the other ones have to be plus EV.
Yeah.
I confess I'm a bit engrossed in the Keating
But they offer
discussion.
such bad.
Not engrossed in his Jack 10 Spidins.
Fair enough, yeah.
Hat tip to Lule.
I was already looking away as well, expecting an easy fold, but yeah, he wins this one with some aggression. Nice.
1,200 minus 10,000 plus 900.
There's a look at
If Vig is only 50 points, then you should just be betting
he's
the
done on the
highest
day.
one, right?
Second in chips right now. What have we here? Jack Lorraine. Counter table action. Picking this one up with the board reading 4, 5, 3, 10. And Lorraine betting what I'm being told. Not yet. 280. And it is Daniel Razai who is squaring off against. That is half of Razai's remaining stack on request here.
And look how much there's in the pot already.
Yeah. I know how thirsty you can be for how we got to this point in the hand. Trust me, we share said thirst. Unfortunately, those deets are not available. And it looks like Daniel Razai deciding to jam. Jack Lorraine made the call quickly. On our backs we go. Jack has ace-ace. And it's queens for Razai and potentially the end of the road. And that card makes it official. Paint, but not the type that he needed. And that is a big out there.
Wow, what a huge pot here. Super unlucky for Daniel. That was probably a 4-bet pot, but we don't know.
Big cooler. Back in progress at the feature. 10-4 tray board. Three-way affair with Oberstad the Razor. She's got herself a set. Nobody else with much on the stovetop. Nobody with a flush draw. Got her to go with those 2 overs for DiGiacomo.
Third heart here on the turn. No one has a heart.
Apologies, by the way. It wasn't Oberstad who raised. Of course, her in the small, Sirja in the big. They both simply defended against the DiGiacomo open. After the round of knuckles, it gets busy for 80. Simple release for the ace high.
That wasn't a very good
Oh,
seat.
and very quick call again from DiGiacomo,
I was thinking the same.
who does have overcards and the gutter, but 3 hearts out there. Dangerous. Only 8% equity in this case.
Now a fourth heart is such a gross development here. You kind of assume that a lot of DiGiacomo's ranges, the pre-flop raiser, willing to check back flop and then call turn, is going to include a heart.
Definitely, yeah. So gross spot here for Annette.
Yeah.
She's checking it over.
It's not the brag, it's just
The same thought process that we just had.
and then it's also true.
And
If you
this
keep
is an
going, then
opportunity
it's
for
brag,
DiGiacomo
right?
to bluff at this.
But good luck, my friend.
Thank you also.
I bet 120,000.
I had more chips too, to have
120
more
into
fun, but I just lost
270.
the big one with kings.
Oh, and Annette doesn't make a meal of it whatsoever. The line was just so credible in terms of DiGiacomo having a flush. And again, he benefits from circumstance and chips flowing in his direction so regularly.
Don't play.
Yeah, a lot of people would have just folded here on the turn. He called.
You just wait.
Got a little bit lucky with the fourth heart here, being checked too, but yeah, he put out the nice bluff and wins another one.
All right, Vic, I got one for you. Who created the first
Queen
writing
Jack 5 board.
First writing system, the Greeks.
Lay. Blind versus blind. Shot it up with the king tray, and now following through versus two unders to the paint and a gutter.
We're narrowing it down.
You're going to have to say this name.
Yeah.
Karai, you come on, just one time you stick your neck on the chopping block. By the way, he's doing the same as he's raised it up to 100,000. But
Panagiotidis? Panagiotidis?
Panagiotidis?
It's got the most correct letters.
It's just not fair.
If you mix up those letters, you're going to get most of them.
190.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
What's going on
Gentlemen, it appears that the zippers have been dropped. We've got ourselves a pissing contest.
Wow. And this is some old school poker here again. You mentioned this earlier, Ali. Wow. Lule wrapping a strong hand here. Obviously. He does have an overcard. The king blocking some of the value hands.
That's why they don't complain.
Like king,
they have
queen.
the TV over there.
But they just put that there.
And Panagiotidis doesn't really have much going on here. Gutter to the bottom end of the straight. He's still pondering though.
Karai, what if he raises it again, man?
I love that.
He's got 413 back. It would seem so impossible.
5 seconds.
This is what makes a World Series main so much fun, is you see things that it feels like you just don't see with this much on the line anywhere else. Multiple time banks. This man's not chewing on whether or not to flat, right?
Yeah, it's just 90k more. I don't know if he's thinking about calling as well in position. Maybe waiting for a give up from Lule and trying to take it down on a later street. But yeah, I'd agree. Is he thinking about clicking it back once more?
I mean, it is a good point that you make. When you flat, it isn't just because you expect to hit a 9 as your only path to victory, but in position, perhaps you'll be given another opportunity. And this man has just put us all on notice. Hugh Lule, your Colossus third place finisher last year here in Europe.
Who?
Man's got chops.
The check guy?
King 3 off, buddy. That's spicy.
Yeah, very gutsy.
Perhaps he hails from the Sichuan province, where most of the
Spicy.
spice in China
Yeah,
can be found.
true.
Club on club violence here. Advantage Oberstadt as she flops top pair versus a gutter. DiGiacomo again involved, this time as a big blind defender. Slips it over to the aggressor, and Oberstadt does not hesitate to sprinkle out the C-bet, 30K.
Yeah, DiGiacomo flopped a gut shot here, king 10. High could be the best hand here as well, of course. Backdoor clubs as well, although they would not be good in this case. Decides to call. 8 on the turn.
Giacomo is fairly sticky. Let's see whether or not Oberstad has another barrel on her mind. The answer is quickly no, she does not. And she winds up with aces up on the river. Wonder whether or not Giacomo thinks, as sun-runny as things have been on the day, he can just lead. Nope. Good decision, as only we know.
Yeah, he thinks his king high can be still good here. Doesn't want to bluff at this. Oberstad now, of course, with a value bet opportunity. After checking back on the turn, she didn't want to bet all of her aces on the turn. Makes sense. 150k, a little too much for Di Giacomo.
So Oberstad, 36% VPIP, and it hasn't cost her. In fact, she's continuing to cobble her way upward, and we're continuing to pay visits to Jeff Platt, who is standing by with Sean Deeb.
All right, table breaking here. You saw him on the featured earlier. Roberto, Sean, Tom, and Tom. This is a fun table. Hate to see it break up.
There are better ones out there, you know. These guys got some chips. They're trying to play good versus me.
How's it working out?
He got a little value bet. I called him down with ace high, you know. Just the old school.
You got a little. You got a little.
You got
Yeah.
a little.
Long way to go.
Long way to go. That's a good way to put it. Let's follow Sean to his new table. I mean, why
Can you carry
not?
my chips like the other
Yeah,
day?
yeah, I'm happy to.
Perfect. I love this.
You rack them up. I can't touch the actual chips, but the rack.
I'll carry my time.
Okay. Oh,
Is that
that's
too
nice
heavy
of
for
you.
I know.
No,
these
I'm
arms
not
aren't very strong.
Nah, you know. No comment at this time. We'll be ready for the summer, though.
86.
86. Okay, good luck, guys. Good luck, Roberto. Are we going to the end there? Go this way, or is 86 that way? I don't know
Is
where-
86 the first one that row or this? Okay.
Okay, let's go. 86. 86, we're going this way. How's day 3 treating you?
I won some pots, lost some pots, you know. Looks like there's some chips this table.
Yeah.
We're going to have some fun, it looks like.
Seat 8, let's see. Give a little scouting report. Oh, Elian. They'll be thrilled.
And then they're going to be sad.
They'll be thrilled. Okay, there we go. I'll let you sit down. You know, let me pull the chair out just so it's, yeah. The customers, you know, player engagement was a big part of my new role at the World Series. You think I'm doing a good job there?
I think you're great. You know what I say? You're obviously very hardworking. To get your position is not you're not talented
Right.
enough. So it has to just be pure hardworking.
I just outworked everybody.
Yes, for
I
sure.
just showed up.
Yeah, no one else wants to put up with the shit that you put up with.
Everybody else is busy. I'm here. Sean's here. Like 200 other players are here. It's day 3 of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. See, that wasn't talented at all. I was just here. See ya.
You know, a lot of speculation as to whether or not there's any ill spirit in that now well-established kind of Sean Deeb, Jeff Platt interaction, but all love. But leave it to Deeb to subjugate Jeff to a chip ballet as we pick one up here with Peter Da involved against Sheena. Ace-6 suited and under the gun raise. He defends with the diaper. And he finds himself a flush draw against top pair.
Top pair for Okamoto. Range advantage. Does decide to check it back this time. She doesn't want to bet her whole range and gets rewarded with a third ace.
94,000 out there.
Yeah, it's a bit scary to bet into the pre-flop aggressor here, although she checked back on the flop. He decides to check once again. Yeah, Okamoto now with a delayed c-bet.
1.2.
Important to kind of approach some of these ace-X's in this fashion, whether you have the ace in hand here or not. The bet looks a little credible, and look what it's managed to accomplish. All of a sudden, Peter Da saying, you would have bet if you had an ace on the flop, right? So why all of a sudden are you trying to tell the story? And so he's chosen to raise. And boy, he is really in a bad way. Okamoto with another 90K to call.
Yeah, Da didn't want to check call here with his 3 high flush draw. Decides to to put pressure on Sheena here. Expecting maybe to get a hand like King Jack in a very difficult spot.
And will be the next page, how much?
How long?
Big river card here.
Yeah, pot up to 400,000 and no spade out there. Ace is full. Relief for that 6 kicker just in case Da had a better ace. Maybe even something as strong as ace 7.
Yeah, she's even splitting with ace 10 and ace 7 now.
Right.
It's kind of tough for Da to represent anything here, though, now. Kind of similar to the hand we saw earlier today on the Queen, 10-10, I think it was. So if Da would decide to bet here, he would represent aces full. Of course, that's possible, but not super likely. But sometimes you want to go for it, even on those kind of boards. And Okamoto could still have something like 8-9 here, maybe 8-9 of spades, something like that, although not super likely. Da is thinking about it. 250, sizable bluff here.
Man. Are you in favor of this as opposed to just giving up? I mean, what would Sheena have called the turn with, realistically?
Yeah, not a, oh yeah, quick call, obviously. Yeah, maybe hoping that Sheena has a hand like, I don't know,
Well,
pocket 8s, pocket 9s.
Yeah, that is a gift-wrapped pot there. And all Sheena can think is, "Toma, arigato gozaimasu."
So it's not throw play.
Of course, not a slow roll here. She was thinking about raising, but pocket 10s for
He's
quad
shown
torpedo.
quad 10s already,
Exactly.
hasn't I like this Peter Da guy. Keeps things interesting.
But right now it's way,
Throwing
way
curveballs
harder
out there.
to move.
Meanwhile, Keating he likes to throw a couple of curveballs here and there. 7-8 offsuit. On the button, Zeno, ace 10 in the small.
Yeah, just 15, 16 big blinds. Goes all in, but experience in the big blind has him pipped with the ace-jack. And I think ace-jack is just good enough to get it in here. Of course, he hopes that Alex Keating doesn't have a big one here.
Yeah,
on
let's
the button.
not mix them up. As somebody in the chat referred to it earlier, this is the Harry Alan Keating. Or sorry, the Harry Keating. Alan the not Harry
So
Keating.
if I fold, I get my money back if I don't want to.
There, you see it. Out of the way goes the 7-8 as Speedins, unfortunately for Zeno, decided his hand was just too good to get away versus button open and jam from the small, and he'll be quite happy that he made that choice. Might there be unhappiness on the horizon for Zeno? Ace King 8 doesn't help him.
These balls inside don't like it.
Opportunities.
My 8 comes, you guys chop.
Yeah, deuce or 8 for a chop here.
No, 7 of diamonds. Josh is deuce.
Mallard. You just have to ask for the mallard.
Oh my goodness! The running ducks, the prophecy of Karai and company, giving Zeno a reprieve.
Pablo, please. No, yeah, okay. I don't want Anthony getting my pink chips.
Alright.
By the way, Zeno didn't look nervous at any point throughout the
No, he
process.
knew.
He didn't get on his feet. He didn't collect his belongings. He just kept his seat.
But that's the right thing to do, Ali. I was told this like super early in my career by Steve O'Dwyer. I remember this.
Oh, the shaman himself.
You should not get up from your chair. A lot of people think that's the right play, but it's actually not.
He is the master of the dark arts. Meanwhile, Marcus Bonus, ace jack of hearts. Takes us to 40K as opposed to 32. And Kolechkar, he's got kings on the puck.
It's just 16 big blinds for him. Does he want to get cute and 3-bet small here, or does he just want to put this in? Yeah. Just goes all in. I think he left a few chips behind.
Yeah, there's a few yellows still parked in front of him, sort of the in case of emergency approach.
Can I go all in?
And yeah, Bonus not even asking for a count. Decides his ace-jack of hearts is good enough to spin it here. And it probably is. Hijack versus button, just 16 bigs. Good situation for Kolechkar.
Very much so.
Now you can go all in blind.
Of course.
Or 25 if you want. I will look on the flop.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, the cards have not turned over.
Yeah, we're not on our backs just yet. You heard Kolechkar say you can go all in blind. That 20K is always going to get called if he delivers it, or vice versa. He'll call off with it no matter what the board is if Bonus were to ask for it. 6-6-4 and a couple of hearts. This is actually a pretty troublesome spot suddenly for the Kings. They're still a 3-2 favorite.
Good flop for you.
But that's a lot of equity to fade with 2 to come.
Forget it. 4. And then a heart.
6.
You don't want a heart again?
Both players lobbying for their cards. 564K pot. Can the hometown man
Ace on the river.
find the double?
6 now.
Ooh.
Okay, 6.
Oh!
Ooh.
Instead of waiting for the ace on the river, it comes on the turn. Disgust for Kolechkar. He could hit a king here on the end. No.
I win with the flush.
Cold, cold world. And that is going to do it for Kolechkar. Jakob, 14,000 euros for his efforts. The good news is he probably has a drive instead of a flight.
True.
When it's time to get out of here. 107 bigs meanwhile for Marcus Bonus, 1.7 million in front of him. Believe that's the largest figure that we've attached to that seat on the day. Meanwhile, Keating, troublemaking from the hijack. King, Jack of diamonds, legitimate open.
It's easy. Who's the dumbass now? Who's the dumbass now?
Show.
Just raise and take it for him.
Wow, you fucking bluff. Bluff. Fucking bluff.
We got a big mouth and a small stack. That's all I'm going to say.
Correct.
I'm angry about something else. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way I'm that mad about it.
The thoughts of Alex Keating were solicited by our own
Okay,
Jeff
they're going
Platt
up on
during the
stage
break.
next, and I think this guy had an idea that that's what was about to happen. Alex Keating, stand up for me, please. You felt this one coming, yeah?
Yes. So when I see these guys walking around and they come to the table, I know exactly what they're going to say. I've gotten used to it at this
We
point.
also have you here, Antier, former player of the year, Josh Aria here. I hear you guys are...
No way he was player of the year. This guy?
I hear you guys are having some fun, yeah? There's some... Is it like trivia or fun facts, or what's the...
Beat me at 2 million pot. We're having a lot of fun.
Josh said, and let me quote, yeah, he just beat me in a 2 million chip pot. We're having a lot of fun. Some other words may have been involved.
Yeah. We've been playing trivia, but he did just lose the big pot, so I'll keep it at that.
Says he'll keep it down now.
Fuck you, Jeff.
He said, and I got the FU. You're a world traveler of sorts. Your thoughts on moving the World Series of Poker Europe to Prague?
Well, it was already in Czech Republic. It was in Rozvadov before.
Yeah.
And I don't want to speak bad about it, but I had a lot of trouble in that casino. First of all, it's so far away from anything. And second, it's just a lot of the rooms smelled like smoke. Now that we're here and in a real city and there's things to do, I'm never going to miss it.
Love to hear it. We'll send you back to the action. Best of luck. Ascend, by the way, shout out. They booked my flight, and it was awesome. I had a great seat. I felt like Josh Aria in first class, living the dream.
Well, not quite during the break, but a break that Jeff was able to identify for Alex prior to him coming up to the featured table. There's the identifiers for our 4 social media platforms in which you can interact with us. And if you happen to be out there interacting on YouTube in the chat, shout out to you. Karai and I trying to keep a trained eye on the musings over there. And regrettably, Karai, there have been a number of questions on who is that with Ali in the booth. Is that Mario Mosbach? Is that Fedor? I guess.
No, it's me.
You know, it's you. Yeah, that's right. Push back on that a little bit. Oh, you know what those 2 guys haven't done? Win the main, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, looking to win this one with Queen Jack is Mr. Wheeler out of the small. He jams Onud with King Queen offsuit. Not going to be as blended as he was with 2 jacks. And he put into the bin correctly against aces.
Time for this seat to get lucky.
He is dominating in a 508,000 chip pot, the likes of which I think we're going to begin to see with increasing frequency as these blinds get higher and higher.
Jason Wheeler, who lives in Prague, of course, American pro, but he's been living here for some time. Picks up the flush draw here and a gutter.
Yes, super useful. That Jack of Spades still needs help. Help not given on the turn. Is Jason's run coming to an end? Only the river knows. And it's a wrap. King High taking down Queen High, a wrap of the rail, and the lonely walk out of here for Jason Wheeler.
Come on.
And perhaps a walk home, as you pointed out.
Yeah, GG to him, long time pro.
Too greedy.
Gizir.
Jason Wheeler, by the way, giving some insights about Prague on his Instagram.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah. If you wanna check it out.
Have you taken him up on any of that?
I've been here often enough myself, but he's pointing out the best restaurants in town, how to get here. Yeah.
And we're pointing out how those of you out there that are in the content creating space can earn as much as $100,000 a year by joining our content creator team here at the World Series. Vlogger at WSOP.com. That's the email to submit to in an effort to join the already robust team headed up, of course, by Daniel Negreanu. Number of the content creators also here doing their bidding and capturing it along the way. Martin Cabral's on a one-man team when it comes to that, though. He's not official. He's just doing his own thing. I don't think. I don't think we're ready for kind of his brand. You know. Meanwhile, ready to proceed as a flat is the Ace-Queen suited of
Niklas Deitmer. Yeah, Niklas Deitmer. Another one of those Vienna residents.
And by the way, another one of those who feels as though the flat with the Ace-Queen suited is the cozy way forward. Performing well against Peter Da and even better on an Ace-7-5 board. Clubless. And I don't know, what do you think? Does Peter have a post-flop check in him?
Well, if he checks, he's going for the check raise.
Yeah, right?
But yeah, makes a lot of sense for Deitmer to flat here, especially against the early position open. And there's the check from Da. Deitmer, you don't want to bet all of your aces here, but Ace-Queen is certainly good enough to go for some value. And quick fold from Da.
Is this Da 2.0?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Is this a new Da?
He did have a backdoor straight draw.
Rosy-colored lenses on you there, Karai. Well, it looks like Jeff Platt's putting in good work here today on day 3 as he has tracked down another World Series of Poker main event winner. Let's catch up with him and Espen Jorstad.
Well, he's a former main event champion. He told me he was in need of a good luck interview. Espen, if you could stand up for me for a quick sec, please. I was walking past him. He's like, hey, Jeff. You know, that's how the conversation went, yeah?
That's how it went down.
You haven't had many chips every time I've walked past you for the last 3 days, but you're still alive. How comfortable are you in this kind of 20-ish big blind zone?
Yeah, it's very comfort zone. I started today above average, but I haven't seen that many chips since we started.
Okay.
Yeah, I just lost every pot the first couple of hours, and I've been chugging along since then, just, yeah, hanging out.
I feel like I've never seen you get rattled ever. You always strike me as very calm, composed. Do you think that gives you an edge versus most in a big field tournament like this?
I don't know, probably. I mean, you're right, I never get rattled, and I feel like my mental game is one of my bigger strengths, but I don't see many other people get rattled either, really. I don't know, like, at least when you're playing on a high level, it feels like most people have it somewhat under control. I don't know.
Fair. Regardless of what happens this week, are you going to be back in Vegas for the World Series?
I will not, actually. This summer we'll be hiking and...
Cut it right here. Cut it right here. Thank you very much for the time. See ya.
Unbelievable. Espen Jorstad going to skip the summer, Karai. Jeff so upset about it, he walked away.
Yeah, reasonable. Very reasonable.
Yeah. And by the way, you know, when Jeff's saying, how do you feel, you know, I feel comfortable with the 20 big blind stack. I don't feel comfortable, however, when you come over to interview me, because we know what tends to follow. The curse of Jeff Platt officially deemed international after Cabral got showered. And Sean Deeb may be a little bit nervous. He doesn't believe in that sort of stuff. And we are waiting Josh Aryeh, seeing how much belief he's going to put in his ace-jack here in the cutoff against Spiden's Open. The ace-king lurks unbeknownst, and the third floor paid a visit untimely from Aryeh.
Yeah, he goes for the 3-bet here with the ace-jack.
Oh, and Lule has an ace-king behind.
Oh, and they're super deep. Him and Spirits.
You say this to suggest that perhaps he just flats?
No, not really. I think he's more concerned about Aryeh here because Aryeh was the one 3-betting. And against Aryeh, he would very comfortably get it in here. Aryeh only 420k in his stack. I would assume Lule is going for the cold 4-bet here.
Safe assumption. 225 officially.
But now, after Panagiotis' fold, which I assume is going to follow soon, action is back on Spirits, and he isn't going to fold right away for sure.
Is that to suggest that there are folds?
I don't think so, but I mean, I've seen stranger things happen. Ace King usually, yeah.
How much is it?
He just comes with the rip.
Yeah. Ace King is usually one of the hands that you want to just go all in with. You're not super stoked to get called.
By the way, Spidens wasn't privy to that King 3 exchange because those cards went unshown, and he's got no means by which to have, at this point in the broadcast, have had word come down as far as intel on Lule's friskiness.
Right.
So this is not a result of that, or he perceives maybe the man's out of line. This is just stone cold. I'm going to go with this. And you're absolutely thrilled not to get snapped because you know that there's a chance the man's way up in range, but he's not acting like he is here.
Yeah, and this is a big jam, and this is tough for Ace King. I think he's supposed to get it in here, but he definitely doesn't love it.
This is jam, jelly, preserves, butter, syrup, all of it. Yeah, this is going to take me a minute, boys. You see Lule fling out the time banks and chew.
Yeah, he puts Spirits on a range of Ace King himself for sure, but also pocket kings. He's thinking about pocket aces. Are pocket aces in there, or would they maybe click it back? Not sure. Pocket queens in there that he would flip against. Are pocket jacks in there? Wow! Does get away.
Show. No, this one.
You both show two? Yeah.
Show the two. Another?
No.
Yes.
No.
The same card, my friend. What the same card? You see? Wow. Fuck, you put the all in 18 bigs.
You can see where you can see right where that hurt him actually. He had aces for sure.
You know, either this is where Ren Lin gets it from or the other way around. But a lot of table talk on that, man, and now a lot of chips in front of that one. Latvia's number 5 on the all-time winning list.
Yeah, definitely very tough spot there for the ace-king off. Maybe he would have gotten it in with the ace-king suited, and lets this one go.
Well, we find Obrestad involved in a blind versus blind altercation. This was limped pre, check back, and now she's asking questions on the 10-5 deuce board. Answers coming from Kalibashvili. Flat caller with top pair. Now all of a sudden we've got ourselves a jack-high flush draw on this turn.
Yeah, Annette was looking to just steal it on the flop with some interaction with the 10 of diamonds there with her jack-9. Now an opportunity for her to barrel further. Of course, blind versus blind, these ranges are super wide. Kalibashvili doesn't need to have a hand as strong as top pair here. Yeah, I think we just call one more time for sure with top pair here.
So 55 ahead. Bring us to this river. An offsuit king. Obrestad has worked this thing up to 198K. Is she done? Or is she ready for barrel number 3? That is the question. You could see one pair plus club kind of big blind check back ranges that hung in there flop and turn. And boy, she's going to make this man make a decision for his entire stack. Wow. So stone cold is Obrestad.
Wow, yeah, pot-sized jam, a little more than the pot actually. 212 and 298, I think. And yeah, a lot of pressure here on the 10. King on the river, he doesn't love this card. The 7 doesn't really help him. That blocks some of Annette's possible bluffs here, of course. But he knows that Annette is such a capable player that she is definitely able to have bluffs here. And well, the 10-7 beats them. Yeah, he's looking at her, trying to get a live read maybe.
We've seen so many critical decisions for all the chips go wrong on the day. This one would go right, but you've got to have the guts to make that call.
Yeah, he's debating how wide Annette would go for value here. Is this just a flush or nothing, or is this something as wide as a king for value? He does call.
Wow. Credit where credit is due, as finally somebody clicks call on the river covered and winds up with the double. Obrestad gave it all she had, and she'll be left with 355K in the aftermath. Not a whole lot of chips.
Yeah, very understandable bluff there from Annette, but yeah, great call from Kalibashvili. Gets rewarded with a whole double.
That is indeed the Georgian flag, is it not?
Yeah, it is.
Last night, I had the great pleasure, actually enjoyed Georgian food on the first occasion when I was in Riga, in Latvia. There's a wonderful restaurant called Babo. And I found another Georgian restaurant here in Prague where I think there's quite a large Georgian presence called the Apricot. Did you go to the Georgian restaurant already on the trip?
I was at a Georgian restaurant on my first day. I think it was that one. I liked it.
It's excellent. Meanwhile, excellent is one way to describe the performance of Yannick Schneider. He's got 140 bigs in front of him. A lot of pink chips in that stack. How about Mahmoud Bedoui? 2.8. My goodness. He's broken a few hearts.
Nice shades.
Dude, this guy looks serious.
Yeah.
You know, if he was part of like a Turkish shooting team, he would also have one hand in the pocket with a pistol.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Remember that guy? What a legend.
I do.
There's a legend. Thomas Ashan, who came into the day. Ashan, maybe? That's right. With 2.1 million. Worked his way down and now back up. 2.76 in front of him at present. What are we cooking up here for Jack Lorraine? Near 3 million for the British pro. Some monster stacks beginning to take shape and perhaps some storylines.
I charge 2%.
It's your business, man. I can't see it.
Anthony Zeno, by the way, ace-jack suited here, is called the herd courtesy of this commitment he's made. Near all-in. Lule with inferior spades, a pretty hand under other circumstances, but I'm not so sure. Did he make the call? Wow. Okay. I mean, that's a lot of heat with something like King-Queen, is it not?
It is. He decides to spin it here, hoping to see a flip mostly, basically.
You know, in my part of the world, someone makes a call like that, they generally look up at you and say, this here's a gambling hall, right?
Yeah, definitely on the loose side. I agree.
Pot's kind of monstrous.
Also 1K. That's a dark bet.
There was some dead money in there from the open raiser, though, and of course King-Queen suited. Not a bad hand.
No. Now they're officially on their backs as the 2 overs and the gutter ask for that last dime, and Zeno happy to provide it with top pair, top kicker, and covered spades. He is, however, at risk.
60-40. Going to the turn.
You know, it sounds like a lot, but how many times does that 40 just rise up and smack you?
Everybody,
And no sooner do I say that than the 10 rolls right off. The nuts on the turn and seat open for good measure before the river issued by Lule. I don't know if that one's going to go down smooth for him. One of my favorite stories of all time is David Levy was dealing with a particularly problematic individual at a table, and he had the nuts, and the guy jams into him, and he verifies that the guy had said all in, looks over, he's like, I'm sorry, what was that? Before he says call, he just turns around to the floor and says seat open, then makes the call.
I like that one. That's a good one. I need to use that line in the future.
Oh. It has to be reserved, though, because I don't think Zeno deserved this.
No.
And it didn't come that way, but, you know, yeah, there's a heavy heart.
Yeah, good game, too.
GG's.
It's obvious that you make humor, but I think it's not a good one when someone busted that deep to say things like this.
And you have big problem.
Admonishment coming, by the way.
Never make it to the final table.
To Lule.
Is it physically? Your chips might make it. What's your name?
Luke.
Luke?
Yeah.
Unbothered, it would seem, by the etiquette guidance being offered to him. Lou just happy to stack the pot. We're happy to flip it back over to Berman.
And those two have been tangling before.
He and DiGiacomo. Look at the button, King Deuce offsuit. Raising it up, Queen 7 suited, 3-betting it. The gloves have come off. Let's see what DiGiacomo cooks up. Big little offsuits are an idea, Karai.
Yeah, I mean, they are, but yeah, it's a bit too loose of an open on the button, I would say. But Queen 7 suited also a little loose for the 3-bet, and
he's gonna stick around for the extra 38. Guy not afraid to play a 3-bet pot.
It was just a pretty small 3-bet.
Ace-6-3. Queen high flush draw plus the betting lead for Berman. Storytelling begins. King of diamonds of note for DiGiacomo, facing 75.
Yeah, and I doubt he's gonna lay this one down after calling pre-flop. Pretty much a pure coin flip here. 51% for Bermon with his flush draw.
Peeling. Giacomo is also just on the hunt for a window of opportunity potentially if Berman comes off the throttle here. And he's very much demonstrated a willingness to seize those opportunities when presented with them, but it looks like denial might be in his future as Berman comes with another shell and earns it. I like it.
Take that back.
Yeah, nice one for Berman.
Take it.
Gets the better of the Giacomo this time after making correct hero call in a way, but he was up against a better hand that was bluffing him before. Remember the ace-5 versus queen-5 earlier?
Yeah, sure. That one was wild. All right, little check-in now. We just saw this man. What's going on? Is this a popular demand thing where the ladies asking for another visit? What's going on? Speaking of ladies, Yushi Huang, 79 bigs, 1.27, kind of clearing that 7-figure threshold. She was in that 900 some odd deep range for quite some time, so picking up a pot. Doesn't appear it was at the expense of Mahmoud, by the way, directly across. Uh-oh. Now, I hate to point this out, Karai, but what did Espen just engage in moments prior to this elimination? A visit from Jeff Platt.
Oh,
and
you're
now
right.
showers. He's the international Grim Reaper, I'm telling you.
Yeah, you might be onto something.
He pushes back and he says, Ali, you know, everybody gets eliminated. Yeah, but they don't have to get eliminated within minutes of you coming over and offering up the kiss of death, Jeff. I'm just saying. And I'm not trying to make his job hard. I know he needs to go out there and talk to some people, and there's got to be somebody willing to chat with him, but it's alarmingly prevalent, confirmation bias aside. 9-4-3, by the way. Alarm would come in the form of a 6 on the turn. That would give Gizir a straight, but for the time being, a cozy follow-through for Obrestad with top pair, king kicker, and backdoor hearts.
Yeah, Gizir just check calling here with a gutter.
You think the check raise more of an idea in these sort of limp blind versus blind situations?
Yeah, I would think so, but of course he can still do something on later streets. This time he flops, he turns a pair.
That he does. I suggested follow through was the barrel in position on the flop, which implied that Annette had raised it up pre. I don't believe that was the case. So here she is with the second effort.
Yeah, just a limp pot here. Annette's king 9, of course, good enough for second value bet here on the turn. We saw her bluffing a few minutes ago. Of course, she sometimes has value as well. Gizir didn't necessarily believe her just yet. Third club on the river and an overcard to the 9. Let's see if Annette's going to go for thin value. That would be pretty thin.
You know, I wonder if she might leverage the bruised table image on the back end of getting looked up to go harder at this one and maybe get paid in this spot where she actually has it.
Very nice.
This is, you know, the good and great line, I think, is defined very much by behavior such as that which Annette is exemplifying here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with her image, it makes sense to bet this. A lot of people would be looking to check this back.
You know, we showed that VPIPs, you know, stat earlier. She's up there.
Right.
30 some odd %, I think, relative to the average is on the higher side.
Definitely, yeah. We saw her opening it up with the queen 7 offsuit earlier. Nice fold from Gizir, though.
Not the first time we've said that. He's been on the right side of those decisions more often than not.
True.
Obrestad filling the void promptly with some of Gizir's tokens.
They were good, they were good.
I gotta say, these oversized reflective glasses, it's almost like wearing a mirror out there. You gotta be careful peeling your cards. The right angle, somebody might get a glimpse. you weren't looking to offer. Well, here's an offering of a glimpse at the top 50 stacks in the room. A couple of Americans back-to-back, Stephen Jones, Alex Anton. We talked about Yuxi Wang. That's a 43rd place stack. Liu Leihu, 41st place stack for him. Stoika's a name we've mentioned on multiple occasions. There's Kachalov, quietly in 36.
Yeah.
Sheena, fan favorite, 35th. Other names as well, Karai.
Yeah, Sonny Franco is in there. Niklas Deitmer, we've seen him on the feature.
Diogo Coelho. That Portuguese flag has a lot of talent wrapped around it.
Roberto Romanello, over 1.5 now. Onu Gizir, we just saw him.
Benjamin
Make the laydown.
Chalot, that's a household name. Yazir, 18.
Yao
Yeah.
Ding, almost
Yeah.
2 million.
Rokas, that Lithuanian squad showing up. Alex Keating, top 10 stack. There's Schneider. The Austrians always an intimidating force. Couple of Brits in the top 6. And then it is Big Hooney with the big boy stack. 3.3 million in front of him. It is break time. Karai and I are going to step aside, but don't fret. In just about 15 minutes time, we will be back with yet another level here on day 3 of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Stay close.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
And didn't lose it. Didn't.
Wow.
Yeah.
In chips? Or?
In chips.
That's amazing.
Did they start bugging chips or like
No,
cash?
they went straight to the cage and they filled the bag with Euro for like 2 full minutes.
Wow.
And I was talking to Bruno recently.
For Tuesday?
Yeah, and he said that at that time they had fake bills. So most of the bills that they got were all fake.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they used to do that for production. They used to put out fake bills. Or they put $100 bill in the front and then a bunch of ones under it.
Well, I think maybe he means even the cashier had fake bills.
Yeah, the cashier had like a drawer with fake bills.
I hadn't heard that. That's clever. How smart is that, right?
Did they didn't get away with it, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, they did? They walked.
Oh wow. What were like 5 guys?
2.
Oh. Wow.
201.
Yeah.
It happens the same in EPT Berlin. 2012, something like that. But they catch them all, huh?
Yeah, I don't think there's any money there either.
No, it was. I think it was.
Let's see if we can get the mallards to work. Probably not.
It's 6, yeah.
Chop it up. 6, 7, 8.
Is that a diamond flesh I see?
The good news is it's TV. They give you all the time in the world to think about what
I
you
get a full sweat.
Especially with Alice.
Oh my God.
The mallards.
Dang.
This is so far from over.
The 8 of clubs is coming for sure.
Oh, it's 9 of clubs.
9 of clubs.
9 of spades. Boom.
Wow.
He picked.
Wow.
It could have been worse.
6 and a 10.
Could have been
Wow.
better. Oh, keep it clean. I really want to keep playing poker. 2 million.
Bro, it's way less than 2 million. What are you talking about? It's two. Wait, count it again because he had the wrong count. It would be 2 million if you didn't bluff me so much.
I know. Because we would have just got it in there. Here.
You still would have got it in. Open, 3-bet.
Yeah. Just fucking ship it. Okay, let's go. I play so good.
I think you play good like 95% of the time.
Less than that. Le-
$45.
45,000. One corner. Sit for like 80,000. And sit one corner.
All in.
Sit one check. All in. Sit 4-bet. All in.
Truly.
$786.
789.
786. 5 seconds. Seconds.
Free jump. Yeah, free jump. 2,000 more.
Seconds. 140. Here is 140,000. Two pass.
All in?
Yes, all in.
How much? 8. Really? 7?
820,000.
820,000.
820,000.
Wow. 50 bits. Has to be ace king, right?
5 seconds.
$820, right?
820,000.
Yeah. No flip.
Big fold.
No flip. This is pop.
Good fold.
Easy to jam. I'm happy that he has not like
Il faudrait qu'il me paye en fait. Il faudrait qu'il me paye.
1.2. I'm looking at the Great.
And we'll be at the next page, how much?
How long?
I don't know.
It's
I can't see.
40 players more. It will be very long.
Thank you. Just I can't see when it's scrolling or.
Yeah, I understand. Maybe you should wear lenses.
My eyes are good, but not from this angle.
But 250.
Let's go.
Oh! Ouch! Ouch!
One time banking.
Yeah, this. Well, it's easy call.
Read this with space.
What?
Yeah.
360?
Reduce height.
I consider raising, but sorry, it's not throw point.
Nice try, buddy.
No, as in no flat.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000. Say it to gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
One more time. Welcome back to the nighttime. It's the right time here in Prague. Check you. Alinejad and Karai, Aldemir, bringing you a third frame on the day. This third in the World Series of Poker Europe main event. New feature tables are upon us. Some familiar faces, of course, remain. And how about the first chance to lay our eyes on Big Huni, your overall chip leader right now. 165 bigs, cruising his way through this field. Blinds up to 10, 20, and 20. 50K in orbit will gobble you up in a hurry, in particular if you happen to be at the back of the chip count with sub 10 bigs, such as Stanislav Anufriev. And here he is with Dust.
Yeah, over 50 starting stacks already for Huni.
Now, Sareka Karolis of Lithuania. You know, I wanted to say of the Lithuanian delegation, and I probably should lean into it more because during that break I was privy to Poker.org posting an Instagram story whereby they're saying a drinking game should involve taking a shot or a sip every time I say the word delegation. And there might be some drunk viewers out there by the end of this one. And on the topic of viewers, by the way, we broke 10,000 of them simultaneous here for the first time, a new record for the World Series of Poker Europe. So a big thank you to those of you watching out there for all of your support. So you see Bhatti grabbing his miner's hat on the button with the crabs. Huni's got enough chips to have a little fun. 8-6 offsuit takes the price. Three-way affair to the Queen-Queen-7 board. Nines don't mind it.
No, and Karolis can just c-bet here. Let's see how he goes and handles this spot. He could bet, he could check. Makes sense to bet with nines. You want to get some of those overcards out. And of course, can get some value.
40K being considered here. Benefit of position if we do flat, and maybe that opportunity if check two to try to take it or hunt cheap showdown, but electing for more clarity, we just step aside with the threes, and Big Huni, of course, does the same. So first pot of the frame going to Karolis. Sareka started the day with 350,000, now sitting 460.
Yeah.
Now a look at Thomas Ashen. His 3.25 million roughly. Another big stack, Jack Lorraine also there to contend with for him. Shortest stack of Fabio Mur. Almost 20 bigs, so not really one of those that we expect to just only go all in. More so reserved for those sub 10 big blind stacks.
We have a clock.
Lorraine with the suited ace, trying to get his bearings with the tournament clock. Opens for the min. And Ashen with aces. Two big stacks.
Yeah, they're 120 bigs deep. Ashen with the aces is probably going to 3-bet here.
6-7 raise. That's 140,000.
What sizing does he go for? 3.5x, 140. If they were a bit shallower, he would go smaller, but being this deep, he wants to go a little bit bigger with this whole range here.
140K. And no further interest from Lorraine. Very much a function of looking over it. The one man that can end your day in one pot.
We've got one behind you.
That's the 3-better. Direct left also seat draw wise not great for Lorraine.
Yeah, very annoying.
We'll get a sense, I'm sure, as to just how active those two
Why you
are going to
always do
be.
this to us? That's too much. You have green chips, bro.
Alex Keating been holding court here with $2.5 million. That'd be far from enough to hold the chip lead at that last table.
Okay, I'll trade you.
Couple of sub 20 big blind stacks, and Antonio Garcia, and of course Josh Arye, who has been hanging around with those 13 bigs looking for spins.
4 plus 5 raise 50,000. 6.
King Queen for Panagiotidis under the gun +1. 25 bigs to start the hand. Does open raise to 2.5 big blinds.
Greece versus
A
Greece.
lot of players
Greece versus Greek.
were min raising most of their range. He decides to go 2.5. Doesn't make that much of a difference, when you ask me. Fisensu with a suited hand in the big blind will come along.
Swing and a miss on the 8-5 tray board. Same story for the King Queen, of course. Quick check back. Now the ace on the turn, giving Fisensu a wheel gutter, but giving Panagiotidis a reason to bet.
Yeah, he can definitely represent this ace here after checking back on the flop. Yeah, quick fold from Fisensu.
Always a relief when you're able to get that one through.
2016 WSOP Circuit High Roller champion from Greece.
Still at it, 10 years removed from the accolade. Vasilios started the day with 495,000. Meanwhile, ace-7 deuce, one in progress here. Zanette with the king-high flush draw against top pair with a diamond. Yannick comes with the flat of 40K.
Yeah, Yannick called pre here in the hijack with ace-jack. Makes sense. Some people 3-bet this kind of hand. We saw this earlier, but you can certainly call as well. They're very deep. Five of hearts blank on the turn, and Zanette tries to take it down here. Bets half pot, putting a lot of the pocket pairs into a very hard situation. Ace-jack for Schneider. Probably a little bit too good to fold, although he doesn't necessarily beat that many value hands here. I don't know if a hand like ace-8 might look to check maybe some street.
Queen on the end in diamond form. Binks for Zanette.
Stone cold nuts.
Yum, yum.
Yeah, it is 2 diamonds.
Verified.
650.
Wow, big bet. 1.5 times the size of the pot.
I like the moxie associated with this because when you go big like this, all of a sudden ace-jack begins to wonder if it isn't able to catch you out of line.
Yeah, and Schneider knows he's definitely not beating any value for this size.
Sure.
He does have the jack of diamonds, though. Very key card. If he had ace-jack with jack of hearts here, he would have folded right away, I'm sure. But with the jack of diamonds, he blocks some of Zanette's flushes here, of course. He's gonna think about this one. This is a flush or nothing, and it's probably actually a big flush or nothing, because Schneider could have king high diamonds here himself.
And he does in actuality have that jack of diamonds, and is that a card that lends more to us finding the muck or the call?
No, he definitely calls more often having the jack of diamonds, because now king, jack of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds are not possible, so it has to be king 10, king 9. King 8 of diamonds, maybe.
Big decision for the big stack of Schneider, which would be thinned out considerably.
He's also thinking, is his opponent really bluffing here for 1.5 times the size of the pot? Deep in the main event. Uses another time bank. Verifying the size of the bet here. What would the bluffs be? King 10 with a king of diamonds, something like that would make a lot of sense. Blocking these nut flushes. King Jack with a king of diamonds. The most natural bluffs. And she does call Ali.
Ouch. That's going to leave a wound behind, and you got to tip your hat to Giovanni Zanetti, who earned that one.
Call. He said call. Yes.
Well, listen, lady, relax. I did not say all in. 2.86 million on the back end of what is a huge transfer of power at this table. For the South African. Works his way up to the top slots.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Jack of diamonds made Schneider call here for sure. Makes sense.
She thought he said all in, so that's where it all got confused, yeah.
I like that everybody immediately coming to the defense of Yannick there. Sometimes you can have an overzealous dealer that insists that no, you said all in or something like that. It's like, hey, let's all relax.
Yeah, Ali's the dealer, one of the best ones we have.
Yeah.
I didn't even hear you say all in.
What have we here? Ace Queen against 2 10s. Sean Deeb with those 10s. He covers, but he is about to lose heaps.
That was a big one.
215K, all he's going to be left with in the aftermath. Didn't look like they got it all in pre there. Ace King versus 10s. Meanwhile, 10s in front of Thomas Aishan. King 7-4 rainbow board. The 6s defended. It did go Deeb open. McNicholas 3-bet. Then the jam from the 10s and the call, by the way, for those curious in that pot that we just cut away to. Here, on the other hand, it was just open raise and defense. And now a check call of 30K.
Yeah, Aishan just betting quarter pot here on the flop. He's probably going to do that with his whole range, I assume. So with a pair. Does call. And now the king pairs on the turn. Let's see if Aishan is going to go for some more value here with his 10s. The king making it a little less likely that Zhu has a king.
I mean, that's an above average turn card for both of these players.
Yeah. And I think I would look to bet here with 10s one more time. Just getting value against a 7, mostly. Also getting some protection. You kind of want to, if you want to check back with some hands, then you'd rather check back with aces than with 10s, because with 10s you're a bit afraid of some of these overcards that can beat you. And you want to protect against them. Bets 2/3 pot. Diamond draw possible here on the turn. Neither player has a diamond in his hand.
5 seconds.
And Zhu does call again here.
Understandable, wanting to keep an eye on Aishan, and it's 10s full just in case there was anything that was downing Aishan's strong pair. He's ironed that out. By the way, the fact that it's a diamond is very tantalizing. in the event that Zhu's big blind defense included some sort of combo that picked up that backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, he could have 7x of diamonds here. Doesn't really matter for Ace Shen though. He has pretty much the nuts. Of course, some combos of full houses do beat him.
Do we come with something Zanette-like?
A big one? Yeah, it's definitely possible. Just hoping that his opponent has a naked king. He could go for 650 as well. Yeah, the pot is 420, just like we saw in the previous hand.
I'm craving such mischief. And you know what?
Yeah, you called it, Ali.
Ask and we shall receive. Almost as though he just bore witness to the fruits of Zanetti's labor. Elsewhere in the room, he too brings the overbet, and Zhu doesn't give it too long of a chew. The 6 is in the bin.
Yeah, no diamond in his hand. 6 is just too weak here. Good fold.
So a little bit more of the heavyweight boxing that we're seeing now as we work our way through this third day of the main. Meanwhile, a heavyweight pair of queens in the big for Hugh Lule, and he's chosen to flat versus the Spirians. Hijack open with the 8s, deeply under-repped and finding middle set on an ace-high board. So dreamy as you have delusions of grandeur versus ace-x, but for Spirians, it's going to be a one and done, I would imagine, in the face of further resistance, although let's not get ahead of ourselves. 30K for now, the C-bet.
Yeah, interesting that Lule didn't 3-bet here pre. You love to see that flop though, of course. Ace, queen 3, of course you're hoping that your opponent has an ace here in the spot when you're having queens. Yeah, he does check raise, 105,000. Back on Spirians, this is a bit unfortunate. Yeah, he does fold pretty quickly.
Is it not so much hand, Korai, that we want to flat and at least assure ourselves the possible opportunity to pick up more chips, given that Spirians doesn't have to have a hand that can proceed, which as we see the 8s find the bin?
I like the race with middle set. You're hoping that your opponent has an ace here and you want to get some value of it. Of course, you can just flat as well and trap here, but yeah, I think more often than not I would have raised as well.
I guess sometimes all of a sudden Spirians loses his mind and decides to 3-bet you.
With the king high, yeah, we've seen it before.
Meanwhile, it's Nobrega, the aggressor here with ace-jack. Unfortunately for Zhu, who just had that L hung on him with 6s. He's dominated, flatting from the small with a suited ace-7, but out-flopping on a very cozy 7-deuce-deuce board.
Yeah, this is button versus small blind, which is a little bit different than button versus big blinds. Zhu's hand range is a bit stronger than a big blind range would be. Although he still doesn't have many deuces in his range. Nobrega goes for a quarter pot c-bet here. And Zhu definitely has a candidate to check raise here. Let's see how he wants to play this one.
I like it. 120.
Yeah, I like the raise. Again, just like in the previous hand, or like a couple hands ago, trying to get some value, but also protection. He doesn't mind a hand like Jack 8 folding here, which has a lot of equity against Ace 7.
I gotta say, some flags feel stickier than others, and for the Brazilian here with just the 2 overs, but position and initiative, the stickiness is exactly what he brings.
Yeah, I'm not surprised seeing this call. You can't just fold every time you miss the flop. Ace high still beating all the bluffs here.
Of course, part of the decision to hang in there is how frequently do we think that small blind caller is bluffing at this texture. Apparently often enough was the answer for Nobrega as he takes this queen of spades turn. And now that's a card that kind of does hit some of the continuing range that didn't connect with the flop. Maybe some of that ace-queen business.
Right. Yeah, Zhu decides he cannot really go for 3 streets here. Decides to check here on the turn. Nobrega, I was gonna say I assume he's gonna check here. He does bet though. Probably it's gonna be a small bet. 18 to 360 pot, already pretty big here. Yeah, I assume he's just trying to get some protection. Maybe check back on the river.
By the way, as dry as that board was, this doesn't have to be a card that hit Nobrega. It could have been that the A7 was never good on the flop as well.
Of course, yeah. Nobrega can... Oh, and he hits the jack on the
He can
river.
what now? Karai, he can just slap a jack for a winner?
He just has it now.
That's pretty deflating.
Yeah, and I expect Zhu to check again, and then Nobrega with a decision. Does he want a value bet now?
It does feel like value's available. A queen's not really supposed to be a part of the process whatsoever for the opposition.
I agree, Ali. This looks like what it is. This looks like ace-7, maybe pocket eights, something like that. Seems like if he would have check raised with the queen, he probably would have barreled after hitting top pair.
You see the brow of Zhu furrowed by the visual, which is Nobrega carving out a river barrel. And into 520 comes a milky 155.
Yeah, that's a pretty small bet. In position, he knows where he's at in the hand. I think he could have gone a little bit bigger as well, but maybe this is exactly the size which gets Zhu to call here with ace-7.
You know, regardless of what you might be into behind closed doors, on the felt, most players don't enjoy the sensation of having their nipples squeezed. That's precisely what Zhu is on the receiving end of here.
Yeah, he's hoping that his opponent has like ace-10 here. I mean, we saw him bet on the turn with ace-jack high. Maybe we would have done the same with ace-10 high.
I'm proud of the diplomatic way in which you just powered right past me.
I did not know.
It was very professional.
I did not know what to say about that, Ali.
Just, you know, leading into the milking.
I'm being
it's the milking, you know.
Oh, the milking.
Yes.
Okay. No,
you thought suddenly I just lost my mind.
Yeah, I mean,
How often?
you sometimes are losing your mind, no?
Yeah, that's fair. Well, not losing, but rather winning is Nobrega there. He's right around $1 million. Red nines. Do I make you nervous sometimes in here? Are you wondering?
Right.
Today's the day we get our pink slip. Courtesy of yours truly. Well, courtesy of the 2 nines under the gun, up we go. Lule's chips have been in motion. No dust being collected on that stack. 40,000, he says, the minimum. Very much the adopted way. And, well, aces for Speedings. A welcome sight, and in particular against this opponent under the gun. I think at this point, the jury is somewhat in that Lule is willing to get out there into the murk.
Yeah, definitely. He did have it last time with a middle set, but people don't know that. But yeah, Experience, of course, no decision anyways. He has pocket aces here. Let's see what Lule wants to do with his nines here.
Really, my friend? 1,200,000.
It is 1,200,000.
Excuse me?
1.2.
Did he just jam?
Did he just tell Speedings, show me the rest? He did indeed. This is out of complete left field. An unnecessary number of troops sent to the shores of Normandy, and this doesn't end well for the nines more often than not.
Yeah, huge jam here, 60 bigs with nines. He was, of course, hoping to get this one through.
This rates to be a bloodbath for Lule. Speedings doesn't mind it whatsoever.
2.6 million in the middle, and yeah, what an impression on Lule's face there.
Looks shell-shocked. No 9 on the flop. That's a man thinking, what did I just do? No straight draw acquired. 9 of clubs is busy as only we know.
1, 2, huh?
And no 1 outer. As a massive cleaver is taken through what was a great wall, but now is looking much less impressive.
Yeah, that was quite the big jam. If Experience was a bit shorter, maybe 30 bigs or so, I would understand the jam, but over 60 big blinds, maybe a little bit too much with pocket 9s here from under the gun.
What did we just witness? That was, well.
And yeah, Experience now up to 130 bigs. See it on your screen, over double the average, which is 52 big blinds at the moment.
I know my eyes are open, I know I'm breathing. I am in fact alive. But I am not dreaming. That happened, right?
He did 4-bet jam.
That pot went down the way that it did.
No milking around, just a 4-bet jam.
Okay. Meanwhile, looks like Sean Deeb's got himself involved here. We saw those 10s fall to an ace-king moments ago. That's what's left him with this 265. This is a John Ishak all-in. Yulian Kolev call. Deeb calling as well. So it looks like the side would end up being here between Ishak and Kolev. This is moments ago.
305 today.
Now we've got the 3 hands on their backs. What is Deeb showing off? King-Queen offsuit. Unfortunately, Ishak has ace-king suited. Kolev with ace-queen suited. What a great spot for Ishak.
Yeah, it looks like Sean Deeb was the one open jamming here actually, and gets caught by both blinds. Needs a 10.
And unfortunately doesn't get it. So it's going to be a triple for the ace-king high, and that brings the mighty Sean Deeb to the end.
I love it. Yeah. I didn't see that. What resort do you like?
Kolev will be left with 1.9 million in the aftermath. Ishak 925K. Meanwhile, first opportunity to observe Eugene Kachalov. King 8 offsuit, raising it up on the button. Big blind defense suited.
I know Morse unit connected to.
Oh yeah.
Nobrega picks up a gutter. We can say maybe for this breezy King 8 high.
Less touristic than the famous ones, but still like pastures.
Yeah, Eugene Kachalov, he was playing the super high rollers when I got into poker. One of the old school legends of the game.
Ace on the turn benefiting Kachalov, of course.
So I haven't tried too many others.
There's no need to, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if he wants to represent it. Just check back here with King High. Doesn't want to bluff every time he missed this board. Very understandable. And Nobrega just with 6 high here.
Well, we generally know this isn't a winner at Showdown.
No, and he could very credibly rep 6-4 here, for instance. Let's see what he does. He's going for it, it seems. And that's an overbet.
Yeah, and we've seen the impact of those overbets in terms of the perceptions of our opponent, but Kachalov not making a meal of the king high, into the bin it goes.
Yeah, nicely done.
Well, let's flip over and first opportunity here to observe Martins Adenia. Queen 10 offsuit on the button here, facing a Zanetti open. That mighty stack of 2.8. We assume is going to be upticking in terms of VPIP. And so questions being asked by Adenia from the button. Is this the proper sort of hand with which to do this?
Yeah, I don't mind this. The British pro decides to use this as a 3-bet bluff. He only has around 22, 23 bigs, but you want to balance your good hands out with some bluffs, and these high offsuit combinations are often used as 3-bet bluffs, making it unlikely for the opponent to have like queens and tens and stuff like that.
Ace, ace, 8. This is all Zanetti, but of course he is quite happy to slip it after calling the 3-bet and allow Adenia to tell a tall tale.
Yeah, Adenia can of course still wrap ace king and ace queen here, but well, it's probably not going to work in this case. Just 20% pot here, and let's see if Zanetti wants to slow play this or just raise it up here. I think a slow play makes sense. With a weak kicker here, just trying to keep the bluffs in, and Adenia picks up a gutter.
Oh, this would be filthy. 50 ahead brought us here. Let's see if he wants to dial up another barrel. Keeping an eye, of course, on some of those just pairs, pocket pairs that maybe are looking to keep a button 3-better honest, but cannot continue in the face of the second shell.
Right, he's targeting a hand like pocket 7s here. Maybe something like king, queen of diamonds, or well, that would be flush draw, but king, queen of hearts.
Yeah. 110,000. And as strong as trip aces are in this particular situation, I think call is very much the only path forward, dare I say?
Yeah, I think so. You definitely cannot get away from this, of course. There's just not enough behind. I think it makes sense to call, keep the bluffs in.
Yeah, raising would feel reckless and unnecessary. Now the backdoor diamonds come to roost. Lacking diamonds is Adenia, and let's see if he'll wave the white flag or go hard.
Yeah, only 3rd pot left here on the river, and now it kind of feels like Zanetti could have an ace. Diamonds do get there, of course. We don't have a diamond in our hand, though. Yeah.
Feels like a sound choice to give up. Especially lacking significance in terms of stack to pot ratio on the river.
Yeah, I don't mind this line at all.
Zanetti now. 3.1 million in front of him. What a couple of orbits it's been for the South African.
Yeah, insane.
There's the numbers on this World Series of Poker Europe main event, where each day across the 3-day ones that we offered, you could enter as many as 3 times, and many people did just that, given the 5,300 euro prize point, down from 10K last year. 13 million plus pooled together, 2 million to the eventual winner. And this is all thanks to the 2,600 entries, a record-breaking mark. 135th, the next pay jump. Meanwhile, we jump back into the action with Tao Zhu of Finland with 7s.
40.
The declaration here against Moors 8-5, which defended from the big and checked.
Yeah, Fabio Moore on the short stack here, facing continuation bet. Has bottom pair, has the backdoor flush draw, has some backdoor straight potential as well. Comes along.
King of diamonds. None of that backdoor equity that Moor sought. Turning up. Some of it, of course, busy in Zhu's hand.
Resting, so I had dinner after the end of the day. It was a
Yeah, I expect Zhu to check this one back, try to get to showdown.
Yeah, it was long. But yeah, I don't think it would change much for players to play.
Definitely has showdown value with the 7s against a hand like Moore has.
Yeah, you can rest
but cannot really go for value.
Maybe start earlier. Start 11.
Queen making things even more uncomfortable for something like sevens. Should Moore's chips move toward the middle with 8 high, it's not impossible.
Yeah, that's the right.
So that's why.
Yeah, Moore with a pair of 5s though. Like
oh, forgive me, I glossed over the 5s.
Yeah, but still, he doesn't have that much showdown value. He still is thinking about bluffing though, although an obvious bluff candidate would be 8-7 here, of course. But he is thinking about expanding his bluffing range here, potentially. A lot of stuff beats him now, of course. And he could get a hand like pocket 7s exactly to fold.
So you know the tournament registration.
Maybe prevent the cutoff from bluffing him off his hands himself. Should he have like ace-8?
Oh, look at this.
People that have to do like work in the morning.
This is not associated with the 5s, but more so perception that the hand across the way isn't going to be able to call. 70,000 into 190 as played. 7s certainly have concerns, although what is the bottom of the value range here that Mood is representing? Is it specifically the jack?
He bet relatively small, so I don't think so. And also importantly, Zhu with the pocket 7s blocks 8-7, which is the most obvious bluff. So
and that's problematic in terms of his desire to call.
It is, yeah. Yeah, Moore could definitely take the size with 2 pair as well. This is not only a jack, but a jack certainly possible as well. Jack 9 makes sense, Jack 5, Jack 10. Jack 8.
Boy, it's gotten to the point in this one with 147 players left, Karai, where the guys are fighting for every chip, and look at the way the fight takes shape here.
Wow, I did not expect that.
I think that's just, I've got ace-jack.
Yeah, wow. Wow, that's a gutsy play. I'm impressed. He had the best hand in this case. Yeah, he's wrapping that straight. Trying to target Moore's 2 pair that we were just talking about.
Tell you what, that'll boost your T levels right there.
A good improvement would be like to be straight on the short
Big boy poker on display. 1.3 million on the back end for Heng Tao.
There will be action.
65 bigs.
40.
Now the Cypriot
You think I
Vicenzo.
like my button? He loves his under the gun so
With
much.
King 10 under the gun. Goes to work.
He's still only one who has green chips.
Yeah, he's not sharing very well. They would look so good in front of my stack too.
Like 1-1?
Yeah, King 10, relatively loose open,
You just
possibly
said
the
it.
weakest hand he would open here under the gun.
1-2.
And Spirins, after doubling up a little earlier in the day, pocket 8s. Seems like a pretty comfortable call here in position.
Sure enough, he agrees.
And Josh Ari in the big blind with only 10 bigs. Ace-9 offsuit. This is... Yeah, against under the gun and a call.
He will defend.
Yeah, close one.
Suspect he'll proceed cautiously even when
Right.
flopping an ace, which he does here. Ace 8-7 in its middle set. Disastrous moment for Josh Aryeh. Spittins has this one in a chokehold.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate situation here for Ari. Vicenzo, the under the gun player, does seem it though. Let's see if there's a way where Josh Ari gets saved here. Should Spirin somehow raise here? I assume it's more likely that he just calls in position though.
Safe assumption. No rescue or escape for Adia as a result.
Yeah, I don't think Aria has called yet. He is thinking about this one. He knows that his kicker could be problematic here. Fisensu, of course, ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, all in his range. The button can have ace jack, ace 10, ace queen as well. But still, we flop top pair with 10 bigs. There's draws out there.
It's just overcalling is such an awkward thing, and it is an expensive proposition, of course, for Josh.
Yeah, I think this is just all in or fold. And yeah, maybe he's regretting his... Oh, wow. Very, very nice fold.
Let me tell you something. This man didn't end up with the jewelry he owns in terms of World Series of Poker bracelets because he's making that call and just accepting fate. He is actually stopping to consider the scenario and how well his hand performs. And just because he called and flopped top pair doesn't mean he needs to go down with that ship. Didn't deem it seaworthy and scuttled it. Meanwhile, he leaves behind Fisensu to proceed. And you can see the Cypriot not exactly keen to fire again. Note that Arya would have picked up a gutter, but
right.
Obviously it would have cost him somewhere around the rest of his stack, I would imagine, to proceed. And sure enough, that would have covered his remaining 150. 160, the declaration from middle set.
Yeah, very impressive fold by Arya. I thought this pre-flop call could get him into trouble. I think it was close pre-flop for the same reason as we mentioned on the flop, but of course kind of understandable. But then after flopping top pair, getting away from it, very nice. And yeah, we take a look at Spearman's betting here. 2/3 pot on the turn. Not much going on for Fisensu, who still hasn't folded yet though. And Ali, look at this.
He just raises, not re-raise.
Think. This
Yeah,
is a
he
min
has
raise.
clicked it. This is gnarly.
Be professional dealers up here.
I don't know how I feel about it, Karai. You?
No, yeah, I mean, I definitely would not have found this race here.
I mean, there's a lot working against this decision, isn't there?
Right, he's probably trying to get an ace to fold here right away, just wrapping very, very good hand, wrapping something like ace-8 plus here, kind of. Maybe ace-7 plus. Spearman's with middle set, though, is trying to figure out what this min-raise means here. He's still relatively comfortable about this, I think. I mean, he's definitely a little bit afraid of pocket aces, but still, I mean, we have middle set.
I mean, the board texture is such that pocket aces might behave this way in an effort to ensure that a little more value is eked out on the turn, but Spearman's will take his chances. He just doesn't feel like that's what lurks, and even if it does, he's got it covered. So he jams, and for Fisensu, a valiant effort, but a costly one.
Yeah, a little bit of a misstep here maybe with the king 10, but well, his man had a set. Maybe it would have worked against top pair.
Well, Josh begging for Speedins to show one, but in his own words, one card might tell the story.
Right.
And, well, someone who's always looking to tell a story, and it wasn't a particularly happy one, is Jeff Platt, who's standing by with the recently departed Sean Deeb.
End of the road for Sean Deeb. Felt like, from our perspective, a roller coaster ride of the day, but how do you sum it up?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of tournament poker. You got to get in some flips, got to win them, and I did that yesterday, and I didn't do that today. So nothing I do wrong. Happy with my play on all hands, so just on to the next tournament for me.
You never seem to me like somebody who gets too upset when busting in a spot like this after like a fairly deep run. It's always just kind of like on to the next one, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, this bust out is way less brutal than the other two this week. Right. So this is totally acceptable, you know.
With that said, how do you sum up your World Series of Poker Europe with this run and with 2 second-place finishes?
It's not done yet, but it's a good start.
He's off to the Rounders Cup. Represent the United States of America there, okay?
I will, Joe.
And the rest of the world. He always will. He's the best. He's Sean Deeb.
You know, yeah, Sean, you're happy with the way you played the poker. You didn't make any mistakes there. The mistake, of course, was allowing Jeff Platt into your orbit because that's when it all came undone. Just ask Espen.
It's true, yeah. It seems very true.
Meanwhile, Moore with ace-king here catches Aishen.
Has he talked to Jeff anytime soon? Moore?
I don't know. I mean, You know how, like, if you're driving behind a school bus, it says you have to keep a minimum number of feet away from the back of the bus so that children are safe? I think there should be similar signage
there's
when
a
you're
line.
sat at a
Yeah.
table. You know, Platt cannot come within 50 meters, you know, something. Just a safe. Meanwhile, the ace-king feels safe and continues to on the queen-queen-10 board. Brick on the turn, and now looking to avoid the kings. Oh, my goodness. No sooner do I say it casually, like, of course it's not going to come, right? Then it does, and Moore showered by the inferior ace for all the marbles. maybe Jeff did accidentally.
Maybe he was there, yeah.
You know, brush across his chair or something like that. The Colossus, I guess, is what we called that one. You saw the tagline there on A-Shen. Meanwhile, tagging along is Schneider in the big blind with a 6-4 that turns into a gutter on a 10-high board. Cozy stuff for Adenia, whose jack started this.
Yeah, he min-raised here under the gun with, or like under the gun +1 with only 10 bigs to start the hand. A couple of years ago, people would have just jammed or folded in that spot, but now a lot of min-raising is being done as well with a very strong hands and maybe with some raise folds like ace-10 off or something. This time he has it though. Good flop for the jacks as well. Schneider with a gutter to the nuts though. Does come along here. Only 120k left to play for Adenia. Yeah, 170 in the middle. He doesn't like to see this ace. Still should have the best hand more often than not, though.
Is Hooney taking a nap? Okay, he's back. You know, he did mention that the first couple of days after he got to Prague, he just didn't sleep. Says he has a tough time sleeping on the plane. You would think this deep into this tournament, he would have sorted out his circadian rhythms. As Adenia looking to sort out Schneider, 40k, and case closed.
Yeah, just take a little nap here and there. Why not?
Yeah, he looks tired. Tired of whooping everyone's ass. That's probably what he would say if you said that to him. Martins, 2.6 million across his career. Just 14 bigs, though, work to do. Back over here to Fasensu and company. Looks like Lule has taken the remains of his stack after he gift wrapped that big one to the aces. Ace 10 is what he's chosen, and unfortunately for him, he is dominated. But of course he covers. It is the Romanian, Stanciu, who is at risk.
I would sell all mine for 50,000. Whatever hard decision I have later, I'll have an extra 50,000 chips.
Just 15 bigs here for Stanciu.
But you wanna sell like 50,000 for how much? Like 4?
Brief delay before we get things underway. Now
Oh,
some
yeah, okay.
opportunities for Lule.
Well, these are more valuable. The less you have, the more valuable.
Also true.
Deuce.
Tens for clean winners. Club is inconsequential. Either party with the flush draw. 7 or a tray for the carve up.
No seat open.
And instead, it's a deuce.
305.
So
Unbustable tables.
just really reeling is
Yeah, but one seat was open.
China's Hugh Lule.
I want to ask, how do
He
they
had
get
like
here?
2 million plus, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like at least like 1.5 million. Very bad level for him. Still has a smile on his face though.
So we say no seat open.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it was 2 million actually.
Friendly guy.
Keating, by the way, advising Stanciu that the reason behind the no seat open declaration after he doubled through Lule is sort of giving Lule a reverse taste of his own medicine after that seat open that he said. Yeah.
Way more interesting for people.
33 bigs still well
They're just
below
showing
the
the good
average.
hands. That's why it's on a longer delay. They
That's a
kinda
good
have someone
structure,
out there
Ali. 55
looking
big
at all
blinds
the hands.
average. Deep on day 3 here. 142 left out of 2,617 people that we had.
Yeah. Well, Ukrainian Anufriev in early position here, about to take a trip through the blinds that have cost him 50K. The ace-8 offsuit, we begin to wonder if we shouldn't do something with it. But he does resist temptation.
Folds to Bari in the small blind. Queen Jack offsuit. Yeah, I think this is Martin's Adenias big blind, who's on a short stack.
Oh, wow. And he finds an ace-queen suited. So he could be slingshotting up into a much more comfortable position on the back end of this one, where he dominates Bari. Nothing wrong, of course, with the queen jack off rip. On average, going to be better than what the big blind wakes up with, but every now and again this happens. 7-7-4 board. Couple of diamonds lurk. No issues on the turn, and as we know, 2 jacks of the 3 remaining in the deck that Bari hunts are unavailable, and no surprise that that case card doesn't show up on the end. So Adenia now 560K.
Yeah, something to work with finally for him.
Get in there. All right, Gav.
Yeah, what, 180 all year?
I think perhaps in all of sport, my favorite form of commentary is English Premier League football commentators. They are the best.
Yeah, I was at a Premier League match the other day with Sam Grafton. We went to an Arsenal game. Yeah, great atmosphere. Very cool.
I can only imagine. How many fights did you guys get into? No, not that kind of atmosphere.
We had the good seats. Yeah.
You didn't throw any flares onto the pitch? No ultras? You're not doing it right, Karai.
Yeah.
No Green Street hooliganism?
Yeah, I think these days the German ultras are even more of a thing than the British ones. Well,
let's see here. The Frenchman and the Brazilian getting intertwined. Cutoff versus big. Ace-9 smashing things. Nobrega with just the nut, no pair. Do we call them the nut sixes? When it's king queen instead of nut no pair?
I guess so. Yeah, that works.
So too does the ace-9.
Which takes to play?
As the c-bet is delivered.
Heads up.
Yeah, just quarter pot here.
But you battle against other
around just with that king queen. Never know on such dry textures whether or not Mahio would just shut it down from here forward. That's certainly a big part of our decision.
I don't remember his pseudonym. I was playing a guy like really strong in a 500.
Yeah, now Mahio could bet again here for value. He could try to check as well at some point, thinking that he doesn't necessarily get 3 streets of value. He does decide that ace-9 is a bit too strong to check back here at the moment, though. 120 into 170.
The end of last year a little bit. The guy was
And
really
Nobrega still king high. Beats all the bluffs, though. It's tough to call with king high, though.
I mean, but if we are saying if you don't have an ace, I'm just doing well. You're not barreling this turn with a pocket pair.
Right.
So, you know, he also has the king of diamonds. So in terms of barrels with like backdoor king high diamonds, we interfere with that as well.
Fair.
And what has he done here? Did he just...
Wait.
Were we asleep at the wheel? Did Nobrega just check, raise, take? Oh, wow. Oh, my. You know, we got ahead of ourselves thinking that maybe this guy didn't have the samba in his shoes, but very much just did a dance and binned the best hand as we dance on over to Jeff Platt, who is hanging out with one of Norway's finest.
Yeah, quite the storyline developing. I know you guys have been talking about it all day. Annette, I asked you on day one how different it felt. And you said, not really that different. But you said, get back to me on that one. So I'm getting back to you on that one.
I would say I've definitely noticed a couple of things that I didn't see on day one. Just more aggression in general, people taking different lines, more 3-betting, more 4-betting. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's still poker, so, I feel like I can hang with them.
Does it feel like a special run could be in the making, or are you thinking one hand at a time approach?
Gosh, I don't know, don't jinx it.
One hand at a time, we'll say. I'll send you back to the action so you don't miss hand. Appreciate it. Thanks, Annette, guys.
Annette, I don't know how to tell you this, but it's not gone well for the last few people that have checked in with Jeff. So just let's keep an eye on her fate. Meanwhile, keeping an eye on Jack Lorraine's kings is Nobrega out of the small with an ace-queen off. He takes us up. You can tell he's got a little bit of wind at his back right now, Karai. You wonder whether or not that's on balance what has skewed him toward this response.
Yeah, he came to play for sure. This time he has a real hand, although he's facing an under the gun open. Did decide to 3-bet here to 170,000. And Lorraine is asking for the count of the 3-bet and also is making sure that he has Nobrega's stack correct. He's considering a 4-bet here, I'm sure.
Yeah, the aces sometimes contemplate the slow play, but the kings tend to want to shovel chips toward the middle, and that's precisely how Lorraine reacts. 4th scoop, 3 1/4.
Yeah, just a very small 4-bet. That makes sense. This is pretty strong anyways. You don't have to go any bigger, and you don't want to commit yourself with your range against the stack that Nobrega has. And back on him, ace-queen not beating any value hands in that sense. I think I'd get away from the ace-queen off. I understand
I think I wouldn't check raise king-queen on that last
that's
spot either, but not for the faint-of-heart
say.
lines or the things that we've seen from Nobrega thus far, and that which we are somewhat accustomed to from the Brazilian. Oh my, hang on. Whoa, we are in the uncharted waters now, are we not? 5 bets, Karai?
5 bets indeed.
And it isn't huge, is it?
I'm assuming this is a click.
$500
My problem is that he only has so little behind. I mean, this looks super strong, but
sure,
Lorraine has kings.
I mean, yeah, and by the way, he also has the sense that there are no folds in his future, so he doesn't hesitate to say all in, and yet Nobrega can do nothing other than fold, offering to show one. I think it's the queen that was revealed. No, the king, sorry. So ace, king, or kings, I would suppose.
Hoping you take the
is
5
where we
as
safely. Yeah, Jack, trying to live rent-free. 3.1 million in front of him now.
And this feels just good to just win it right there with the kings without seeing a flop.
Well, you know, when you snap jam there, it's because you just think this man wouldn't put $500,000 in there unless he had a hand he's ready to call off with.
Yeah.
And if you've got aces, Godspeed. So Nobrega, one to watch here, as he has gone high variance about his business. Meanwhile, a familiar-looking ace-6-6 board, but this time it is not a Nobrega king-queen versus an ace-9, but rather at the other table, it is an under-the-gun opener in speed-ins with 5s, and he is following through modestly for 35. Fisensu with the 4s wants to peek at the turn. The queen-jack exits, and we'll be down to heads-up. Baby pair on baby pair violence.
Yeah, Experience is happy to get some of these overcards out and got some value from the 4s here.
Well, I don't know if 5s are being assigned a value kind of range in his mind. Let's see.
Yeah, it was more of a protection bet, but well, in this case.
Yeah, the AVB, accidental value bet. Fisensu quite happy to check back, my goodness. 5s full of 6s on the end for speed-ins, and he's thinking this is a great opportunity here against an ace that was content on the arrival of the king to just check back and see what's what on the end to gain value.
Yeah, and you questioned whether it was a value on the flop. I mean, the man has 5s full. Trying to find out what the best play is here. He comes with third pot here. Spades did get there. Maybe he hopes that when he bets this small, he would get some of these flushes to raise, although of course not a ton of flushes in Fisensu's range. And Fisensu called with a force. He really didn't believe his man. Nice. I would have bet bigger here probably with the fives, but it worked out like to perfection.
I'll tell you what, Spediance really just hasn't put a foot wrong. Granted, he got the big booster, but Pavels has made the most of it. 2.7 million in front of him, coasting. And eyes on a payout that could easily equal or better his career total of 738,000. Well, if you haven't already, find one of those 4 platforms and engage with us on it. Of course, Karai and I have our eyes fixed on the live YouTube stream at youtube.com/@WSOP. But, you know, do your thing on Twitter, if you will. You can also reach out to us directly. Not on Facebook. Don't do the Facebook thing. That's for friends only. And for that matter, Instagram, I get the DMs, and I'm kind of like, this is usually trouble. You know, I'm just going to stay away. Not staying away. Zanetti with the Queen 6 suited, and he'll be happy he did. Queen 9 tray. Very dry-looking board. Top pair versus the backdoor hearts and some straight prospects for Adinia, who has worked his way all the way up into the 700,000 range. In terms of chips, brings 30 of it as a follow-through. Straightforward check call from the South African.
Yeah, a lot of good turn cards possible for Adenia. That's not one of them, though.
No, that's Dusty. Really not supposed to be betting that card either if you're Adinia.
Yeah, he quickly checks back. Maybe deciding to bluff on the river when check to again.
And that is a card that does draw the check from Zanetti, despite the fact that he improves to a king kicker. Let's see if induction is the byproduct.
And Adenia can represent this king here easily. He could have ace, king, king. Yeah, well, a lot of kings for that matter. King, jack.
110.
Not looking to repeat himself. Adinia declared 110. The dealer didn't clock it, but the chips will do the talking. And what's interesting is, of course, you know, Zanetti is concerned about maybe a king X that hijack opened and then took this small C bet and then river barrel, but he's going to find out what's what with more than enough chips to be wrong, and fewer chips than he had before booking that appointment is what Adinia is left with.
Yeah, I think this was just a well-played hand by both of them. It makes sense for Zanetti to check, and then, well, after he checked twice, he happily calls, tries to catch these bluffs, and yeah, 6 high Adenia bluff, also very understandable.
Now, I know Giovanni Zanetti is ethnically clearly Italian. I think this is a safe assumption. Playing under the South African banner, allowing me to just for a moment say that it is one of my favorite accents on earth, and perhaps the most difficult, the South African
The South
accent.
African one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tough, right? Because I either end up like sounding like an Aussie or a Brit, but I never quite get it right.
I'm not even gonna
Charlize
try.
Theron, famously South
True.
African, by the way. And then also that dude, Oscar Pistorius, who had the, you know, the Blade Runner, then he
not
murked
talk
his
about that
girlfriend.
one.
Yeah, that one wasn't great. So both sides of the spectrum represented. Meanwhile, 2 diamonds, 2 deuces, and a jack here as we refocus upon something that looks to be incendiary. Trips for Ashen. King high flush draw for Zhu. No shortage of heart in either of those chairs either. Fewer chips, of course, for the Finn.
Okay. 30,000.
Yeah, another one of these small continuation bets. We've seen a lot of them. as the pre-flop aggressor, you want to keep telling a story. A chance of trip deuces, though. Could slow play, but I assume it's a little more likely that he's going to raise right here.
7th raise to 90,000.
Yeah, I think this race is to 90, not to 290,000. Yep.
There it is.
There we
Corrections issued. You know, it's one of those things where Zhu is also observing the meta of this moment and thinking Aishan obviously has all of these chips with which to take a board like this as a big blind defender and just try to vacate my open with this check raise. Of course, he has far too much hand to do so, and now he's made the flush against these trip deuces. Thomas leaning over, asking for a clear look at just how much they're left to play for. It's 1.1, just 290 in there now, but a lot of spice on the plate.
Yeah, big development here. Aishan still likes his hand here with the trip deuces, but of course he's aware of the flush getting there. I assume he's gonna bet again, but probably not on the big side with the third diamond coming in. Yeah, it goes for third pot. That makes a lot of sense. Still trying to get value from a jack, from a naked diamond here maybe. Could probably still do this with a good jack himself. Maybe with a bluff like 8-9 of spades, something like that.
What do you like here with the king high diamonds?
Yeah, interesting. I think I'd mostly just call here. The raise makes sense as well. We have a flush after all. It's not the nuts, but it's most likely the best hand.
So neither choice would be regarded as a mistake.
Right.
You're fairly impartial.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it goes sometimes in poker. You have two options often.
So now for Aishan. He sees the 3 diamonds staring him down. He knows suited combos will be associated with the button opens. And in particular, the players willing to call our check raise on the flop and then raise us on the turn. But with trip deuces, he must proceed as he pursues a queen or any board pair. 4th deuce, all of it would work. That card, however, will not. So he will be checking, and note the SPR. Sub 1 ever so slightly. Zhu brilliantly setting himself up for a pot-sized jam. What do you think we downsize? Go for something more value-oriented?
Yeah, definitely an option. It's tricky. Exactly pot left, or like a little bit less. Don't want to like jam into a boat here, of course. So yeah, he's thinking about it, considering all options. Yeah, maybe you just want to go a little bit smaller here with a king high flush. Making sure that enough worse hands call. And for Aishan, this is tricky. On the turn, you're thinking maybe I still beat some value. Maybe a hand like kings or aces raises here sometimes, which we beat. But now this is a pure bluff catcher, of course. He does go all in here. Wants it all. Aishan knows he doesn't beat any value now. He doesn't have a diamond in hand, but maybe Zhu would bluff with a hand like king, queen with 1 diamond. These are the sort of hands he'd beat. Yeah, very annoying spot. You're loving this flop, of course. You're still feeling okay on the turn, and then you get raised, and now this big jam here on the river. Oof. Yeah. You can see it on his face.
Really annoying to have to bin it, but a correct fold from Thomas Aishan there, obviously recognizing that there is some frequency potentially with which Zhu can't beat those trips. But this occasion was not one of them.
Very nice fold here from Aishan.
And by the way, a very nice pickup for Heng Tao. He had kind of been suppressed of late. Now noses in front of Kachalov for the 3rd biggest stack here. Checking in on some of the stacks elsewhere in the room. Stephen Jones, 48 bigs, north of where we last paid him a visit. Just shy of that milli. I love that hoodie, by the way, the famous Homer Simpson gif.
That's a
GIF, rather.
Yeah.
Something tells me that one's not officially licensed apparel, but what do I know? Roberto Romanello, he's official. Bracelet winner with 5.4 million in career earnings, 185 and looking very comfortable out there. Yushi Huang, 1.5 million. Trajectory is upward as we move onwards for her. First check-in with Bellarmino de Souza, the Brazilians, with multiple runners remaining in this one. It's not just Nobrega doing the lifting. 50 bigs in front of Bellarmino.
Yeah, he made the final table on the bar.
Oh, hang on
if I'm not
now.
mistaken. Oh,
what's this? Pancho Villa. She's been to 40 countries and 60 card rooms. You know, Pancho looks like she's certainly in the twilight there. I mean, that's a few miles on the odometer.
Yeah, that's a regular.
No judgment, but you know, she's tired. It's 6 p.m. What is it? She's ready for bed, buddy. Pancho, good looking pup though.
25 minutes
Much
till
love to
supper. You wanna get
Pancho. What happens if Pancho gives you the signal that it's time to go outside for a wee, and you're just in there tanking? Like, do you just? I mean, you know, could get awkward. I'm just saying, logistically.
I assume Poncho knows the rules of card room. She's been to 40 of them. No,
but
60.
she's old, bro. I mean, you know, it's tough to kind of to pinch it off that long. She could end up with an inadvertent steamer in your lap. That would be brutal. Just saying. Meanwhile, steaming ahead with the 8-9 of clubs from the small blind is Vicenzu here. Aryeh
Very slow. Very slow.
digging in. He'll be thrilled to actually have the best hand.
It's a fair fight.
Yeah, he probably didn't expect to be ahead here when called.
Yeah.
How much is this? 6 big blinds, 7 big blinds?
He's left himself 5K after opening, so there is a pay jump, I'm hearing, 135.
We want to keep the whole same
He's
crew
hoping for a couple of
together.
people to bust.
Keep the crew together. Chop it up somehow.
Yeah, 135th gets 16,000, so it's a 2K pay jump.
Oh, okay. He already did make the call then? I thought we were still waiting on that last chip. Are we not on our backs? Is that it? What's going on? Why am I confused?
I think they're all in already.
You know, the pictures tell one story. Sometimes the graphics tell another. The Queen 4 looks like it's ready to haul in this 320K and keep Josh in his seat. But, of course, ugly 8s and 9s would be disastrous. Instead,
You play good. You play good. You play good.
Well, Queen High wins.
take it down.
I like the boss.
Yeah.
Josh showing some resilience. Tough out, that man right there. Lurking at the bottom of the count on this leaderboard.
Cintula with the queens here under the gun.
45K to go. Oh my goodness, Lorraine with aces. A spoonful of medicine. He found the kings not long ago. Took a half a milli off of Nobrega and now prepared to do more of the same. Andrzej Cintula of Slovakia in a world of hurt. Little does he realize it. Probably doesn't mind the 110K 3-bet, in particular off of a stack deep enough to be doing so with far less than queens.
Right, yeah, 2.5x 3-bet here, and Cintulan just 35 bigs to start the hand. Queens, although he opened under the gun, probably good enough to get it in here. He's thinking about it though. different options on the table. He could just jam, he could click, he could just call the 3-bet, keep the bluffs in.
Mulling over all of his options off of 650.
Yeah, against an aggressive opponent though, yeah, he does go for it. He's gonna see the bad news here.
It's just, you wait so long, Karai, for a moment like this with 135 remaining that you think at long last the double is mine, I've caught somebody, and instead you're the one in the trap. 11% equity though. Scintilla on his feet for good reason, but stranger things have happened on the day. 1.4 million chip pot. Is Lorraine gonna vault forward even further? Certainly looks that way on a King-King-10 board, especially given one of the needed queens is busy.
Yeah, just 7% for him.
Less than that now. One pull, not one queen. And it's not going to happen. GG, sir. Dethroned, but a knuckle bump for Jack Lorraine on the way out. Lorraine says it's his first time playing the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Rarely plays live poker, and this is now his new largest ever live cash. How about that?
Yeah, and up to 4 million already. 200 big blinds here on day 3.
It's just wild.
Could be our chip leader. As we see the tournament room here.
What's going on? Full board delivered, 3-9 Jack, 6-5. Outer table action. Pot was about 700,000 before Shina Okamoto decided to jam here. For Veloso, it's 4 1/4 to call. He has made the call. He's rolling his hand face up, but he is on his feet. It is King 5 versus aces. He called with just a 5 on the river, Karai?
Yeah, he didn't believe Sheena. It seems we don't know the action here, but definitely was a bluff catcher. And Sheena with the aces up to 2 million.
Well.
Over 2 million, I think.
Certainly seems like there's still opportunity knocking, even with 133 remaining here in the main. King Jack 9, meanwhile, is Hooney knocks on Adenia. This is top 2 versus top and bottom. Problems on the horizon, forgive the obvious. This is under the gun versus big. That might be some saving grace coupled with that monotone board texture for Adenia in the face of continued pressure.
Yeah, flops 2 pair. It's a little bit scary though, of course, with all of those diamonds and straights possible.
Stone brick on the turn. Adenia is likely to tread lightly.
And Big Hooney knows these situations so well. He usually knows where he's in a hand. He knows he mostly has the best hand here. Is gonna go for some more value. 130 into 180, 2/3 pot. And I don't think Adenia can do anything but call here. He is thinking about jamming as well. But yeah, call definitely the standard play. Cannot get away here. Does still beat some value. Big Hooney could have aces, something like that. Ace, king, king, queen.
Now a 4th diamond on the end. Never mind a second deuce. Not that we're so worried about such things, but certainly that flush staring both of these hands down.
And yeah, this is probably gonna save Adenia. I don't want to speak too soon, but yeah, Big Huni is still thinking about it. Can he still value bet?
I mean, they're playing 355 effective. He could try to put max pressure on a diamond, but instead he's happy to check back, and even happier to see no diamond.
Yeah, he was considering it. Can he get a better hand to fold? Can he get a worse hand to call? He decides to check back.
Well, I'm being told that we have a huge elimination elsewhere in the field right now. Wonder who that could be. Allegedly, we're going to be getting down to it. Don't leave us in suspense here as you see your 2024 High Roller champ. Such an emotional victory for Huni that summer in Vegas. Who's it? Oh, no. Poncho's out? Wait, but like, do we have a pulse? What's his... No, come on, guys. Do we need a medic? What's going on here? Is Poncho's just tapped? It seems like there's still life in the animal. That's slightly morbid organ music there, or whatever that was. Okay. That was not the elimination I suspected we were going to go to. If I'm being honest, the truck having a little bit of fun with us there. Keating's been having fun on the day. 9-7 offsuit. Limps against Dansiu, who's happy to C3 for no further charges. Bottom 2 on a queen high board for him.
Yeah, and Stanchu, after just seeing this flop for free, of course, very happy with this development. Does just bet one big blind. Keating just 9 high. It's a limp pot though. Hasn't folded yet.
We don't need to fight for every pot, do we? Oh, well, I guess we do.
He disagrees with you.
And this is so on brand for Keating, isn't it?
It is, yeah. 80,000, just, well, tries to win it right here, put some pressure right away on a hand like just a single deuce, for example. Stanchi with 2 pair, though, is not gonna mind this at all.
He's kind of wondering, this board's so dry. Does he want to maybe just flat and allow Keating to do a little blasting? But it sounds like he's pushed back.
Yeah, I think I heard a race announced.
140 or 150?
150 was it? 140 even.
It's just a click back here. 60,000 more for Keating to call. It's just trying to get some more money off a queen. Or maybe induce Keating, or maybe clicking it back once more, Ali? What do you think? What's going on here?
Oh, no, stop. Come on. Surely at this point we're going to give this man credit. I mean, 140 of 520. I can just end you. This is not mischief in my eyes. But sometimes we know it's not mischief. It's just not good enough to actually call off the rest is the thought.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Keating is going to put it all in here, but, well, maybe he's trying to click it back once more. He's grabbing chips, indeed.
This is the lesser explored parts of the game.
This is fun.
I don't know that that's the reaction Stansiu has to this. I know he has bottom 2. It's heaps of hand. But obviously this is the main with 132 left, Karai. 10 milli up top. I've been harping on the point, but there are very strange things that does to us psychologically. We are mortals, we are humans underneath it all.
Yeah, he's not thinking, does he really have me beat? But, well, 2 pair, I don't think he's gonna fold. Just 380k behind, 320 after after a potential call. Let's see if he wants to click it back once more. He does call. And Keating has 7% equity here.
I mean, does he think that there's ever a world in which unimproved he's going to be able to win this pot? And obviously he's drawing dead, but only we know that.
I think he was mainly just hoping to win it right there and catch a bluff, of course. But, well, I think the call now looks pretty strong.
Realistically, how often was he going to win it right there, though, is my question. That 200?
Yeah.
You know, that 140 off of 520, is it just going to get orphaned?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to work out so often. He didn't risk that much, but yeah, I mostly agree with you.
Looks like Keating is all done. Checking it over.
And weird spot for Stanciu now. I mean, he just got 4-bet here, and now he's being checked too. So what is this? Is this always... Is this polarized here? Is this a... Can this still be one pair for value, a hand like aces? Would they play that way? I kind of doubt it. Yeah, he just puts it in here, just 2/3 pot left. Oh, excuse me.
No, it wasn't all of it. It's 100,000, but
yeah.
It's... Yeah, I think... If Keating were to check jam this, I'm done just making any suppositions about action.
I mean... he could min raise, but I mean, come on. Alex. Behave.
Alex.
Maybe.
Yeah. I don't think 9-high was the winner. By the way, some suggesting that Stanciu has Johnny Depp vibes about him. Not full Jack Sparrow.
I can
in a red polo,
see it a little bit, yeah.
Look, we got to grow the hair out, and then maybe a parrot on the shoulder, coupled with more of a swashbuckling bit of attire. Meanwhile, Aishen, pocket fours up front. Says 45 if you do. Kolev, baby suited ace. Not really looking to dance. Not so much going on behind him. Kachelov, ace queen. Little lip lick.
Yeah, could call in position, could raise. We've seen this before. Think he did 3-bet. And Nobrega, our Brazilian, with pocket 9s on the button. 28 bigs for him to start the hand.
5 seconds. All in.
Does the oh my goodness. Finds the rip. Are you in favor of this?
I think I would have folded, but this could work actually against ace queen specifically.
I gotta give the kid credit, Karai, just because the sort of more aggressive approach hasn't yielded fruit across the last few times in which we've observed it, doesn't mean he's abandoned that ship.
Right.
He is willing to go down with it, and on this occasion, it could work out handsomely for him. Kachelov asking for the count, 405,000 more for him to call. He can well afford to make that call, but the question becomes, how well is this ace-queen offsuit performing against this button 4-bet jam?
Yeah, he's getting pretty much 2-1, but well, he isn't sure if Nobrega is really doing it with a hand like pocket 9s, and if he isn't, if he maybe is even folding pocket 10s, then ace queen isn't really looking good here at all, even getting 2-1. But he has seen Nobrega being aggressive.
I feel less good than when I take 5 minutes off.
Tough one. He's doing the math.
I think he has ace queen.
Oh, and I heard somebody saying, I think he has ace queen. Good call.
And a good fold. Just given what we know about the 9s being in front, but of course, Kachelov had plenty of equity, could have chosen to gamble.
Yeah, nice pickup for Nobrega there.
Been a minute.
Maybe, yeah.
Since chips have come home with new friends.
Yeah, could be.
If it would be on TV,
all that effort for nothing.
It would be best hand. For
Sevens now for
I only did it because
REA.
was going to be on TV, and I really don't want to get bluffed on TV. I thought my 9 high
to
was
work.
good, and
I should check.
16 bigs to start the hand for him. Min raise.
Keating just wants to play him all, doesn't he?
He does have an ace. Could 3-bet small. It is pretty out there again, though.
You know, it's interesting because the better known Alan Keating in terms of poker coverage that's being streamed is, of course, Alan, not Alex. And there is something about their DNA that feels somewhat similar in terms of this proclivity toward mischief.
Yeah, Alex, legend of the game as well, of course. He's made so many deep runs in these big fields.
His chip graphs are not really the slow and steady kind of ones. It's all over the place.
A difficult one for Josh here with the sevens. I feel like against a lot of guys I would get away, but against Alex? All options seem on the table here. Once again, he could fold, he could jam. If he doesn't believe his opponent, he could call. Getting a good price. 129 left. Players are gonna go on a dinner break pretty soon.
Josh declares all in. I think specifically against Keating, he's much more willing to do this. You see Alex grinning. Well, a small infusion of capital into the REA fund there. And that is a nice note on which to head toward that dinner break shortly. 16% VPIP, but his stack really hasn't afforded a lot of opportunity for him to get in there and play the kind of poker that we know he's capable of.
Right, and yeah, that was just a good read here, picking up those chips.
Well, it looks like sevens have been issued elsewhere in the room to Tao Zhu. Min raise open here, and Lorraine on his left wakes up with AK.
He's been very active. He's been picking up hands, though.
Yeah, it's been legitimate activity.
Yeah.
But the thing is, not all of those hands have been shown, and so
Right.
players begin to wonder if you aren't just leveraging the big boss stack.
Yeah. He does 3-bet once again with the ace-king off. These positions are relatively early, hijack versus low jack. And this is not a small 3-bet. Zhu, yeah, could have folded, does decide to call. As we just said, he's seen Lorraine being active.
By the way, their table mates have already made it off to that dinner break, so the two of them alone here looking up at this king-6 tray board. There are worse textures for 2 sevens. Only we know that this texture is disastrous, as Lorraine has smacked top pair, top kicker.
Yeah.
300 in there.
Another really nice flop for him. Can comfortably continuation bet for a small size here. 100 into 300 is what he's going for. And yeah, Zhu still ahead of some of the bluffs. Ace queen, ace jack, ace 5 suited.
300.
Those hands, but ooh, and he does check raise. That has happened a couple of times today already when he's thinking these guys are between call and fold and they raise. Yeah, interesting. And this puts a lot of pressure immediately on a hand like pocket queens or pocket jacks. He's gonna win it right here against the hands I mentioned before. Ace queen, ace 5, but Lorraine has ace king, he's not gonna go anywhere.
You gotta hand it to Zhu. He hasn't been intimidated by these situations versus these bigger stacks, and he's been willing to inflate pots as he fights. But unfortunately, here he lacks the ammo. Board pairing 3 on the turn.
Yeah, should he bet again? He's wrapping a very thin value range here once again. Pocket 6s specifically. Is he even gonna call the 3-bet? Maybe if he calls 7s. But well, then it's king. Yeah, he agrees.
Would he be inclined to check raise a hand as strong as 6s?
He could.
On this board?
He could do that. Yeah. I mean, he could call as well. But you want to raise sometimes with your good hands right away.
Sure. Important to be balanced.
Yeah.
Lorraine checking back now, and a third 3 is so uncomplicated for 7s. If we were good on the flop, we're good now.
Yeah, interesting. Quick check there from Lorraine. He definitely could have bet there as well for value.
You think Zhu tries to block here?
Is he really ahead often enough is the question, though. What, like, maybe against ace queen backdoor flush draw specifically, yeah.
He's content to hope that Lorraine is just hunting a cheap showdown with something like you just mentioned.
Right.
Let's see how affordable this barrel is.
Yeah, now we have to go for value here with kings full. I don't think he's expecting to getting called very often, but he has to go for it. He has the best hand, just almost always.
Well, it's not quite kings full, 3s full, but facts remain. The value being pursued here is it's the same 3s full, just full of 7s for Zhu, unfortunately, and it's no good. It cost you $385,000 to find out the hard way, but a disciplined and restrained fold there for Zhu. He worked hard to pick up a lot of those chips, but sometimes that hard work involves making the difficult folds. So for Jack Lorraine, it's just been steadily upward, well ahead of the average stack, and that is an enviable number of chips in front of him. Bit of an appetizer for the Brit, and a suppressant, of course, for Zhu. As we do head to the dinner break, as per usual, we work our way through the top 50 in the room. Once upon a time, that was not the, I'm not going to say bulk of the field, but certainly a large percentage of the remaining runners, as it is on this occasion. See if any new names have emerged worthy of note since the last time.
Yeah, still a lot of big names in here. Note that the big blinds aren't correct. You have to divide them by 2. 620 equals 310 big blinds. Onur Gizir here still. Brandon Shields up to 1.9 million.
Big cluster of Germans there from 21st through 24th. Michael McNicholas, he was involved in some outer table action during that frame. 2.15 in front of him. There's the fan favorite, Shiina Okamoto, 14th as it stands right now. 3 Frenchmen back to back to back there for Franco Tirel and Bari. Then Brits enjoying the same stuff with Lorraine, Thomas Hall, and Carl Shaw. But it is Werner Lutzma of the Netherlands who has dethroned Big Hooney. Didn't get a chance to lay eyes on him, perhaps on the back end of the dinner break. It will be an hour long. Karanai stepping aside. Tuck and Dempsey will be back. Stay close.
be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
See the screen? No, that's the red. How many is this? 165. Gewoon dit. Because nothing in the blinds, nothing. Yeah. This would be like. Should be bored. Yeah. Price jump, I don't know. Everything.
Raise 35,000.
Call. Sol in?
That's 337. Six is all in.
31.
Nice.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. I need to.
45. Seat 4 bet 45,000. And seat 1 corner. Seat 4 bet 80,000. And seat 1 corner.
All in.
Seat 1 check. All in. Seat 4 bet. All in.
Surely.
786.
789.
786. Seconds. 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 Okay, all in call. You have to show anyone. Situation.
But 80,000. You're welcome. Thank you.
That wasn't a very good seat. Probably.
change that.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
I also probably don't think they have my talent levels.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate for them. Of course.
It's nice when you can joke and also be true. No?
Respect.
Yeah.
It's the best. Yeah.
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 Because it's not a brag, it's just light, and then it's also true.
Yeah, if you keep going, then it's brag, right?
Yeah.
But good luck, my friend.
Thank you also.
Our best, 120,000.
I had more chips too to have more fun, but I just lost the big one with kings, so. Otherwise we have more.
That's it.
1.2. I'm looking at the race.
And maybe the next page, how much?
How long?
I don't know.
It's
I can't see.
40 players more. It would be very long.
Thank you. Just I can't see when it's scrolling or.
Yeah, I understand. Maybe you should wear lenses.
My eyes are good, but not from this angle.
Bet 250.
Let's go.
Oh! Ouch! Ouch!
One time banking.
Yeah, this. Well, it's easy call.
Read the first page.
What?
Yeah.
But at least you're learning today.
I am. I learned that there's a country named Latvia.
You had to know that already. Come on.
What is capital of Latvia?
You should know this now.
I don't remember.
Riga.
Biga?
Riga. Riga.
Riga.
They have a very cool KGB museum there.
I like this guy.
I learned that the Titanic sunk in 1912.
You good? All right, I'll give you American stuff. When was World War I?
World War I was Ugh. It would just be a pure guess. 43.
That was 2. World War II. I mean, amongst the years of 2.
That's World War II.
Yeah. It's worthless. It would just be a complete random.
1914.
I actually didn't know the exact year on that. It was like, what was it, 14 through 17 or something?
14 to 18.
Oh. So you're a big history guy?
Oh, I'm like 180 pounds.
Like if you give me trivia, like what's the Vig-free line when the line is this and the line is that, or what's the money line when somebody's a 7-point favorite? Like that's my genre. Like,
can you help me understand that?
Yeah.
When I see those ridiculous lines like minus 10,000, plus 800 or something like that.
Yeah.
Then they tell me the big free is like 863. How can that possibly be right?
I don't know the answer, but that's correct. I know it's
because sometimes I'll see one book where it's plus 800, one plus 1100, and the other one's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
But that can't be right because then the other ones have to be plus EV.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean you can find. I mean, but they offer such bad odds on dogs, like the dogs.
It can't be that bad because I've seen a game where.
Can I go all in? All right, well, how much?
237. Now you can go all in blind.
Of course.
For 25 if you want. I will look on the flop.
It doesn't matter anymore.
Always happy.
Oh, good flop for you. 6.
Forget it. 4. And then a heart.
6.
Good. You don't want a heart again? Heart again or 50-50? No, 45.
Ace on the river.
No, 6 now.
Ooh.
Okay, 6. Okay, king
Ooh.
now.
King of fantasy.
Okay. No, no. Good luck.
GG.
I win with the flush.
One plus. Raised to 90,000. Three plus.
90.
5 seconds.
$225.
Seat 4 is 225,000. 225. You have 1,000, please. This one. Stand by.
I'm all in.
Seat 8 raised all in.
How much is that?
Yeah, no, okay. 2 passes.
All in. $1 million, my friend.
So down on 1.2.
$1 million, 17.
17.
So what is this like Euro tournament, whatever?
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Ah, you go.
2 of 1 cards.
Show one. Show one. I show you. Show.
Show. What?
No.
This
Show.
one.
You both
show
took
that.
two? Yeah.
Show the two. Another?
No.
Ah, yes.
No.
The same card, my friend. What the same card? You see?
Wow.
What the fuck? You.
I charge 2%.
It's, you're a businessman. I can't see it.
$300?
Yes, 1,000.
Call.
You call?
Yeah.
It's not all in, right? You
Yeah,
mean
I
call?
know.
Okay.
Only just a
Nobody
call.
get confused.
300?
Wait,
340.
I didn't go.
40.
Oh, yeah, my trip.
I check it.
You check blind.
That.
Maybe 4.
You gonna fold?
Maybe.
That pot's kind of monstrous.
What's so long, kid?
That's a dark bet.
Seat 4, check blind.
Yeah, of
Flop.
course. No problem. Easy.
Five of spades.
Deep breath.
Some action.
Deep breath.
Some action card.
I mean, I would love a spade, yeah. Use the spades.
No, 5. 5 of spades. 4 or 5. No,
Spade
five.
only changes 1 card.
But 5 of spades. Boom.
Oh, close. Everybody, ciao.
Do it again, bud.
It's open.
Jeez.
Which
That's brutal.
people? Okay.
Alex, can you pass him?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Bad timing.
Thank you.
That time.
2%.
GG, Zeno.
Five seconds.
70.
6, 7. We raise this 70,000.
70.
70. 5 seconds. And one more. Yeah. That's it. 75,000. $100. 67, that's 100 pounds. Check. 20,000. Check. Two bets, 55,000. Check. $85,000. Five seconds. It's 40,000. Could you let me know the chips, please?
Oh, these chairs are horrific.
That's 105,000.
Attention dealers in day 1A around the curve. Don't start dealing, please. So I want every dealer on the table to give a high cut, please. High cut every table.
650. $650K.
650.
Call.
And wait, you need to make it clear. You said all in, right?
No, you said call. Call. You said call.
Yeah,
yes.
you said call. Okay. But I understood all in, that's why like if you hear me saying all in, just correct me.
Call. Call. 6-5 call. 6-6 fold.
Yeah, it's quite fun.
Buddies there as well.
No, I met her there. We were flatmates. She was not planning on living there, and she was very depressed actually the first years because it was not her life. You know, she didn't choose to live there, so it was really tough. But yeah, me, I was there for like 13 years now. I like it. Yeah.
120. 6-5 raise 120,000.
Where do you live? You told me.
Area. Because it's always just where you go, then it's like a 2-hour coach then to the Alps.
Oh yeah. You should stay a few nights. It's nice. It's really nice.
Yep.
Great food.
Yep.
Great viewpoints.
Yeah.
Beautiful city.
5 check. Bet 80,000.
always the same. We have a family cottage or chalet, you say? Chalet or cottage?
Chalet, yeah.
Chalet, yeah. It's called Léger. It's near Avoriaz, Morzine. It's not very.
Okay.
You know, okay.
Yeah. I know Morzine and it's connected to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful village, to be honest. I'm very happy we have something there. Like,
lucky.
And it's, I mean, I was about to say it's less touristic than the famous ones, but still, like past years, there have been crazy amount of foreigners coming.
Yeah.
It's built insane. Like it's evolving really fast. But still, it's a cute village. I like it. So I haven't tried too many others stations.
There's no need to, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 2 years ago. I went to the Three Valleys, like Val Thorens. That looks amazing. Yeah, I think France is the best night.
We have a lot of nice spots there. Val d'Isère, Team, a lot of them.
Good in front of my stack too.
Like 1-1 to start.
Oh, he's got 10 green chips. You just said it.
1-2.
5 seconds.
Cool.
Okay, close. Details.
Already.
40,000. Five seconds. Check.
$160.
Okay, that's 160,000. raised this thing. 325,000.
He just raises, not re-raised.
Hmm?
We need professional dealers up here. The greens are in play.
GTD is in round of day 1B. We started with points 300, 500, 500, and 500. Dealers start please.
8 re-raises all in.
Turn over.
Show one.
Turn over. Turn over.
Wow.
Show one.
Why? You will understand what's going on.
Turn
One.
over. Turn over.
Oh,
I need one time bank off. Can you please?
I guess I'm free rolling.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
Hello and welcome back to this beautiful city of Prague. We are here for the 2026 World Series of Poker Europe. Day 3 action. The players have been well fed. They are back in their seats and ready for action. We have 2 more levels in store for you. I am David Tuckman. Joining me today is the doctor. That's right. The doctor makes house calls. It is James Dempsey. We are really getting to the meat of this tournament. We're in the money. That happened late last night. We've got 2 more levels tonight. And, you know, as we get down to near 100 players left, how do you see this playing out? Because it's getting interesting, and you can see the chip disparities here. Michael Dick, our short stack at the feature table with 22 big blinds. Werner Lutzma with 166 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, like you just said, so we're down to what, a little over 100 players, and you know, in your mind, you might think, okay, we're nearing the end, but it's such a long way still to go for all those involved, including the chip leaders. I think a stack here with 100 left. When we get down to say the final 3 tables, and that big stack doesn't look so big. So there's just still so much runway between here and the end. So you just got to kind of keep yourself a little bit grounded. But you can start to dream, and the good thing for us is we're going to start seeing like. Some of these guys are going to make the final table. Like every frame we watch now, like these guys are going to be part of this story until the very end of the festival.
Marius Kuzmanas from Lithuania opening this under the gun +2. Blinds now 10,000, 25,000 with a 25,000 big blind ante. I want to touch on that, but we'll wait a second. Let's see the flop.
Yeah.
We got Adam Khan from France calling in the small blind with 4s. And, well, chip leader at this particular table, Vernal Lutsma from the Netherlands, defending on the big blind. Not many good flops for 4s, but I guess this is one of them, huh?
Yeah, this is one of them, and obviously a great flop for Kuzmanis, having open from +2. You know, this deuce 3 board, not one he gets to bet too often. You know, if this was a heads-up pot against big blind, he'd have to be careful. But I think just the nature of being 3-way. And the vulnerability of specifically a hand like 2-8s, he is going to continue to bet here. Always nice as well, of course, having that diamond.
Kuzmanis does bet the 60,000. The Frenchman grabbing those pink chips. Those are 25,000 each.
Yeah, and Chen as well, like coming along with 2 4s, flatting from the small. Always going to call one here.
He's got the 4 diamonds as well. Little does he know it's no good. King of Hearts on the turn. Not a card that Adem particularly likes.
No, obviously a little concerning when you check call. You want to see a cleaner run out than one of these really big cards.
Like the 5 of diamonds, maybe?
Yeah,
something like that.
Just a little small one, you know, like
a little baby.
Yeah, but he's still not going to necessarily be going away just yet. And I think Kuzmanis here can certainly bet again. You know, it's hard for him to bet river with this hand if it checks through. I think you're better off betting turn here with the prevalence of the 2 flush draws.
I mean, does that king hit the small blind after they call?
It can, but you know, almost exclusively in the king bit of diamonds range. It's unlikely they've called with any other kind of king combo, because ace king would have 3-bet pre-flop, and then king X isn't diamonds, would only be the backdoor flush draws, and of course with the king of hearts being on board, that's not possible. And I like this bet, 180.
Yeah.
Kind of just setting a price for showdown, a little bit of protection against flush draws. You know, there's going to be some chance going to continue here with like some ace-high hands, especially like ace-4, ace-5 suited.
He doesn't look like a believer. He's got the call cut out. He's using a time extension. Again, players get 30 seconds to act post-flop, 20 seconds pre-flop.
Yeah, it gets real hard, of course. You know, you want your opponent. Your opponent can certainly be barreling here, right? They can have diamond draws, heart draws, but easily enough they can also just have hit the king.
Would he be repping the king if he didn't hit it? Let's say he had a hand like ace-jack or something. Could he use that king?
I think you'd want to be specifically with a flush draw once check call by small blind. But yeah, I mean, I think both diamonds and heart flush draws would bet this turn. Because you just see the amount of pressure you put on the small blind here, because they're not thinking about necessarily this 180, but of course it's so likely another barrel would come. And yeah, Kuzmanis can also just have these kind of hands as well still. They want to bet.
Khan is in the tank on this one, and he does eventually make this call. His pot now 655,000.
No discount, sir.
Yeah, pair versus pair. No discount for your good looks.
Well, that's an ugly card for both to see. Expect this would just go check, check.
Yeah, Kuzmanis would probably be pretty happy with that. But wait a second.
Hang on.
Is Khan now thinking he has to turn his hand into a bluff?
Well, I was just saying it's probably going to go check now. But this is, you know, the worst hand that he can get to the river with. And that is the one that sometimes lends itself to bluffing. But I just don't think we get to bet from the small blind into
You know,
this action.
when I first started playing poker in casinos, and I was playing limit, I would see the gentleman grab his chips on the river, and I always knew,
yeah,
I can bet because he's got nothing.
Yeah.
And the old grab chips and then check move. I've seen that one before. Khan doesn't like what he sees. Kuzmanis, nice little pickup as that takes him up over 2 million chips. We've got 3 feature tables for you, as we've been doing throughout this. Always amazes me, by the way, that we can get rid of 2,500 in 2 days, but the next 125 are going to take 3 days.
Yeah, yeah. It's just it's a division exercise rather than a subtraction exercise. You know, it takes about 3 levels to lose half the field. It's a general way of thinking about poker.
I was told there was no math.
They lied.
Take a look at table 77. Thomas Hall on top of that. Roberto Romanello.
Yeah, I know.
The Welsh wizard.
And I see Bob Mather on this table as well.
Bob Mather, look at this.
This is going to be fun.
Yeah. Bob Mather with just under $1 million.
Great to see Roberto here. In fact, those 3 all sitting in a row. I see Roberto, Bob, and Tom Hall.
Yeah.
I know Tom. Done some commentary with Tom in the past. Really, really good fundamental player, underrated.
Well, that's what I'm always looking for when I find a co-commentator. I'm just looking for a good fundamental player. Talk to me for a second about the blind level here. We get 10,000, 25,000. Small blind, you know, significantly smaller than half.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny because we were having this conversation the other day, weren't we, about the big
reverse.
small blinds?
Right.
Yeah. And it's funny always to me when you play a poker tournament and this level comes up, because I feel like if it wasn't for the presence of 10-25 being a familiar cash game, you know, this blind level makes sense in poker tournaments to be 15-25. You know, we always go bigger in the things, but because everyone's just so used to 10-25,
So used to it, we go with
feels
10-25.
like we just go 10-25.
So I'm assuming that, and you correct me if I'm wrong, the small blind has to just, you know, tighten up a little bit.
It's fractionally small, fractionally tighter. Yeah, obviously you're having to invest.
Not quite getting good,
15.
good a price.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that is Maxim Mamon from Switzerland. Romanello going to 3-bet from the button.
Yeah, Roberto just getting after it straight away.
Yeah, he played on our feature table on day 1 when you and I were in the booth. He wasn't too active, but we saw kind of a spicy little 4-bet with 8-6 suited. Picked the perfect spot, just kind of quietly adding to his stack. He's kind of just a quiet assassin to me.
Yeah, it's funny because we mentioned it, but I think when you saw one hand he played, you know,
literally,
we were ping-ponging around the tables, but I did actually hear through the grapevine that he actually went pretty hard that frame. We just only saw one of the hands, so he was winning a lot of the kind of 3-betting, taking it down.
Right.
So the hands we weren't necessarily picking up because we like to see increased action.
By the way, for those of you who are just tuning in, well, where have you been? You've missed a lot. It's been a great day. Ali Najad, Karai Aldemir covered the first 3 levels today. It's been a really, really fun week. This is table 72. Fausto Tentilo leading this one with 1.8 million.
Yeah, I remember seeing him before.
Fausto, by the way, has a circuit ring to his poker resume. Got that in 2022 in Rosvedov. We pick up the action here. On the flop, I got a gut shot with king high versus the open-ended straight draw. And 2 players from China battling here.
There we go.
Yeah, it's Juxi Huang and Cheng Zhao.
Yeah, Zhao with the pretty easy continue against 40k open-ended straight draw. And obviously misses turn, rainbow board. Don't see any reason to do anything but check.
Yeah, Zhao. Don't be fooled by his kind of mild-mannered looks. Guy's a stone-cold killer.
Yeah, you can't be fooled by anyone at this stage of the tournament.
No.
Everyone's capable of everything at this point. That's how you've got to treat it. It's funny, actually, because when you play a day 1, say in a main event type field, you think, I start off with thinking, nobody's too capable of doing anything. Like, I feel like everyone's going to play kind of fairly normal, fairly safe until I see otherwise. And you get to this stage, you start to think, everyone's capable.
Everybody got you, right?
Yeah.
Could be the case.
Just to get this far, you've got to have something about you. 110. Pressure applied. It's now so much tougher. Obviously, when you check calling queen high on the flop, you're hoping it checks through on the turn, and you could bet some rivers or just make a hand. He's going to just check call.
Yeah, he does. Pot now 445,000 as we await the river.
Yeah, taking the direct price, I guess perhaps being hopeful that if a king were to come, his opponent would either bet for value or bluff.
Interesting river. Ace of spades. Going to hit Huang's range a little bit more.
Yeah, it's always the problem when we check call like a queen high. It's what we're just going to miss so many rivers, right? So we're just going to be in the situation where we just surrender the pot so often. Yeah, now is she going to feel like she needs to bluff here? Try and knock out a 9. Maybe even some weak jacks.
Looks like she is going to go for it.
Bluffing with the best of it. You know, she's going to ascribe some portion of his range to a hand like this. So when you're bluffing, you're not always thinking, you know, what can I make fold? But you need your opponent to have a lot of hands that just fold. Even some of those that you beat. Right, it has to be part of the range.
You're getting 10-8, Queen 10. Those hands are folding.
Yeah.
But hey, can we get a 9 to fold in that particular spot? That's certainly interesting. Huang, the 2025 World Series Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em 6-handed. We go back to that again. Champion. And somebody has that on their resume. You think they can probably play. Hey, let's play the mystery hand again.
All right, Bob. We see you, but we don't see you. Loving Bob a deep run on this.
Yeah. Bob and his beautiful bride, both poker players here in Prague.
Lexi, she's out there, one of the
vloggers.
One of the vloggers. How's the campaign going, Tucky? The channel up and running? How many subs have we got?
Well, I'm still trying to come up with a good name. I mean, I think that's part of it. I think if I come up with a good name for it, I'm there. James Dempsey, David Zuckman here. Jeff Platt will be on the floor. He'll be capturing all the insight from what's going on down there.
Yep, so I like this from Tom. Ace-10, offsuit on the button. Certainly do a bit of both.
Yeah, using his chip stack.
Yeah.
And Mather makes the call, which is not a surprise since it's the mystery hand. Be awkward if it wasn't.
Yeah,
like, okay, what does he have?
It's just a fold.
Go. So 340,000 in the pot now.
The guys have done a good job with the mystery hands of balancing them between bluffs and value lines, but you know, we can be pretty sure they're not going to end up as folds.
No,
that would ruin the mystery somewhat. That would ruin the suspense.
So Hall on the button with the ace-10. Got a good hand, but not necessarily the best hand, right?
I mean, this is a great flop for our ace-10, right? We've hit top pair. You can exclude ace-king 100% of the time. You nearly always exclude ace-queen, although I'm not sure how Bob would approach ace-queen here. I mean, I've only played with him a few times, and my impression is that he's not one who's going to go bananas pre-flop. I think he's quite comfortable taking things to the street. So against him specifically, I might give him more ace-queens than most of the field, but still, you know, less likely.
Right.
So they're just clear value seeking here. And
just aren't that many aces.
Right, yeah.
It's hard to hit that. It's hard to hit that. Hall bet 70,000, just very eloquently just drops it in the pot.
Oh, here comes the raise.
And Mather going to raise here. So, well, the ace-queen theory that you mentioned, maybe so.
Yeah, obviously we bet ace-10 here. We're just hoping to get calls. Don't want to really see raises, but of course Hall's going to have a bunch of junk. Right, this is button versus cutoff. So he's going to have loads of hands that do see that ace-queen fold that can't continue any folds. So we have to keep our man honest from the first time, at least. We have to call here. Yeah. But key card in Hall's hand here is that 10 of spades. Right, the most likely bluffs from Bob would be the gut shot straight draw with flush draw hands.
Oh, I thought maybe Mather could have a pocket fours, but very unlikely now with another 4 rolling off on the turn. Those green chips, by the way, are 100,000. Tom Hall wearing the hat and the sunglasses on $3.5 million in total live earnings, looking to add to that.
Green the cutter of money. Makes sense.
Action on Mather.
Yeah, and already with this check raise, you know, shallowing the stack to pot ratio to below 1.
He's used his time card. He almost definitely has it. It's not a bluff.
I like it, Tuck. I like it. You're keeping that one going. I mean, you've been...
Until I see somebody bluff with it.
Yeah.
By the way, players getting knocked out at this juncture would take home 16,000 euros. So,
okay.
Depending on how many buy-ins you had, you might turn a small profit.
Oh, it's just
And
jams.
Mather says all of it.
Wow. Okay. I was thinking if he goes a smaller bet here, I would be kind of really concerned that
Do we consider like King Jack of Spades?
Yeah.
Is that habit?
That's like when you've got Ace 10 with the 10 of Spades. That's like the one hand you're really hoping he's got is King Jack of Spades. It's like
so that's one hand.
Yeah. So I think it's really tough for Tom here with the 10 of Spades because now he can't have Jack 10 or King 10 of Spades. And just my experience of playing with Bob, again, is limited. And like I just said, once you reach this far of a tournament, you've got to recognize that everyone's capable of doing everything. But I would lean fold. And I'm just going to give him, like, credit for ace queen. But I think Bob wouldn't go this size with ace queen on the river. I think he'd still try and milk a bit.
I mean, it's less than a pot size bet.
Yeah, but I feel like he'd still bet kind of small, keep Tom in.
Yeah.
Shut things out. Unless you're just overly concerned that Tom has a flush draw.
He's going to let it go, and it's ace king.
Wow. Okay, the hand I said he had 0% of the time.
I'm gonna see this on TV or no?
Okay.
I
Wow.
don't think so.
There we go. I'm going to mark that down as a -1 for James Dempsey.
Well, you know,
They want to film this later.
I'm going to claim half a point. You know, I said I'd fold, and I think he's got
value. I'd like to roll
value.
back the tape here.
But I did say
you
zero.
said he had 0%. I mean, if you said he had it and didn't say that was 0%, I'd give you half a point.
Yeah.
But you literally said he had ace king 0%.
Yeah. Yeah, I did say that.
Okay. We'll be clear, right? Nicolas Marxer, also from Switzerland, going to open up with ace queen.
Raise to 4.
And we got an American here, Antal Meze from the United States.
He's very
Wearing the clearly sponsored by Air Jordan. He's got the hat, he's got the sweatshirt.
I was about to say, he's very coordinated. Got to be careful with these chaps. But he is just
three betting effectively all in. He's leaving 20,000 behind.
Yeah, because you said we're 127th gets how much? And then
16,000 euros.
And then our next pay jump comes at...
For a while.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe this might be a...
No, our next pay jump is going to be at 103.
Oh, okay. So curious that he has 3-bet and left 20K back.
I mean, to your point, though, I mean, if somehow you were to lose that, I guess you can kind of spin it up a little easier, but you're never folding.
It's just one of these situations, right, where you do this in this stage of a tournament normally because you're on a pay jump and you can then tank when it comes back round. But you run... We'll come back to that in a minute because...
All in a call.
They're dancing.
Right, it's not as much of a, it's not as relevant now. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a habit at this point.
It
Some
could
of these
well be.
players. Oh, Meze is not as big a favorite as you might imagine based on our percentages. We do factor in the dead cards. But I'll take queens every time in this spot.
That's very bold of you.
Yeah, I mean,
you're a true gambler, you know. I bet you get a lot of invites
I'm
to
a
good
total,
games, yeah?
Total degen. 7 high flop. Meze has the only spade.
Yeah, pretty grim. You
1 million in there.
Not even one dime on the board to give us some hope with the ace queen.
This is a really a big spot for the gentleman from Switzerland, Marxer. If he loses this one, he'll be down to 170,000. Obviously, Meze will be out if an ace hits the river. 5 of clubs, queens hold.
Yeah.
Yep. So Antal is up to 1 million chips. Marxer down to 165,000. That is only about 6.5 big blinds.
Yeah, obviously danger zone now, but this is why poker tournaments are so difficult. Like these situations crop up all the time. You just get that ace queen suited, someone jams sub 20 on you. You have to call. Sometimes they're gonna have better, some will have worse. Sometimes you're flipping, and if you just don't run well on these spots, you've got no chance of progressing in tournaments.
So from a poker tournament perspective, is it just a matter of like, hey, I want to play well enough to get myself in a position to get lucky, and then play well?
Yes.
Obviously.
The idea is obviously, you know, the better you play, that maybe you maximize when you've got the best of it, minimize when you've got the worst of it, and that just gives you a few more chips when these things invariably happen. When you lose the all-ins, that maybe you just have a little bit more to work with after the fact.
Yeah, that was a battle of two players who were far below average. So I think at that point, willing to gamble, and why not when you've got the ladies? That's like he buffs his hat. right? I mean,
Shiny,
I am a baseball hat guy. I've got a lot of them. I probably have close to 60.
Oh, wow.
None of my hats look as good as that.
60.
This is our feature zone. Take a look at the room. And
it's thinning out.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely thinning out. As happy April 7th.
Oh.
Take a look around the room there. There's Big Uni. 2.78 million. Fourth chip leader. That's not bad. 111 big blinds.
Go on, Hooney.
I love that saying. It costs absolutely nothing to believe in yourself.
That's easy to say when you're fourth in chips.
Yannick Schneider on 33 big blinds.
Yeah, that's the classic tournament stack right here. Sitting there just over 30 bigs.
Just grinding it away, right?
It's the stack that like the professional tournament poker players are sort of most comfortable with. They're most familiar with how to play it. Aha! Here she is.
Annette. We talked about the buy-in here, 5,300 euros. The payout right now, 16,000 euros. But for many people out there, I shouldn't say many, but at least a few, they got in for almost nothing through GG Poker.
Well, the room may seem a little quieter today, not just because we're deeper in the tournament and it's more intense, but also because there's no Martin Cabral. That's thanks to this man. Otto, stand up for me for a quick sec, please. Come join me. Yeah, he gets a round of applause. What was it like to eliminate Martin? Does everybody come up and shake your hand? How does that work?
Actually, I thought I would hate having him on my left, but it was entertaining. I liked it. Yeah, I've had him just behind me like twice before that, and I was really annoyed. And I knew like the day before I brought those earphones.
Smart man.
To block him.
But he's kind of entertaining at times, yeah?
Yeah, I liked it. It's 800 poker is a bit slow,
Sure.
and it's good to have like someone to clown.
As one of our GG Poker qualifiers, what's it like for you to be alive, kicking this steep in the World Series of Poker Europe main event?
I'm happy about it. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to send you back to the next hand so you don't miss any hands. Appreciate the time, Otto. Thank you.
Overwhelmed with just exuberance there. I've never seen such excitement from the GG. I mean,
I think Jeff was hoping for a little bit more.
Yeah, like, dude, you're here for free. Let's get a little excited here. Now, congratulations to Otto. What a week, huh? You qualify on GG Poker, get sent to Prague, beautiful city, and then you get to knock out Martin Cabral.
Yeah, you get to.
And by the way, he's going home with a minimum of 16,000 euros.
Yeah, it's fun to be the one to vanquish the villain.
The villain.
Now we need a new villain. I mean, this guy's got villain vibes. Face obscured.
He's gonna have to get more chips though to be a villain.
That's true. Yeah, we need.
He's a villain and he's showing up with to a knife fight and he's got like a little piece of wood. He's got 415,000 chips, so maybe it'll turn around. Kings versus sixes, Huang.
Yeah.
These two again battling it out here in the Battle of China.
Yeah. All China conversation once again. Okay, Huang opening up the two kings under the gun. So he's just kind of bored. Obviously, this hand loves to bet. But range-wise, it's a little bit more complex than that because Zhao on the button is going to have more of the 10x, the 8x, the Jack-9 suited, the Queen-Jacks, these kind of hands. I think, yeah, for 35, decides to call, but it's getting pretty murky. I mean, it's so hard for sixes to improve. You've got to be considering.
It doesn't improve, but at the same time, if you were ahead of the ace kings, ace queen type hands,
right,
you still are.
Yeah, I think for 35k we take the price. I think the bet was a little bit bigger. May have made way. Here we go. Second shell.
Yeah, Huang's gonna size it up a little bit more now.
Yeah, much
about half pot.
Much healthier. And like this. And it's quite nice because by betting that smaller size, she has kept in a lot more weak holdings, like these two sixes. But having kings, no club, certainly want to start betting bigger here because some of the hands Zhao might have flat with there on the button after the flop would be hands that do improve on the three of clubs in the form of flush draws.
I mean, having an overpair is hard, so.
Yeah,
I mean, there's.
You know what? It is really hard.
It's really hard. I mean, there's only 6 combinations.
Here we go.
Of each pair over. And Zhao, not a believer just yet. Going to make this call.
Yeah.
$500,000 in the pot.
Oh, my word.
Or maybe he just knew the 6 was coming.
This is so grim for her because...
It really is. I mean, what, like 9-7?
Yeah.
Is the one hand that got there, but how do you see that coming?
Yeah, and he's not
necessarily
necessarily going
is
to
he even calling with 9-7, right?
Yeah, up against under the gun.
Right.
9-7, just you're going to find yourself playing a weak 1 pair often. But yeah, she's so unlucky here because how has he ended up improving on this river with 2 6s? You would have thought 6s would be gone on the turn.
I mean, when he calls the turn bet, she goes pretty large. I was going to say, when he calls the turn bet, do we now put him on a strong holding, like maybe Ace-10, Jack, something like that, and try to get paid to the hilt?
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to have...
Is he just calling?
Oh, no, you've got a jam.
Right? I mean, what are we losing to? I mean, pocket 10s and pocket 8s, right?
Wow, just cool. And she's going to love the just cool.
Oh, she is free rolling now, as far as I'm concerned,
I
right?
see her reaction. Dealer move back. Oh, nothing. Steely.
No, it's inside. It's boiling inside. It is absolutely boiling inside.
Wow. That's one of those weird ones on the river there where you better get called, turn your hand over. You see somehow you beat. You see you got 2 out of the river. But you're kind of thrilled that you weren't asked for the rest of it.
I mean, I thought she might go larger. As I would look at Cheng Zhao's large stack now, 88 bigs, 2.2 million, well above average with that hand. I thought she might go a little larger, knowing once he called the turn bet, thinking, hey, he's strong, right?
Well, she went like 70%.
Okay.
Like it's sizable.
Werner Lutzma opening in the hijack. He is, I believe, the chip leader throughout, if not very, very close. Certainly top 3. Brazilian. Tellus is going to make the call. That is, I'm sorry, the raise. That is Thiago Tellus from Brazil.
Yeah, lovely spot for him up against the chip leader. Chip leader is obviously going to be opening very frequently. We get a slam dunk hand we get to 3-bet call with. And this may not be the end of the hand because Lutzman's going to be aware of that whole dynamic and therefore does come along. And Tellus, shallowing this out, right? We got Esperov just 1. Obviously, Ace-King plays much nicer all in pre-flop, but Ace-King suited with this stack depth, you're more than happy to take on the opener.
That's an unfortunate flop for the Brazilian. It's, I mean, you're only scared of the 10, really. Or if Lutzma had some sort of pair. He's got essentially a pot size bet behind. I still can't get over the fact that he didn't move all in.
Yeah, it's like that was wild. I didn't even think about it as well. It wasn't like he just cut out the call.
No,
took 5 seconds and called.
Wang, if she comes back and spins that up,
yeah,
she can look at that hand and be like, wow, I was supposed to be out a long time ago.
No, it's good.
Yeah, very fortunate.
You live in Vegas? Yeah.
Tellus decides to bet 90K here. Kind of like it. We're betting and just getting us in.
Game show stuff.
We can get called by some weaker hands here on the flop if Lutzman's got sort of Broadway combos that have got hearts, clubs, or spades. Does stick around at this bet size.
Oh.
Well, I mean, we weren't sure he was going out. He's going out now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only way he was not going out this hand is if he went all in pre-flop, right?
Yeah, this is just they're out of it. He's done nothing wrong. Neither is Lutzma. Again, this is just the frailty, the fickleness of poker tournaments.
Yeah. Thiago still has some chop outs and can catch a king, but it is dire for him right now. That is for sure. Strange following Ollie. I mean, I'm used to watching Ollie over the years, the night shift.
Yeah.
I'm used to coming in before Ollie.
Yeah. We'll go with the late shift, Tuck. We'll do our own thing.
The late shift? Okay.
Yeah, the late shift. I think the night shift's copyrighted.
I mean, in fairness, it was a movie before.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Before they started commentating a long time ago.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, and the down bet, just 65K. Crying out for.
And Werner says all of it. Thiago makes the call. Ace king, ace 10. Ouch. And Thiago needs some help. Ouch on the top of your screen.
You can't run hot.
There's not many.
I think a 3 is
No,
fun,
there's not.
Yeah, 3's a fun one. King would be more
I
enjoyable.
think at this point, Thiago would take a 3.
Yeah.
Pot is it's about 1.1 million. Oh, hello.
When you know, you know.
My word.
Oh, he'll take that all day.
My word.
Sorry, man.
Wow.
Thank you, bro.
Holy fuck.
What a run out. What an incredible way to get lucky.
Yeah. Yeah. And so we've seen a couple of players who maybe up to their 8th live if they were a cat. We'll see if they stick around. Thiago, tell us, up to 545,000. Actually adds, instead of being out, does add a little bit.
I'm give you a good card now. I'll give you a good card.
Head on to one of the outer tables, and as far as I'm concerned, one of the stories throughout this week has been Shiina Okamoto, who's on 2 million chips. Pick up the action on the turn.
Yeah. So this is blind on blind. Yeah, I think so. Dietmar betting the turn. Trying to reverse engineer this pot.
She makes the call, so about 250,000 chips in the pot. Dietmar with 245,000.
Well, whoever's
on the river doesn't seem to change much.
Yeah, so whoever was ahead is still ahead.
Right.
That
Unless
card.
somehow somebody's got pocket deuces, which is unlikely.
Yeah, we might as well throw that card on the floor.
Seems like Okamoto happy to get the showdown, or maybe trapping.
And of course, Sheena's got to be careful if it does get to showdown, because we did see an unfortunate incident the other day.
We did. Right. Don't throw away the winner.
She inadvertently mucked the winning hand, so it's the first time she's ever done that. It happened to anyone.
Well, it's the first time she knows she did it.
Yeah,
check,
yeah.
check.
I pushed back, didn't I? I said,
check, check. I like her hand no matter what it is. What is it?
That's
Queen
a deuce.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, if he's checking, she's good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But there was actually a deuce in there.
And up to 2.2 million. She's somebody certainly to watch.
Yeah, absolute danger. Again, obviously, those accolades that are always spoken about her. That
she has
3 runs.
Yeah, quiet strength at the table too, doesn't she?
Yeah, but the 3 runs obviously that she's most famous for being in the ladies event, but now obviously in the biggest open field event that Two Spoke Europe's ever had. It'd be great to see her with a super deep run.
A lot going on here at the World Series of Poker Europe in Prague. Kind of interested about the Europe versus World.
Yeah, there was a lot of. I was talking to some of the guys because the Europe side of that field has already bagged for the day. USA started a little bit later, and the European guys were, kind of referring like they've had to play the pro division. And the Americans are the recreation. There's a lot of there's a lot of nonsense spoken back and forth.
I mean, that's not even subtle insult. That's just a blatant insult.
Yeah,
I take umbrage to that.
That's kind of fun one, yes. They split Europe, and it says USA, but rest of the world is the side. But obviously, majority of the rest of the world is comprised of the USA
Canadians,
players.
we got the Brazilians, we got the Americans.
Yeah.
I mean,
some Aussies,
Chinese, Japanese.
Yeah, there's lots out there.
You know why? You know why? If the European side is stronger right now, it's because the rest of them are still in this field.
I see what you're doing.
Okay.
And we got one from China, one from Switzerland here, and he's in a tough spot. With just a handful of blinds, decides to make a stand.
He's going to make a stand and see. I hope he has live cards, and he does.
Yeah, good hand to see. You call off with 6-8, you see ace-4, you're pretty happy with the situation.
Yeah, it's only he's a 2-1 dog. For his tournament life, though.
Yeah, see, 2-1 dog. That's taking into account folded cards. He's in better shape than that against with the full deck.
The card of the luck. So it's a good sign for you.
8 is a lucky card in China. He's not wrong. It's the lucky number. And 4's actually the unlucky
There's a 6
number. So let's see if there's anything in that.
Well, so far, the 8 and the 4 are not relevant, but the 6 is. Huang's got some backdoor straight and flush equity. Oh, that vanishes, and now it's just an ace. Any ace will do. Otherwise, Markser doubles up, and Huang will be severely short. And board pairs.
Yeah, it's going awfully for her.
Huang's not out, but now down to 250,000, just 10 big blinds. Markser, maybe a little bit more lease on life. Back up to 12 big blinds.
You a superstitious man? You into lucky numbers and unlucky numbers?
No, yes, maybe. I am. If it's, you know, it's kind of like if it works, sure.
It's funny how unlucky the number 4 is in a lot of Asian cultures and how it permeates through to like Western. Like, you know, you get in an elevator in a Vegas casino and you won't fly. Most hotels don't have floors that begin with 4. They just skip the 40s, for example. Is that?
Right, and you know, many years ago, it was simply you would have a 13th floor.
Right.
But now it's a 4. Yeah, I'm not really. I don't subscribe to that too much. My address has a 4 in it, and it didn't stop me from buying the house.
Okay.
So.
Okay, that's fair. Don't give out the address, though. You know, there's some crazies out there.
No? Party at my house later? 9 high flop, a couple of diamonds out there.
Yeah, tell us.
So we've got an overs with the gut shot.
Yeah, and Tellus going for the 3-bet again. We just saw him do it with Ace King. Now, the very next hand in here with Queen 10, and didn't actually catch the size because I was too busy thinking about lucky numbers. But Yang's sticking around with Jack 8 and has flopped a piece of this one.
Zhangjian Yang from China, 2.4 million in live earnings, 24th in the all-time money list in China.
I think that's going to be Aaron Zhang or Ting Biao, maybe number 1 on that one. I'm not sure.
180.
It announces the bet size, 180. Day 3 action. We're down to 121 out of a starting field of 2,617.
Yeah, it's nice. This 180. Obviously, you know, we've got a very strong hand now against a check back, and you know, if our opponent does have better, then they say, well, so be it. It's only 420k behind, and losing to that isn't disastrous. And, yeah, unfortunately for Tellus, there were a lot of good turn cards for him.
And play show 1 card. If everyone wants to.
Who's that?
Everybody at the same time. No,
Is that
no,
Steve
I mean,
Jones?
Like your neighbor gets to pick a card. Every time you win a hand, we show 1.
I think
everyone
Steve
has
Jones.
to agree.
5 seconds.
Oh, he's got
Head
queens
on
again.
over to the table here, and Meze once again with queens, right?
Yeah.
Second time he's had queens.
Yeah, 1 queens against Ace Queen.
Zhao with 9s, and Martinovich with Ace 10 is all in and will be at risk.
Yeah, I mean, Zhao was already in a kind of annoying spot against Martinovich. I think he would have called with 2 9s, but once Meze goes all in, makes it a pretty easy fold.
Keep on fighting.
But, you know, worthy to take a moment, recognize the
It's
situations.
39 big blind shove.
Yeah. But, you know, you're at this stage of the tournament, Tuck. It's just take a moment and every, like, this and just make sure it's okay. And
Queens
also,
versus Ace 10, so don't be impulsive is what you're saying.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, you take a few seconds. This hand's going to go to showdown, so you're going to see what Meze's got. Maybe you see him do something the way he's acted. Maybe you make him wait for a few seconds. See if you can get a reaction from him for a tell, for a baseline for later on in the tournament as well. It's always something that's overlooked.
Your hope of Drago Martinovich being the villain is, well,
yeah.
It's going to have to. We have to get some cooperation from the cards.
That's what villains do. They come back when you least expect it.
There
see?
you go. Look at that. It's. Yeah. I mean, he's got a little bit of like the Emperor from Star Wars feel to it,
that's
right?
what I'm saying.
Is that what you're feeling?
The hood up, face half obscured.
Martinovich.
Got some bracelets on the arm.
And his first name's Drago. Like
I mean, yeah, Drago. I mean, you didn't even tell me his name was Drago before. I mean, I would have He is our villain in a nice
There
way.
you go. Drago
You know.
Martinovic up to 895,000. The ace spikes on the turn. And Meze has got to count that out. That's that is annoying to him for sure.
Yeah, at least it came on the back of Queen's holding against Ace Queen, so he's you know, a little bit deeper than he was at the start of the orbit, but of course frustrating to lose these ones. As poker players, we're so greedy, right? We win the first one, we just assume we're supposed to win that, and we should win every time we're all in. But they're 70-30s for a reason, you know. You play two 70-30s in a row, and the chances are you're going to lose one of them.
It is amazing how when you lose a 30%, 70-30, it's like the end of the world, and you're like, that's not 30% is actually a reasonable chance, you realize.
0.7 times 0.7 is 0.49, so you're going to lose 51% of the time.
Again with the math.
Here he is.
Jack Lorraine.
My man.
You know this guy?
I do indeed. Good pals of Jack Lorraine. Played a lot of poker with him. And played a fair amount of golf with him as well. We're actually members of the same golf club back home. He's from my hometown.
Oh.
And here he is.
How fancy you are.
Rocking
So
the
a
chip
golfer,
lead.
an Evian drinker, and apparently a good poker player. Our chip leader on 4.25 million.
Yeah, he's better than me.
Josh Aryeh,
both,
not the chip leader, but still in there. 7-time bracelet winner. Looking to spin that up.
Yeah,
see if he can make something happen.
So he was all in with deuces against tens and spiked a deuce. So already kind of free rolling.
Playing with a little nub there, trying to just kind of will his chips to grow.
Let's see what he had there.
Dulale on 600,000 chips.
Yeah, 24 bigs. Again, you play tournament poker, you're very well versed in these kind of stack depths.
He was quite happy on it.
Louder.
Playing his all in the cutoff.
Come on.
Stronger and happier.
Just got to win one.
Very happy. Very happy. Let me see.
Well, it's not a bounty tournament. I don't think Mark's is going to call this.
I think someone just asked for the count or
Meze. Meze is
250,000.
Raise all in.
Raise all in.
And Meze does say all in.
Yeah.
Tantillo going to get out of the way. And once again, Meze with a pair. Once again, he's ahead. Can he eliminate this player? 550,000 in the pot.
Yeah, not looking good for her, is it? Terrible luck, of course. The two kings up against the 2 6s, getting spunked on the river. Then losing that blind on blind all in for a handful of blinds. And this is just, this is how it goes so often. You feel like you're doing great. And
But I feel like it, I mean, she got granted a second life when,
yes. Yeah.
you know, when she didn't lose all her chips. Oh! And there it is. Look at that.
There's a second life.
There it is. There's her third life. Poor Meze. I mean, oh, man. No spades there for either player. Doesn't make a difference. It was fives full. And Huang doubles up, back up to 550,000. And you got to feel for Anton Meze, who loses with queens to ace 10, now loses eights to fives.
Yeah.
And I think it was you yesterday who said, hey, the best hand's winning every time. Well, here it's
Yeah,
not
I
the
did.
case.
I did, and then we sorted two out to a post
We've had sixes beat kings, ace 10 beat queens, 5 beat eights.
like the next move 打得好。
I'll take a look at how we got here. Well, 13 million, that's right, over 13 million euros in the prize pool, 2,617. That's how many entries we had. Some of them GG qualifiers. Our next pay jump, when we lose a few more players, 18,000 euros for anybody who finishes 80th to 103rd. And this tournament, well, we'll call it when it's over on April 10th. That is when it is scheduled to end.
Dick sticking it in. Sorry, it's too easy. Sorry.
He went there. He went there.
Sorry. I'm such a child.
We're all 12-year-old boys when it comes down to it, aren't we? Michael Dick picks up the Jack 10 and does, in fact, stick it in.
And this is pretty nice because obviously he's doing it over the Tellez Open. I just doesn't realize how much this is. Wow, he's gone for 20 blinds. This is spicy. I mean, we've just seen Tellez play 2 3-bet pots, one of them with ace king, but he obviously got the showdown. The next one he had to fold. Now he's opening +2, and And Dick's just thinking there's some nonsense going on here.
Yeah, and he's probably not wrong. He's just not in this particular spot.
The good thing about doing this with Jack 10 suited, though, is you make like the Ace 10, and then, you know, the Ace Jacks even fold. And when you do get called, it's the hands like Ace King, Ace Queen where you're live. There is some method to this.
I'm coming for the Jack.
Yeah, Michael Dick from Germany.
I'm coming for the 10.
He's calling for the 10. He doesn't want the Jack. He doesn't want diamonds. He wants the 10.
And a queen.
Okay? See if the dealer got the memo. Tiago would just be happy with like lots of deuces on the board.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is good, flop.
Well,
I'm
no
coming for the
10.
10. 110.
9 for a straight.
Just get a reminder.
Wow. 110.
Still not a 10.
I mean,
okay,
Jack.
Jack.
There we go.
I don't know. I feel like you have to stick with the conviction of the 10. I feel like when he went off and asked for the Jack, he lost that.
Yeah. He broke his commitment to the 10.
He did. He's not out. He's not out though. Tiago did not have him covered. Tiago up to 890,000.
You could say he's
Michael
shrunk,
Dick down
though.
to 80,000 chips, so he will be sticking it in soon.
Yeah, he's shrunken a bit. Maybe there's a little chill in the air. I don't know.
Back at the 35 big blinds.
Yeah.
The average
Here we
is
go.
53.
He's been through it this all, but hasn't he? He was all in, one card to come. Major risk.
Yeah.
But survived.
Alexander Keating. He's a force to be reckoned with. I had the, I'll say pleasure of playing World Series Poker main event with him many, many years ago.
He's great in these kind of fields, right? He's one of those guys, he's so good at deviating. Can really think outside the box.
Oh. Annette Overstad still in here. Dreams of winning this event again. She won it when she was 18 years old. That was in London.
Yeah. 2007, was it? So
Can she win the World Series Poker Europe main event again?
Yeah.
Oh, she's still in there. She's got work to do, though.
The Souza, runner-up in Paradise a couple of years ago.
Souza is kind of a healthy stack, 37 big blinds. Kind of that grindy poker player stack again.
Yeah, there was nothing about his game that was grindy back in Paradise. This guy, he goes for it.
Oh, Giovanni. 4 million. Wow.
Oh, that is a mountain of chips.
Yeah, that is a castle. That is an absolute castle. I am not aware what flag that is. What flag is that?
South Africa.
Is that South Africa?
Yes, it's South Africa, my friend. Yeah, this is the one accent that I'm actually somewhat capable of here, bro.
Nadia with the ace
Enough
king.
of that.
Roberto Romanello's got a fun hand, but not against an under the gun player. Mather, well, he's got the 9 balls.
Yeah, over 40 blinds deep, up against under the gun. I would imagine Bob's just going to come along here with a call.
When Mather does oblige, just calls.
Cigar. Tempting, perhaps, to go for something here, but you can just call. You're still up against under the gun.
All right. There's still something to that, right?
Yeah, like it's tempting to sort of jam here because there's so much in the pot already. Is that what he's done? He has, yeah. I understand this. Like you're.
Yeah, this is going to be frustrating for Mather, though.
Yeah, that's the idea here. Is obviously Mather just rarely has you dominated when you've got ace-jack suited, and you can just pick up the pot quite nicely. But obviously run into it every now and again against under the gun.
Yep. Cigar going for it. Unfortunately, runs into it. We'll see if he can get lucky. Vid from Slovenia. He is at risk of elimination. Just over $1 million in the pot.
At least it's a short drive home. Shortish. Actually, it's still quite far.
No clubs out there, no jack out there. Not much hope And as you can see in the bottom left corner of your screen, Nadilev, a 4-1 favorite to win this. There are some chop outs, and of course the 9 comes.
Yeah. Bob couldn't play this one to that action.
Run out is clean. Ace King is going to win, and you always talk about the butterfly effect, like how a hand would have played out. Vidzagar gone. He'll take home 16,000 euros. If that hand plays out, if he just calls out of the big blind, which is certainly reasonable,
yeah,
right? We see a flop, and we get to the turn almost definitely, right?
Yeah, that's true. Bob would win this pot. But I don't think there's anything wrong with the jam. Right. Like, it also comes down to his perception of how Andre's been playing from under the gun, and if he's been opening a lot of hands, certainly going to be more inclined to jam. If he's on the tighter side of it, more inclined to call, but certainly neither's wrong.
I'm going to subscribe to the
here she goes again.
The results-oriented point of view.
Yeah.
He lost, it was wrong.
Yeah,
that's
it. That's
simple.
fair enough.
If he called, he wouldn't have been out. Huang raising the 50,000.
Yeah, a little bit icky playing these 2 5s from up front with 24 blinds.
Are those some of the hands that you start to get away from early position when you're on that like kind of smallish stack?
Certainly, if you perceive the table to be tough, then yeah, you definitely have to start folding these kind of hands. If you think you're not going to get 3-bet enough, and that players aren't going to apply pressure to you post flop, because that's where 5s really struggle is post flop, then you can raise. Bedwe does 3-bet this ace queen. Makes sense, just committal with this hand against that stack.
Yeah, Mahmoud Bedwe from Germany. And it's like if you're just hoping to win it pre-flop, then I mean, I guess King 5 is just as valuable, maybe even more valuable than 5s.
Yeah, so she's still at 24 blinds, right? So you want hands that do have playability post. But yeah, when you start looking at these short stack steals.
Jeff on the floor right now.
The eliminations of Jeff Madsen and Sean Deeb at last level means there is a 1 former World Series of Poker Player of the Year left in our World Series of Poker Europe main event. That is Josh Aria, battling the short stack, but is still alive. Now, with the elimination of Alexandros Kolonius and Simone Andrian last level, we have 1 former World Series of Poker Europe main event champion left. Annette is here also battling the short stack, yet also still alive. So we're out here in the field. We are covering both. When they are all in, you will know about it. Aria and Annette still alive at the World Series of Poker Europe main event.
Great stuff, Jeff. There, thank you for that. You can always count on Jeff Platt. Kind of, I feel like without Martin Cabral, he can really get to work and kind of get us some really great information here. How about a full house?
Wow.
Oh, hello.
Yikes.
Yeah, this is what a flop. Man, we stepped into it on this one. Adem Khan from France has flopped the full house with ace-8, and Changxian Yang from China has trip aces.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this is just car crash. Obviously, Teller's opening up once again from under the gun, and he's the one who's going to stab at the flop. Chan decides a flat ace-8 suited. Kind of like it on the button.
By the way, I mean, based on what we've seen from Telus, I mean, a 3-bet with Queen 10, opening with Queen Jack, I think the Jack 10 shove was probably pretty good, right?
Yeah, this is the thing.
Just didn't work out.
Yeah, you can. There's method to it. And like I say, specifically in that Jack 10, you kind of make the dominating hands fold, and you end up getting called off by the ones you've still got high 30% equity with. But just a really small bet here from Telus, just a real cheap bluff, 30k into this. Just trying to leverage the fact this is a 3-way pot.
Yeah. Dem Khan, who called on the button with ace-8, which is, I mean, it's not something, not everybody's making that call, are they?
Yeah, it's you know, as we say, we tell us it's getting a high frequency of hands, so I think that's fine. And now, obviously, do expect that to do a slow call with the nuts.
And another just call here.
Yeah. Yang, of course, despite the fact he's got trip aces. If he is up against an ace in the hand of Tellus, he knows it's like reasonable. Tellus might have a better kicker, or at least possible. Against Chinese the king eight, it's probably a bit more evenly spread. So he's gonna just call, see how this one goes down.
I assume Thiago's done with this, but maybe not.
You'd imagine so, but he did bet so small on the flop, right? 30k keeps in like so many more hands. If he bet a more sizable continuation on the flop, then a second barrel would be out of the question. I mean, I still think it's out of the question, but here we go. He's betting into 2 players who haven't drawn dead. He's gone cheap again, though.
Kids.
He's gone cheap again, though. So when he's bet this size, though, like Chan wasn't going to fold, say, 6s on the button. He wasn't going to fold, you know, the king, queen of hearts. You know, the queen, jack of clubs. Well, he done queen, jack of clubs, but you know what I mean? These kind of hands that have some backdoor equity would have stuck around. So it's reasonable to think there are still hands that fold. And of course, the big blind not going to fold an 8. These kind of hands. So again, it's a bluff, but it's a cheap one, just 90k.
And still just a call.
Yeah, I mean, he's thinking of Vegas and the Mirage, as they like to say.
Yeah. Such a bizarre hand.
It really is.
You've got the Brazilian just continuing to bet.
Well, Yang now knows, you know, one of these guys is most likely got an ace, right? On the flop, it was one thing, but how they're both putting chips in on the turn.
Right, right.
5 seconds.
So you can be concerned, you know, if Tellus is bluffing, there's a good chance it's with some sort of spade combination, or if Chan's calling, it's a good chance it's with some sort of spade combination.
Just a call.
Very clean looking board. Very bad looking board for Yang, though, right? Because you want maybe someone to be in there with another ace. You want them to have ace 7 suited, ace 6 suited, both of which have overtaken.
Right, yeah. I mean, you're beating ace 5 now, you're beating ace 3, but you're not.
Yeah.
You're not beating much if there's resistance on the river, right?
Exactly that.
Thiago finally gives up. I thought maybe, you know, just go for it one more time.
This is fun. I love this. And now, what I'd like to see from Chan here is like a bet that you know, like a 500k bet here. Leave 30k back kind of size. Because realistically, you're only getting called by an ace, and an ace is always calling. And I say leave 30k back because you want to balance that with the times you are bluffing. But he is going to go for the less than that.
What would he be bluffing with?
Yeah, miss spades. It's the primary.
So he's just floating with some sort of, and then he hits the spade draw. Okay. I mean, aren't you concerned, though, that one of these players has an ace and that you're just kind of torching?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's not that likely, but you've always got to, you know, allow players to think there might be bluffs, think there'll be mistakes. And Yang, like I say, just knows that if it was a...
He does make the call.
Yeah, I mean, how can we fold this? He doesn't like it.
Yeah, it looked like Yang actually had an idea he was behind. I don't know if he thought he was behind full house or it was ace jack or ace queen, but
yeah,
I had a feeling he was
maybe hoping it's the same hand. But yeah, it's like would ace 5 bet? I mean, ace 5 might still bet, especially non all in.
Well, Thiago probably just wondering how he didn't win that pot.
He sees those hands turn over. He says, "Oh yeah, that's why they weren't folding." I was like,
weird. Why couldn't I get you guys to fold that? Werner Lutzma still leading this table 80. We head on over to table 77.
Ketovic. Okay, that makes more sense. Ketovic. Anyway, he's got jacks.
Nenad Ketovic from Russia, Roberto Romanello, and Tom Hall on the big blind with ace queen, but
yeah, this is one of these things. So you see Roberto here, the queen jack offsuit. This is not solver approved. You know, the book says fold his hands under the gun, but Roberto's the kind of guy who likes getting into the trenches. Thinks he can just outplay people post flop, and Tom will know that. Tom will know that Roberto has more hands here than he's supposed to have. So this becomes more of an attractive 3-bet, and he's just going to 3-bet and go with it against Kovacevic.
Right, it's got to be pretty appetizing if you can get it heads up against the guy who has 500,000 chips and get the guy who has 2.6 million out.
He's not thrilled about. He doesn't want to get in against with the gun. You know, he wants this just to be a 3-bet and 2 folds. But Ace Queen just has, you know, too much equity. We can see here, if you're up against a hand like Jacks, 10s maybe, for just 365 more, the rec price is so good.
Yeah,
and there's still a chance, you know, Kovacevic could be in there, like just straight up bluffing, like a. You know, once in a while you can be dominating them if they're bluffing.
Right. And he does make the call, though. Ace Queen, pocket jacks. It's the prototypical flip. These are the flips you've got to win. 1.2 million in the pot. And fairly significant pot. Obviously, Kovacevich's tournament life on the line.
Let's chop it up.
The worst is the waiting.
Chop it up.
The worst is the waiting.
It's fine. I like it. Chop, chop, chop.
Tom asking for the chop. I mean, I'm greedy. I'm hoping for the win.
Queen of diamonds.
Ace of Queen, running 3s.
It's always the non-interested parties that like to jump in these moments.
3rd diamond out there, so Hall picks up a wheel draw, but does lose all the diamonds. And it is a 4th diamond out there. And Kovacevic is going to double up to 1.2 million. Hall back down to 1.4 million.
Chips. Yes, because of you. Thank you.
Yeah, nice pickup for him. 1.2, super playable stack. Obviously, it goes without saying, a very key pot when you're all in, but gives him a chance to go deep in this one now. Tom Hall, obviously a hit, but you know, plenty to work with.
No real shorties over at table 77. Romanello still pacing the table with 2.6 million. Take a look around the room.
Thomas Aishen. This guy's a crusher. Really strong player in those last few years.
Play stack too, 2.7 million, 110 big blinds.
Yeah, Jack won't like that situation, having one of the other big stacks in the field to his left and a guy as accomplished as Aishen. That's not so many chips.
Bao Ding.
China's number 2.
A lot of, by the way, a lot with 115 or so left in the field. A lot of players representing China in this field. It's really impressive.
Game's growing over there for sure.
It's exciting to see, you know.
A lot of good players coming out of China now.
Johan Espon.
Mr. Espon, was it not he yesterday who had the 2 5s in that really funky pot up against Queen 10? That was my favorite hand of the day.
He had the interview with Jeff, and he said, "I'm ready for this." And sure enough, like 4 minutes later, he was put to the test, and it was one of the coolest hands we've ever seen on the show this week. It's certainly Xu Hong.
Another one of the delegation.
Yeah.
That's a big stack. I'm happy to call that 100 blinds when you got 2.4 million.
Yeah, no, it's 100, but we're just going to go with that. It's
You're
easier.
Texting your friends, I got 100.
Right. Pick up the action here in on the flop. See a kind of a dry board, ace-9-3 rainbow. Table 80.
Yeah.
Tiago once again mixed up, this time in the big blind.
Yeah.
And it is a damn con.
Who's surprised? Who is surprised?
Well, Tiago's got a pair of 9s.
And a 1 blind bet. I'm seeing obviously a really big down bet on ace-9-3 rainbow. Tellus just obviously doesn't have any, realistically doesn't have many straight draws, a couple of wheel draws. Just a lot of check folds. And Jack 10 is somewhat connected to the board and with the 9 being there. So we don't mind keeping some stuff in because we can bet the turn a lot.
5 spades on the turn. Tiago's, considering he's in the big blind, has a pretty big hand.
Yeah, yeah, because you can discount some of the aces, right? Up against the cutoff. We're going to 3-bet always the biggest ones, sometimes some smaller ones. Now this is interesting. Like a big difference between this turn being a 5 and a 6. because if Chan was to sub-double barrel here, you're really trying to knock out some of the 3x type holdings, but they're going to be like the deuce 3, the 3-4 suited, these kind of hands, or 3-5, that all improved on that turn card. So I like to give up. But look,
Thiago have enough hand here to bet for value?
I think we know we've got the best hand here. It's a question of, do we get action by betting or do we get action by checking?
How many? He's got a chip protector. He's got a card protector.
Yeah, we've got some. Yeah, we've got an animal. We've got, is that a Buddha?
Animal and maybe a Buddha?
Yeah, maybe a Buddha. Some sort of crystal. I don't know.
90,000 into about 180.
Yep, half pot.
I got to imagine this is pretty much Hollywood after checking back turn.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. I mean, obviously with Jack 10 we can't call. But hard to imagine what we could rep by raising here. Really make a lot of sense.
Show one card. Show one card, show one card.
Hey, I tried, man. I tried.
Show one card, show two cards. Okay?
Sounds like a good deal. You should have said
Good
that
deal.
before he folded. He
Show
might
one
have taken
card,
that
show
off.
two cards. Fold pair.
Discount.
Little gamesmanship. Thiago not going to give it though, no.
Yeah, Thiago just front and center of the action on that table despite having a pretty shallow stack.
Zhao now up to 2 million chips. Three-way action here.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this peel with Queen 6 offsuit from the big blind. If you're, a heads-up pot against one of these opens, it'd be one thing, but as soon as you go three-way, these hands just plummet in value.
Yeah, guess what, though? He's flop top
Yeah.
pair, okay, buddy?
Yeah, and Markser just decides to rip it for pot.
Marks are betting all of his betting biscuits. 185,000, so pot size bet, but that's all it is. So imagine Zhao is going to stick around.
Yep, this one going to work out for Zhao. Called flop top pair, wasn't dominated by either player. When the player calls the open behind, they just have, when they have a queen that's just better than Queen 6, it's always a bit scary.
Another big sigh from Nicolas, who needs help here. Looking for a king or an 8.
What do you think? Do you think he's going to get there?
I don't think he's going to get here.
Okay.
And I think Zheng Zhao is going to eliminate Mr. Markser. That's where my money's at, if I'm betting.
GG, sir.
Yeah, 4 clubs, unfortunately, for Nicolas Markser from Switzerland. That'll be it.
Good
He
run.
bows out with about 115 left. He'll take home 16,000 euros for his troubles.
Yeah, great fun. Exciting to have a deep run in this one. I say, you were saying earlier, you always feel like you're quite close to the end here, but it was still a long way to go. You got a bit of an enjoyment. 3 times the buy-in.
Zheng Zhao, super high roller champion back in 2024. Now on 2.4 million. We'll call that 100 big blinds as well.
Yeah, thriving on our feature.
Hit onto one of the outer tables. Oh, Annette Oberstad all in with a 7.
Come on, Annette.
And Grinderog with the ace-8. This is trouble for Annette. An 8 and a 7 out there. Not looking good. And it's not going to happen for her. She's not eliminated, but she is on fumes. Just 7 big blinds, 185,000 chips.
Okay. We're still in. You're telling me the hopes, the dreams are alive.
That she's still in. And as Jeff Platt pointed out, the sole remaining World Series of Poker Europe main event champion.
Yeah.
Sometimes when it comes to poker, Sean can back it up, though.
Oh, no, of course.
Yeah.
He's goated.
I like Sean,
Sean deep in the
What do you think
discussion,
they're
it seems
talking
like.
yeah. I think he's one of the best players.
It's a pretty easy spot for Bob to bet. Queen, Queen 6 is the opener from the cutoff into the big blind defense. You can go pretty small here as well. Big blind just has so many hands that have to fold.
Now that is Peter Kovesdi from Germany, defending the big blind.
Bob's going the other way. Bob's getting, what, 2.5 blinds here.
Well, hold on a second. Kovesdi gonna raise. Attacking that paired board.
Larceny. Yeah. Just thinking Bob's c-betting here, always on Queen, Queen 6, and occasionally going to mix in some check raise bluffs. And this kind of hand's nice to do it with. Of course, you've got a jack, which blocks Queen Jack, which is like one of the likely hands Bob opens with. But you've also, more importantly, got backdoor spades that you can continue on.
Nice play by Kovesdi. I love seeing even the kind of a pot that seems like a no-brainer. Players battling for it. The German takes that one down. He's up to 1.1 million.
Again, because of this amazing format we have here for this tournament with the 3 tables and chopping between them, I was looking at that one going, well, this is... Why are we seeing this hand?
Why are we seeing this hand? Just a simple whatever hand.
Oh, this is far from simple. This one, what? There's $1 million in the pot here?
Well, table 80. We pick up the action on the flop. Already $1 million, as you pointed out.
Wow, so okay.
How did we get here? We got an open raise from Simon, and a 3-bet from Kuzmanis, a 4-bet from Simon, and then a call.
Yeah, and a great flop for Simon to see. Of course, you know, it's not like we've always got the best hand with queens here. We can be up against a trap, but we're going to go for it. We're going to go for it, and I like this bet size as well. No need to go big. Well, your bluffs are still going to want to bet on this kind of board.
And you just keep in all the things you're beating.
Yeah.
Aren't you at all worried about an ace coming off?
You know, if we die, we die.
If we die, we die.
One of those. This size is nice because you force Kuzmanis to continue with these kind of holdings as well. And so
Kuzmanis does call. He's got a heart.
Yeah, it's getting even shallower.
King on the turn. Are we less worried about, because it was ace-king, is it going all in?
Yeah, ace-king's power from the small blind here against off-full-bet would have been a 5-bet jam. So you can just dismiss ace-king. You know, earlier when I said it's 0% ace-king, you know, this one I'm sure is 0% ace-king. I got it wrong last time, but...
Yeah, and you can see the cards.
And yeah, I don't think king-queen's calling the 4-bet.
Right. So you're not as worried.
No.
And I think a lot of amateurs would see this and be like, oh, the overcard, I got the king. And it's not the king we're worried about, it's the ace we're worried about.
Yes. Yeah, Kuzmanis unlikely to have a king. Simon, though, I have to check it back for now. Maybe elicit a bluff. It's hard, though, because some of Simon's 4-bet bluffs I mean, most of them are going to be hands that include an ace. And even the ones that... Sorry, most of the values are going to be the ones that include the ace, but the bluffs might be an ace-5 suited, and obviously 2 5s on board. That's like the solver bait hand right there. All the kids love it, the ace-5 suited. But the
I'm going to switch it up and go. I'm going to go ace-4. So everybody thinks it's ace-5.
Right. But
it's ace-4.
But the other hands might be a hand like king-10 suited, you know, that can't call a 3-bet. So that's why that king is so bad for Kuzmanis' range.
Gil Simon from the Netherlands takes that one down.
Yeah, and obviously a terrible river for him as well because now falls behind Jackson. I kind of like the check back in the sense that if we're playing a strict pot for chip equity there, I think you'd bet. But with 500k back and very few hands that can call you, just checking back in case you're getting trapped and preserving those 500k is a worthwhile effort.
The note I have on Gil Simon, by the way, apparently he sold his hoodie to Jungle Man for 500 euros. So maybe
but he's wearing a hoodie.
Maybe he's got another hoodie. Well, I mean, I bought ones, and that Oberstad is all in. The 2017 World Series of Poker Europe champ is all in. She needs help. There you go. Hold. 2 pair. Ned Oberstad with the full double up.
You think she's going to bust that easy, boys? Gonna try harder than that.
I mean, if Gills is like me, he brought multiple sweatshirts, right?
That's fair.
This is day 3 action. We've got this level, one more level after this, and then the players will bag. We're back at it tomorrow for day 4, and it all will come down on April 10th. Friday, April 10th, the final table. We will crown a champion. First place, 2 million euros.
Yeah, absolutely insane. one of these remaining 100 or so will pick up that $2 million prize on Friday. It's so exciting. You know, even for some of the top elite players in this field, this will be a huge moment for them.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go. You know you want to. Go ahead.
I've already called.
Dick's put it in behind. Something like that. No, I'm not gonna play these games.
Are you really rooting for me, though?
Both of you.
Let's see what he can do. 2023 World Series of Poker main event runner-up is Scott Michael Dick on the ropes. Ace Queen versus Ace 6.
Oh,
Jones a 4-1 favorite as we head to the flop.
Jack. Five.
You have done? No.
Jack.
No.
Not a jack. A jack would end it for him.
The sneaks, keine Chance.
Dick needs a 6.
6.
Queen.
GG. Good game.
Queen on the river.
Yes, thank you.
And Michael Dick from Germany has been eliminated. He'll take home 16,000 euros as well. Eliminated in 111th place.
Probably increase my chances of not getting fired before the end of the stop.
Yeah,
You know,
for sure. I'm going to go on a limb and say that he's heard the joke before.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, let's be clear. Stephen Jones, by the way, also on Squid Games, The Challenge.
I like that guy. Yeah,
Yeah.
Me too. I like him a lot. He was very German.
They like Dick.
Very German.
What the fuck?
Oh,
crazy, huh?
Josh Aryeh.
Crazy American.
Oh, look at this.
Huge pot.
Look at this. The only player in the room who have won a Player of the Year, and he gets a dream flop.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at the points table for the World Series of Poker Player of the Year.
I mean, we're so early on.
Award, right, but I mean, the payout table is where the points available. But I know one thing for sure: a 2,600 run of 5K in Europe is going to bring a lot of points.
This is going to win a lot, yeah. And
So-
if you win a main event, whether it's in Europe, the Bahamas, or during the summer, that goes a long way toward winning Player of the Year. And what a dream spot. I mean, Pablo Spirins has Ace King on an Ace High flop. He hits a set. I mean, the hand plays itself after that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was GG's. Oh, a mistimed 3-bet here. Oh, that's quite interesting. He's taken 5s from the big blind against button.
5 seconds.
Kind of surprised. These guys are very deep. And I mean,
the Finn, Jona Nyholm, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, 5's played nicely as a flat in the big blind. He's gone for a clicky, very small 3-bet, right? It's just 60K more. We never really get folds out of the button.
So what's the purpose of it?
This is the thing. I don't really like it. But on the flip side, the problematic thing now becomes that because the button just gets to flat this bet size all the time, right? They just never really have to fold for 60K. But suddenly when they 4-bet, it's super polarizing. It's like the goods and then the junk that they just can't quite call.
It's so kind of a similar big blind situation, right? Where the big blind can just call and they decided to reopen it.
Yeah, and with that, I thought, you know, it's not impossible we could see him lose his head here with the 2 5s and potentially jam, but all of a sudden, this pot way bigger than perhaps it needs to be for the 2 5s.
Yeah, well, Mahmoud Bedoui from Germany with 5s, now staring at a Jack 9-9 board, and he's got the Finn 2 to his right. As you pointed out, I mean, this pot may be a little bit bigger than Bedoui wanted it to be.
Yeah, and so against that 4-bet range, he's kind of still in the same spot. He's either beating some bluffs or just dead to this kind of hand. And he's okay. This is a bit odd. All time bank chips going in when it's actually on him.
Nyholm, I'm gonna go back to the Ace King 0%er here. Is Nyholm like clicking it back though with Ace King against somebody who hasn't covered?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't think it's. I mean, it could be a hand like Ace King, but I think this is like the.
It's like the goods or it's absolutely nothing, right?
Yeah, and
Because I feel like Ace King's going to go larger, right?
You'd think so.
That's kind of an unorthodox hand from the start. Pink chips at 25K each, 125,000.
And I think as Bedouin now, just the way we played this, how can we fold for 125? This is we're getting deep into the whirl. And the light's fading, my friend.
Yeah, he does make the call. Bedouin does have a healthy stack, 1.8 million behind. Another check from Bedouin. Nigh home.
Yeah, it's just nice how we set it up to having SPR of 1 at this point, so bet pretty small here and leave like 60% jam on the river.
Very deliberate.
Yeah, again, I mean, these are huge moments. We're playing for 2 million euros.
Yeah.
Don't want to rush anything. It's a very bizarre pop.
Yeah. Oh, and he checks it back.
I love this.
Look at that.
I
Check
love this.
back. Maybe try to sell that he's got Ace King.
Yeah, it's kind of a. I don't think he's thinking he's up against a hand like 5s, right? He thinks this is Bedouin's appealed the flop bet super light with some sort of backdoor draw, some real weak holding that will feel compelled to bluff the river.
Well,
as it is, he's in here with this kind of real mediocre strength hand that just wants to get the showdown. And a little bit unfortunate for Nihon that it has come in the form of another heart, because he was, a lot of times he can still get full pot on the river. He can still go all in for value. But it gets a little harder on that run out, especially when we don't have a heart.
Is there a thought, if you're Bedouin at this point, of putting maybe a little bit of a blocker or small value bet out there, try to get looked up by Ace King?
Yeah,
type hands?
Potentially, yeah, for sure. There could be some block. Again, I don't really know what we do with 5s here, because I wouldn't really find myself here with 5s as played.
It's the classic when somebody asks you, hey,
hang
what do I do in this
But we're
situation?
going-
Whoa!
He's going quite big.
He's going really big, 600,000.
Yeah. And I mean, this is just now becomes a call for Nihon, leaves 165 back.
Yeah, just kind of double check, make sure.
It's a bit
Make
sick
sure,
when you see
like,
the size, though, because you're like,
it's a big moment. I don't think he was ever folding, but it's a big moment.
You're like, have you really somehow made a flush?
Wow. I mean, dare I say this, because it's not my place to say it, but I'll leave it to you. Maybe some puntage going on there from Mahmoud?
Yeah, I mean, it was...
I mean, let's call a spade a spade.
A little sloppy in parts of that hand, I'd say.
Yeah, sloppy. It's a nice way to say it.
Yeah, I mean...
It's unnecessary.
Are we
really?
trying to make 10s fold?
I'm just thinking, but it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
Like, you're in the big blind. You've got the perfect hand to, like, see a flop.
Yeah.
Right? You've got the chips.
And if we do 3-bet, we've got to 3-bet bigger than that, because we then create a situation where we're playing super wide range out of position.
Hey, what a check back from the Finn.
Yeah.
I mean, the check back got him that bet.
He was trying to elicit potential bluffs, and he did that. And I'm just kind of surprised that came from that hand class.
So I got like today 10.
Guarini, we had him on our show yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is what I really like. We're going to see so many familiar faces as this goes on.
Kind of fun, right?
Yeah, you just really get to know the player types.
No.
I'm excited to see Romanello with chips. I mean, this is he's just somebody I've been following for a long time.
I mean,
this is the sort of hand that Bertie might do something with. Suited king up against an early position open.
And he's going to dial it up.
Look at him with the glasses on these days. He doesn't look like he'd be up to no good, does he? He looks so honest.
He does look honest, yeah. Oh. Oh.
Tom.
And this happened before.
It did.
Now, the funny thing is that both times Halls had a hand.
Yeah.
But if you're Romanello, you got to start thinking, wait a second, buddy. Get out of my pots.
This is pretty funny.
So Guerini opens. Romanello 3-bets. And Tom Hall, once again, has the goods in the big blind.
Yeah, and these two have played quite a lot of poker together, Tom and Roberto, in the tournaments around Europe, and especially when, you know, a few years ago the big party poker tour was going on. Tom used to play all the events. Roberto was a sponsor player on the tour, so they know each other very well. Obviously, sometimes this situation can be a little bit uncomfortable when you've got queens if the opener was like deep, but when the opener's only got 700k, you know, it's like if they somehow now wake up with aces or kings when having one opened and this action happens, and so be it. So it's just a clear 4-bet here. But you want to, I guess, I'm just trying to look at what sides you can go. Does he go 4-bet? They can ever get away against +2. I don't think there is one. So yeah, he just goes a little bit bigger. Because now you're just targeting Roberto and Roberto only.
Right. And he starts the hand with 50-ish big blinds. And it just goes quickly, fold, fold. Tom Hall takes that one down.
He actually went really big there, 450.
Yeah.
Like 3x the cold 3-bet.
Not messing around at all. Now, the first time Roberto did see the ace-queen, this one he did not see. And you wonder, just plant that seed in there and see how it plays out. The WSOP Vlogger program, I'm getting in on this.
Here we go.
I am absolutely getting in on this. I'm still asking the chat. I need a YouTube channel name. Okay.
Come on,
now.
chat.
Vloggers. Vlogger at WSOP.com. I was looking at the details yesterday. It is really a great program.
Yeah, I was surprised how generous it was.
And I don't want to suggest that what the vloggers do is easy, but listen, it didn't look like.
I think that's exactly what you tried to suggest yesterday. That it was easy.
It didn't look difficult. I'm not gonna
yeah, I know. That's what you did, my friend. It's okay.
So queens once again. This time for Verna Lutzma, who still one of certainly top 5 in chips. Kuzmanis is going to call on the cutoff, so heads-up action between those two.
Yeah, he's calling specifically here against Lutzma's under the gun open, recognizing that it's going to be wider than everyone else. But I think ace check off might just play slightly better as kind of a 3-bet fold in this spot. But if Lutzma's opening just super liberally, then taking him to the flop and playing a position with better hands is a pretty good strategy.
Lutzma got a check. Kuzmanis happy to see a turn card. And very, very happy to see that particular turn card.
He has a nice one.
There's a third diamond out there. Another player with a diamond in their hand.
It was a nice check from Lutzma as well. He's going to have lots of hands that can't really continue on King Deuce 3, so we send it over with some of these really strong ones as well. Not the super strong, obviously not a king, but queen's still way up there in the range of hands you can have.
Verna going to check once again.
I think for Kuzmanis now we'd like to bet this because Lutzma does have some offsuit diamond type stuff, a lot of pocket pairs or whatever, but he
decides not to.
Yeah, he just checks it back.
Something that certainly strikes me when you watch an inexperienced player, an amateur player, they are desperately afraid of what might come out to kill their hand. And they're like, I've got to protect it.
Yeah.
I've got to protect it. And you see, it's very striking when you watch this over a week and you watch these amazing poker players. Lutzma goes very small. Very small. It strikes me, it's just, they're happy to give free cards. They're like, maybe he has 6 outs. Okay.
If it happens, it happens.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want to reopen the betting. I want to try to get value.
Speaking of reopen the betting, I wonder here if Kuzmanis does that with his hand. Because he's got
tiny
very
30,000 in the 170.
Yeah, we feel like we just You just got the best hand here a lot. Yeah, I like this. Really good raise. Well found. Really good raise.
And this is always a funny spot because now you're a Lutzman. You got to be thinking, well, is he attacking my obvious block bet, or is does he actually have it?
And well, Lutzman's not created a lot of action in this hand, right? Raised pre-checked twice, now bets effectively one blind on the river. Looks like he's just trying to buy a showdown. And Kuzmanis didn't bet the turn, didn't bet the flop. Yeah.
Look.
So it doesn't have that much value. Well done.
Yeah. Yeah, and Lutzma levels himself, does make that call. Nice little pot. Kuzmanis with the 1.5 million. Lutzma, don't cry for him. He's on 4 million. He'll be okay.
We're getting a lot of suggestions for the tuck.
And some
Vlogger
congestion
channel.
on the table, by the way. Somebody's got to clear. Turn your mic off. Go blow your nose. Come back. Are we anything good?
I'm not seeing a winner yet, but,
No,
but
okay.
keep it coming, guys.
Head out to the floor here. Keating is all. Wait, what happened to Keating's stack?
Oh wow, yeah.
The guy had tons of chips earlier on. Lule might knock him out.
He's going to after that flop.
Hard on the river, and that's it for Alex Keating. Wow. Don't know the full story behind that, but Alex Keating eliminated 109th place. You said, very creative player, really kind of thrives in these big fields with kind of a wide variety of players. He's had a couple of really deep runs at the World Series Poker main event in Vegas.
Yeah, he's exactly that kind of guy that I would, if you're going to choose someone you think he'll go really deep in the main event, he's that kind of player. Because he plays so much live poker and he plays against such a great mix of abilities that he knows how to exploit all the kind of typical mistakes those players make that the solver generation aren't too familiar with because they don't play against those kind of players. They don't get to think about those kind of situations.
I noticed that when like I said, I played day 2 with him many years ago, and you could tell he was really getting under the skin of some of the amateurs at the table.
Yeah.
And
after the first break, they were
really exploiting their weaknesses. I wasn't surprised that he made a deep run at all.
I think we're staying on here.
Flush draw here for Nadia Lev. Absolutely nothing for Kvezdi.
Yeah, me too.
Kvezdi pulled a nice little bluff off earlier. Kind of a
like they would've told us
throwaway
already.
nothing hand, but he made it interesting. King high is good here.
I'm trying to engineer this possible. This was a must have been a flop bet and Nadaliev's check call with 8-4 of hearts. Is that what happened? Is there a 9 blinds in the pot?
A little cold.
Good times.
The good old days.
Yeah.
Before everyone was listening to everything.
Before the lights got bright.
And Kvezdi, King high does beat some stuff.
I mean, is it just me? I'm going to ask people in the chat. How many of you guys have seen The Princess Bride? Take a look at Nadia Lev.
Yes. Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I see it. I see it. What a great
I
film.
mean, I'm dating myself with that movie, I know, but my gosh.
Yeah, yeah.
If any of you have seen the movie.
Well, it might not.
Yeah, they
Might not.
showed that.
Man, I wonder the story behind Keating. What happened to him? So, I mean, he had tons of chips.
He did. Big
Top
stack of
10
dinner break
earlier on today.
Yeah.
I mean, I know in No Limit Hold'em, it can be an ugly beast sometimes. Head on out here, Jack Lorraine. Wow,
even more.
6.2 million.
Look at him making pals with.
How would you describe his play? What's his strength? What's his superpower?
I just say he's actually got really, really good fundamentals, Jack. He knows the game. I think for quite a while, really, he's focused on when he does play, he just plays sort of live cash games. So, but he knows his way around a poker tournament. Yeah.
I'm going to pick up the action here. Flop is, I think, 9-7-5. I'm looking at the pips there. Berman with jacks. Bendinelli with just 10-9. Top pair, not going to improve. And Giuliano Bendinelli is gone. 106th place. He'll take home 16,000. We are approaching that next pay jump. It's only 2,000 euros, but...
Yeah, it's
2,000 euros.
You got to look at it as, that's 40% of a buy-in. So it's kind of how you've got to think about these things. Obviously, you're all dreaming of 2 million euros at this point, but only one person can get that. Teller's in here again under the gun, Queen Jack offsuit. Man's not afraid.
No, he is not. He's a Brazilian. Ready to live and die by the sword.
Yeah, this is a scary kind of flop texture against small blind, especially small blind who's playing 4 million. So I like this check back.
Oh,
my
gosh.
word. And you know, it's not that he's like instantly petrified or Jack's no good here, but just for his range, he's going to have a lot of like ace, king, queen
Thiago.
type hands.
Thiago's been up against it a couple of times. He was all in and one card away from being eliminated. Ironically enough, it was a 3 that saved him.
Yes,
and
against
now it
this
might
man.
be right. It might be the 3 that ultimately kills him as well. We'll see.
Yeah, I like this. He's overbetting. 175, just shallowing this one out so he can go for the jugular. And unfortunately for Tellus, obviously one of the strongest hands he's going to check back with.
Yeah, I mean, certainly can't fold.
Nope. Well, the third club obviously always concerning.
Interesting.
Oh. An interesting call or an interesting bet?
Thiago checks back, does make the call.
They're chatting during the hands. Unusual.
$500,000 in the pot. I would be sad to see Thiago go if he if this in fact is his last hand. There's a saver.
On that river, he's going to get a reprieve.
I mean, is there a chance he can win it now?
I don't think so. I think we're just confident enough that we've got the winning hand with the jack. Let's see though.
$500,000 in the pot.
$75.
Is this a check all the time? No,
I'd say maybe he goes for block, yeah, because you just don't think Tellus has as many offsuit combos, I guess, from under the gun. But yeah, it's
although with this gentleman, he does.
Yes.
I know what the book says, but he's kind of giving away that he can't raise. And he does make the call. Oh, look at that. Werner not only doesn't get raised up the pot, but he actually gets value out of this one.
Yeah. Real nice block.
Thiago up to 400, down to 475,000. Werner back up to 4.4 million.
Last hand.
Yeah, it was a tough one for Tellus. But he's a survivor. Still got 19 blinds.
Yeah, I mean, the check back on the flop is
yeah, it's so unlucky that that
really
3
unlucky.
comes off. It's, you know.
We have seen like sets on turns in river too many times today, these guys.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Headed over to table
Are we staying here?
77. Hall going to raise under the gun +2.
Yeah.
Mamon in the big blind with ace-7. Going to flick it in, I imagine. Yep. 135,000 in the pot as we head there.
Yeah, real nice hand to defend with from the big blind. It's always nice to have a suited ace. I wonder now. You know, the king favors Tom. 4-5 always favors the big blind with a gut shot. Tom is going to have a stab, but a cheap one at that, 35. Just trying to make, you know, some of the Jack 10 offsuits, the King 8 suiteds that aren't heart diamonds fold here. There's plenty of hands that just fold for 35. This hand is not going to fold. In fact, I see him reach for a green.
That's what it looked like, and he does raise here. Mamon going to take this this ace and take it upstairs.
Yep, backdoor diamonds and the backdoor straight draw. Another fun use of the a7. I thought I was just going to see a call, but he's raising it up. You typically, I think, see the raise out of the non-ace high type holdings in this spot. If it was a backdoor flush draw and some connectivity around the 4-5.
Tom Hall makes the call. 7.
Interesting one now, because
yeah,
now they're
it really is.
Now they're both thinking, how do we get to showdown?
I thought the 6 of diamonds would be an interesting card, but that's the 7 of clubs is certainly going to make things interesting as well. Hall doesn't know it's a pretty bad card for him.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky now for Mammon. Yeah, I don't think we can bet.
The problem for Hall is now he thinks he's like, well, I've probably got the best hand.
Hall's just happy to get to showdown. Going to recognize there are some bluffs in the form of backdoor diamond-y, slightly connected type holdings.
Hall's going to check this one back. Oh, hello.
Yeah, nice straight for Tom on this river, and now this might actually get quite difficult for Mammon. I don't think he needs to bet here. I think he still thinks he just has the best hand. Like you know, if he didn't have the 7, this is quite a nice card for him to bluff on. But when he faces a bet, he's going to think, how does Tom have much 8x here?
Yeah, raising under the gun +2. We called my raise.
Yeah, it's the call of the check raise, right? It's you know.
What 8s does he have?
Like, does he always open 7-8 suited?
Does he need an 8 to bet? Or 3 to bet?
I guess it depends the size he goes for. I think we go big here because you can be up against... What's he going for?
Oh, he's going big.
Yeah, I like this.
Grabbed a bunch of pink, and then he said, you know what, I'm going to take that green one, too.
It's fun in a spot where you don't get to have it that often, and when you do have it, it's good to go big.
Recognizing that I shouldn't have this, but I do, so...
Yeah, hoping you could you know, sometimes you're just up against a 3 as well, the 3 decides. But I think the 3 bets the river most of the time itself. Maybe that's not as likely. Half your opponent to have too much 2 pair either, because I don't think like the 7-4 type hands want to check raise flop, but maybe they do at some frequency.
Mammon, no hearts in his hand. Did check raise again the flop, got called. Went check check on the turn.
Yeah, you think
now he's facing a 90% pot size
yeah,
bet here.
Close enough to full pot.
Yeah.
Close enough that I think Tom miscounted the pot. You know? Really, really tough spot. Like how, you know, what if...
Big hand too. I mean, you're getting just about, you're getting like 2 to 1, maybe a little bit more, but you can see where their chips are. This is very significant.
Not many time banks left. He's burning through them.
Yeah. You save them for these moments.
I think the question is Tom just doing this with like a ace queen that's stuck around the flop, ace 10, these kind of hands? Like it's not the medium straight. It's not like this isn't like 10s or something going for value.
Right. He's not doing this with a king.
So he's saying
he's going to make the call.
Yeah.
Mammon does not believe him. Hall's going to show him the bad news.
Yeah, unlucky. Yeah.
One person's luck is another person's unluck, I suppose. And I believe that will take us to break. We have one more level in store for you tonight before the bags come out. And we are just right on the money bubble. 104 players remain. Possibly during that hand we lost somebody.
Yeah, good chance we come back for the break and there's a recount.
Yeah,
find out.
So this will be a 20-minute break, everybody. Plenty of action still here.
I love this bit.
Yeah, this is it's fun. This is it's a good way to kind of head us to break, see where we're at.
See the likes.
Is your boy Lorraine still on top?
Yeah, maybe. I think so. He had 6 million, right? Secrets Manos. Ben Shallow, haven't seen much of him yet.
Josh Aryeh, what a story. 7-time bracelet winner. He's won the World Series Poker Player of the Year. He's made the main event final table. Can he find magic here in Prague?
Thomas, age 10 as well. He's up there. 78 big blinds, his stack's worth at this point.
I love to see the wide variety of different countries represented, from China, Switzerland, South America, South Africa.
Look at that, number 20, Sheena Okamoto.
Okamoto putting on a show here this week in Prague for sure. Roberto Romanello.
Yeah, her compatriot. Kanishi's still in this one as well. We saw him midway through yesterday, I want to say, mixing it up. So, in fact, was it
Carl
him?
Shaw.
It was he who had the ace queen against ace king against jungle, I think, wasn't it? Kanisian.
Carl Shaw.
Oh wow, yeah.
He was having a tough day the first day when we saw him. He's obviously turned that around. Werner Lutzma on 4.4 million. Giovanni Zanet on 5.2 million. But they're all chasing your boy, Jack Lorraine at 6.2 million. Plenty of action from Prague when we return.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free, for low buy-ins, and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
Check. 8-bet 70,000. Seat 7 raised 200,000.
Probably. Probably a mini fight. Next 665. 665.
Would you do that with ace five of spades?
5 seconds. And sit 8 pro, 6 7 win. We gonna see this on TV or no?
Yeah, there's no state taxes in Vegas.
I know that they like to host like gaming events there because of the tax as well.
The what?
They like to host gaming, like esports events there because of the tax as well. So I assume that would be the same for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, no state tax is nice.
Yeah.
Call. You have aces? Oh shit. Ace king? Yeah. You can't run hot forever. I think a 3 is coming.
Wow.
When you know, you know.
Good. I'm scared of you.
Sorry, man. I mean, you just...
Thank you, bro. Holy fuck.
Wow.
Big bet. 35,000. $130,000.
Call.
$360,000.
Raise all in.
It is all in.
$1 million minus ante.
Just check one step.
975.
$975.
975.
975. Keep on fighting. Keep on fighting. Hmm?
1 million.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
We got queens.
Your favorite spade. I play first hand and this guy have queens and he showed me. You remember? In
Which
Blanks
one?
War.
Oh, I
In
can't
Blanks War.
remember.
First hand, I am going table. First hand, I am pay big blind, you small blind.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah,
You raise me and show me queens. The same place in the car.
Yeah, I remember.
那真的太鱼了，我操！对。我 I got it。还没到我跑满。还有没有他会呢 I got it too。
What's your hand? Oh, I give you some things.
Okay, the ninth.
Pocket nines.
Yeah.
I won't flip. I lose big hand.
Mm-hmm.
Me win? I didn't know.
Six.
Lucky hand. We got ace. We
I
have
got
ace.
ace. I have ace too. Ace two.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000. Ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
All poker players share the same dream, taking their seat at the WSOP. And GG Poker is the only place where you can qualify online. You can qualify for free for low buy-ins and win your seat at the WSOP circuit events, or take your game to Paradise in the Bahamas, or go for glory in the Las Vegas main event, the World Series of Poker, only on GG Poker.
Hello and welcome back to Prague. We're here for the 2026 World Series of Poker Europe. What an absolutely historic, beautiful city and the perfect setting for our main event. Late in day 3 action, and we're starting to really kind of separate the big stacks from, you know, maybe the pretenders from the contenders, so to speak. I'm David Tuckman alongside James Dempsey. We talked about Jack Lorraine, over 6 million chips. We've got some short stacks in there. But at this point of the tournament, though, it really, I mean, anybody can spin it up, right?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the likes of Werner Lutzmer here, leading this table. Obviously, that 4.4 million is a massive stack, but it's no guarantee of a, you know, a super deep run. It's no guarantee he's going to final from here. You've still got so much to do, and like you say, anyone can still make it. It's just a lot harder if you're those guys. If you're someone like Stephen Jones here, you've got far less room for error in those big stacks. And of course, you know, you don't have to final this. There's plenty of big prizes along the way. Or don't have to win it, I should say. There's plenty. Oh, look at this.
De Giacomo. The ace-7 under the gun. Werner picking up another big hand here, ace-king.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess it's harder to spin it up, but than it is to just torch it, because we've seen plenty of torches.
With this, you know, with the fire department are on standby, yeah.
3-bet from Lutzma.
And this is a funny sort of situation. So the Giacomo's come to this table, obviously taken that empty seat, and now finds himself like raising this hand up, and all you know is you've got a 4.3 million chip stack 3-betting. You don't really know, but you just assume there's a lot of nonsense in there.
Right. We do. I think just from a human perspective, we just assume that guy's got a lot of chips. He got them because he's been splashing around.
It's what the big stack's supposed to do. You see them do it, and you're like, okay, this could be some nonsense. See that 110k extra. I think
By the way, I have more on Gil Simon hoodie, one that he sold to Jungle Man.
I hope Clado can just get out of this one, but no, he's going to stick around. Okay. He will not be pushed around.
No, he will not be pushed around, but out of position against a player of Werner Lutzma's caliber with a hand like ace-7 suited, you're making it tough on yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd fold this, but I would call that ace-10 suited for sure.
Yeah, obviously ace-10, a lot more connectivity there.
Yeah.
Ace-7, I just don't know.
The thing is, we're already not playing that many hands from under the gun, and ace-7 suited is, you know, getting towards the bottom of the kind of hands we're going to play. So it's okay to fold those. We don't have to protect our range by calling these, I don't think.
Man, I always get into this, like, you know, mistake begets mistake, and now you're looking at it going, well, it's only 65,000. Maybe I should call. The issue is, what's your path to victory here?
Now it's a clear call.
Right, but what's the path to victory?
Yeah, well, against ace king, it's very limited.
Now queen on the turn. De Giacomo under the gun.
Yeah, not a card either's pretty happy to see, to be honest. Lutz was going to be aware that with the flop size he went for kind of hands like king queen suited with in either hearts.
I mean, if this goes check, does Claudio, I assume he has to bet the river, and is there a chance he can get it through?
Maybe, yeah.
Can he rep a 9? Can he rep a queen? Oh, we're not going to get there because Werner's going to bet.
Yeah, this stops that happening, and this also like piles a lot of pressure on a hand like 8s or 7s. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what would have the Giacomo would have done on the river, whether he feels the need to bluff and try and make ace-king fold, or does he think he's ahead enough already?
Well,
I felt like he would have bluffed.
Maybe some of the nonsense is there. 31% VPIP is...
Oh, there's some nonsense in there.
Yeah. We are 8-handed. Take a look at table 77. Thomas Hall, Roberto, leading the pack over here.
Britannia rules the waves, my friend. Britannia rules the waves.
Yes. Bob Mather on 1,000,000 chips. Blinds now 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 big blind ante.
Yeah, this table far more bunched, right? You know, the shorter stack 25 blinds, the chip leader 80. This is one where, okay, Roberto has the lead, but it's not like he can go really hard on these guys because they've all got kind of got playable stacks. And although ICM is always a factor in poker tournaments, but still 100 left.
Yeah, and the pay jumps, as we pointed out, they're not drastically big. I mean,
no.
They're going to be, it's a 2,000 jump for the next player to get eliminated.
Yeah.
But it's like the next 18 players.
Yeah, we're on a, obviously, yeah, the direct jump now. That's not going to change any of these players with 25 blinds debating on which hand they're going to, what hand they might play. This is more if there's someone in the field with, you know, 11 blinds and they've got a bottom of range jam from the cutoff, maybe they just fold it because a lot of their value now is in securing that extra 2K. But for these kind of players with 25 blinds, it's not really an issue. 2 ace highs. Turn them over, boys. This is a hoodie and
Not
scarf
exactly the
combo.
most exciting hand, but hey, they all can't be.
Yeah.
I give our production crew a lot of credit. It is pretty amazing how we continue to find just great hand after great hand after great hand. Take a look at table 72, Nyholm. Courtesy of those kings, and that really, really strange hand with Mahmoud when he had fives.
Yeah.
That has kind of vaulted him into this position where he's got over 2 million on 69 big blinds. Zhao also on 69 big blinds. Do have a couple of shorties over here. Huang and Anufriv on 13 big blinds. Huang, by the way, really could have been out of this tournament twice already.
Yes.
So
yeah.
if she makes a run, that'll be a story.
Yeah. One time she was all but out of the tournament. The other time she was led off somewhat. Although unknown whether she would have called the Zhao on the river, but
we don't know.
Been hard not to. What have we got here then?
It would have been difficult for her to get away from that.
It would have been.
We've got an interesting little spot here. We've got a gut shot, Jack 10 versus Betwee's flush draw.
Yeah, let's see how Bedwy wants to play this one. We saw him just play kind of curious with those 2 5s not long before the break. Here he flops a flush draw against +2. I think we just call.
Yeah, this is just pretty standard. Open and a call in the big blind.
I like this. No need to raise this one. There's also turn cards that aren't spades that help our hand as well, right? When we got the 7. That's
3 diamonds is not one of those cards.
It's not one of them. I was kind of curious to see what would happen if the turn had come a 6 or an 8, because I think we might have led with this kind of hand, but I don't think we get to do leading on the 3. And Dimitrov's still ahead of quite a few hands, despite the fact he's only got Jack 10 high. He beats all the other straight draws. And obviously hands like this Jack high flush draw, he's ahead of. So hard for the host to win at Showdown, though, because if it goes check, check, you're just encouraging your opponent to stab the river. And, well, that's the river that he might not. Hard to represent a hand that wants to bet into that card.
You imagine maybe he stabs into a bunch of rivers, but the ace of clubs, kind of a tough card to stab into. And Bedwy, is, we know he's a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah, he may feel like he still has to. I mean, you could just bet small here and just trying to dislodge the hand that Dimitrov has, but instead he checks and Troy Dimitrov.
Jack 10 can win. I don't know if Dimitrov knows that, though.
I think, yeah, you expect some of those misdraws to bluff the river, despite the fact an ace came. I think you just want to bet this now. Yeah, nice. 200K.
Pretty large, actually, 200,000.
Yeah, he's just trying to declare ace. And that makes sense, right? The line taken. It doesn't make sense for him to have like a queen that now wants to go for value, because the queen would have followed up on the turn, I think, given the complexity of the board at that point. So the hands that would bet flop, check back turn, and bet river are like the ace-x type holdings.
Mahmoud hasn't let it go yet. I mean,
yeah, it's a question of
is there something going on here?
Well, it's possible he could check raise here. For sure, it's possible, because if he was slow playing a hand on the flop, he would have checked the turn and seen it go check behind, and then when the river comes an ace, he's nearly always checking. So there's certainly an argument for turning this into a bluff.
Well, we know he's creative, and look at this.
Here we go.
Look at this.
And he's
going
clicked
to
it.
click it back.
Love that. So he's obviously here. He's just trying to make Dimitrov fold his bluffs. He's not trying to make him fold any hand that he's bet for value for this additional 200k. But
Like
he's
a king high?
He's just he's trying
Or
to knock
this
up
jack 10?
the king high, the jack high, whatever it may be.
This is next level, and look at this.
This is great.
So Dimitrov could have just checked back and won with jack 10. He clearly didn't know that.
Yeah.
He bet, gets check raised.
Yeah, the only way
Mahmoud.
he loses the pot is by betting.
Wow, and loses an extra 200,000 in the process.
Yeah, great hand. Well done, Bev Wheat. Kind of.
That was fun. You know, it was during the break. Somebody mentioned to me that I might have said that Giovanni Zanet was. I called him a nit. Zanet. I did not say that. Okay, but just to clear
Zanet.
things up, Jeff Platt is with him right now.
All right, let's check in with one of our chip leaders, also a GG Poker qualifier. Giovanni, stand up for me, please. We'll move to the back. I know it's kind of cramped, kind of crowded. We're going to work on the room situation for next year. What's this ride been like for you?
Yeah, it's been amazing. Obviously qualified on GG.
Yeah.
Did nothing, was busted in the first 20 minutes with the first bullet, reloaded, and now we're here, so I can't complain.
It's unbelievable. I was reading about this in your bio that GG put together for us. Oh, what's the plan for the family if you do acquire a big score of sorts?
The plan for the family? Maybe a new home?
Yeah, that's what I heard. I saw homes multiple.
Yeah.
Yeah, multiple. You feel any pressure at this point in the tournament, or just feels kind of like you're on this life free roll after winning at least the first bullet through GG?
At the moment, no. There's still a long way to go, a lot further than most people think, and I think the real pressure will come when we get nearer to the end.
I could feel that as well. I'm going to send you back to the action. I appreciate the time. Nice meeting you. Best of luck rest of the way. Guys.
Thank you, Jeff. And I give him credit. He's got his head on his shoulders, and he understands the task at hand, understanding that they are far from the end. It's if anything, they're in mile 7 of a marathon.
Yeah, yeah. Look at this. Our villain.
Oh,
the villain.
Martinovich, the emperor himself. Could he eliminate Huang, or could Huang get lucky once again? How many lives does this cat have?
Not 10. You know.
Well, we'll see. Pot's 875,000.
Yeah, I feel bad. I'm calling Martinovich the villain. I've just decided we need a villain.
You
and he
need
looks
a
like
villain.
one.
This is nothing personal against him.
Oh,
hello.
Okay.
10, a 7, or a queen will get the job done.
Last time she stood up, she hit the turn. Did
She's
she
a
not?
pro. Listen, she's not messing around. She knows how to do it. Ace, no help there. Still the outs on the top of your screen. Any 10, any 7, any queen. It is an 8, and apparently this cat's 9th live has already been used. And could have been eliminated earlier, survived a little bit longer. She has gone 104th. And now everybody jumps up to 18,000, by the way. As I mentioned, a lot going on here at the World Series of Poker Europe. We have multiple bracelets going on, various events going on at the same exact time. Jeff Platt has a report on all of them.
902 entries in the 1650 monster stack, and we are down to our final 4. Martin, go ahead and show them our final 4 fighting for more than 220,000 euros. We have Stieg, we have Jin-Ho Hong, better known as Yellow, the Korean esports Hall of Famer, and we have our chip leader, Pedro Faustino, a lot of chips. And then we have Andreas with not as many chips, as one of our WSOP higher-ups said to him. Well, good luck, man. let's get the cards back in the air at this final table.
Good luck indeed. That's pretty cool. Esports superstar.
Yeah.
Making the transition.
A familiar crossover, and who's in action here?
Oh, look at this.
It's our man.
Yeah, so the story behind the hoodie sale, by the way, as we watched this hand play, apparently it was the hoodie he won an EPT in.
Yeah, that when I heard he sold the hoodie for 500 euros, I was like, I would do the same. But if it's a hoodie you won a major tournament in, it's like, I'm not sure I'd sell it.
500 euros? Yeah, you can have. Listen, you want my? I'll give you my hockey jersey for 500 euros right now.
Yeah.
Done.
I
I've won a lot with this. Okay.
I find that hard to believe.
Wow. Man, shots fired. Chips are going to go in here. Keel Simon on 1 million, 3 bets. Tiago.
Yeah.
Is going to pile it in, and it's the classic ace-king versus queens.
It really is the absolute classic, isn't it? Although the equity's flipping around, obviously we're taking into account folded cards, you see.
Yeah, apparently I'm going to go maybe all the aces and kings and spades are live.
Yeah, maybe a queen or two folded. I think the ace-king a big favorite here.
So 103 players remain. Everybody guaranteed 18,000 euros, including Tiago Tellis, who is all in.
Yeah, key point that, actually. Of course, that ladder coming.
Oh. Yeah, well.
Well, you know what? The odds have flipped now. Simon now a 2-1 favorite.
I think so. Take a spade for a sweat, though. Oh, that's not a sweat.
Oh, and the ace on the turn. The turns in the rivers have been particularly deadly today, right?
They really have.
Damn it.
Like you said, I was saying yesterday how the best hand kept holding, and today it feels like whatever hand's leading on the flop falls behind on the turn. But I'm glad that Teles is sticking around with us for a bit longer because he's been the one driving the action and the intrigue at this table.
Yeah, he's fun. Keep in mind here, that's 1.2 million. That's only 20 big blinds now.
Yeah. It's funny actually when you play these tournaments. Sometimes you're hovering around a stack like that. Oh, speaking of stacks like that.
And net average slot on 25 big blinds. I apologize, actually. Our graphic was wrong. That's 40 big blinds.
Oh, okay.
But our
yeah,
blind
you're
is
right.
still 1530.
Yes.
I was doing the math quick, and I was like, wait a second. That doesn't seem right. No.
You're right. Good catch.
Oh, nice. On 1.6 million. He has been in and around the chip lead for much of earlier today.
He had a bit more, didn't we, last time we checked in? I remember thinking poor Jack's got him to deal with his left, so he's taken a bit of a hit.
He was up to 2.6 million earlier on.
Okay. A million in this pot already.
Yeah.
Button versus big blind, such a familiar encounter.
Yeah, his opponent 2 to his right on the button here. So this is a button big blind confrontation. $1 million in the pot already.
Wow.
Wow, battle of the 8s, and it is Zoo who wins that. It's a big pot.
It is a big pot, but perhaps Chen a little fortunate not to lose more there. Both flopping top pair, button versus big blind. Drew electing just to check back the river.
Ketovic with top pair, speaking of top pair. Out of the big blind.
Yeah, ace 8 out of the big blind, but not a spot we'd really be thrilled about against +1 and +2 if there were to be significant action.
All I can see now is Princess Bride. I'm
sorry.
sorry.
You put me in the same same boat now. And you've aged me with yourself as well. It's a bit unfair. You've taken me down.
Oh, listen, I don't care how old you are. If you haven't seen that movie, it's a great movie to see.
Yeah, I mean, I would say go watch it, but you're watching this, so don't go
I mean,
watch
not
it.
right
But
now,
watch it after we finish
yeah.
this stream.
Now Dialev gets out of the way. Back over to Ketovic. And is this always a call, or is there ever a thought of, hey, I want to raise with something like this?
I think we just call. Like, it's always nice having the ace, right? Because if your opponent has raised with a hand like ace king, then every now and again when we strike lightning and turn the ace, you want them in the pot. But also, when they go bluffing on a later street, it'll always be into that ace as well if it comes. So I think you tend to see the raises come from the weaker eights. Because it's not like if we're up against the button, it'd be different, right? Because you just don't give +1 too many 8x. It's not like we're thinking we've got ace 8 and they're in there with queen 8. It's not a thing, but against button, it's certainly a thing.
Right. Ketovic checks. Guarini thinking about what he wants to do.
5 seconds. 3 check.
When you play now, are you a hider like this? Do you hide everything?
No.
Not in the river.
Nothing wrong with it, though, by the way. I mean, people, you know, like to get on their high horse about all sorts of things because they've got nothing better to moan about. But if, you know, if it makes you comfortable, I've got no qualms with it.
As long as I can see some part of your face.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Sure.
You don't want the complete, like, can't even recognize who the person is, but I understand why people want to cover up the neck or the mouth. Feel like they give something away. I think if I got to the last 100 of this tournament where I feel like my body might betray me a little bit in some situations, I'd consider having the pulling the hood up over my mouth at this stage of the tournament, probably. Yeah.
Well, as we get older, our body almost always betrays us.
Mine started young.
He's going to go somewhat large here, a little over 200,000. 230,000. Now, is this trying to target, say, a 5?
Yeah, I don't think.
Maybe a raggy 8 even, or?
I don't think we're expecting to get a hand like this to fold. So Vetkovic
5 seconds.
in the tank on it. I mean, Guarini really, I don't think repping a 6. But you start to think, why is this guy betting into me on that card? Like, is he really trying to? I just don't think he has enough hands.
Right.
Guarini, I think
what's
this
he
is
like. What's he trying to sell here?
Yeah, I don't see how we have it enough here. +1. He bet 3-way as well. So, like, I mean, we can see the bet was pretty liberal with King 10, but wow.
Wow, it does get through, though.
All right.
Guarini wins that one. Back up to 1.1 million. Kvetkovic makes a fold that neither one of us thought was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like a huge fold.
It's just a bluff catcher at the end.
Yeah, it's a bluff catcher.
But it's you know,
and he's
considering he's in the big blind, it's a pretty strong hand.
He's the one who's been sitting playing against that man all day. We're just tuning in now and again.
Uh-oh. He's on a free fall. He was up over 6 million a little while ago.
I think he's going to be all right, Tuck. Come on, don't do me like that.
Hey, listen, I'm only here to see what I see, okay? He was at over 6 million. Now he's down.
I mean, it doesn't look like 6 million, does it? He's just got lots of the high-value
chips. He's doing okay. I think he's fine.
There's his neighbor.
Tom Sidechain. We just saw him lose a pot on 1.4 million on 46 bigs.
Who's that?
D'Souza.
The Paradise runner-up.
Yeah.
2024.
I think he's kind of spun that up a little bit. I don't think he had that much earlier, did he?
I think you're right. Certainly on the climb.
I'm getting pumped up with his music. I'm loving it. Let's go. It's like late night rave music.
Just as you say that, they cut the track. That's sad, isn't it?
Yang with the ace queen. Does have the queen of spades. Stephen Jones with the 2 red jacks.
Wow. Okay, so we had Jones open and Yang just flat from the big blind with ace queen. Starting to play slow against the +2. I like it. It's really nice to have some really strong non-paired hands in the big blind when you call, so that when you do flop good, you just get bluffed into a lot.
And in addition, boards like this kind of do favor you.
Yeah, and yeah, you kind of have huge board coverage, right? Exactly that, because when you get the bad boards like this, you can rep stuff, and when you get the really good boards, you actually happen to have it. Basically, it's just nice to be dealt good hands.
That's what I was hearing. Get dealt big hands and hit flops, and you'll be okay. And Yang's going to lead out here on the board pairing. We saw that yesterday, and that kind of was like the gasoline on the fire, so to speak.
Yes.
In that huge hand that we saw.
Yeah, this is quite cool because you know, Yang just recognizing that 7-4-3 turn 7, the pre-flop raiser from +2 is just going to check that back a lot. So Yang deciding to bet here. I don't think really expecting to get anything better to fold, but just kind of creating some protection for his hand.
Ace on the river here.
Yeah, and this is kind of fun because he gets to bet
Yeah,
again, I think.
that's back to your point. This card's supposed to help Jones, not Yang.
Yeah, but I think Yang can still bet it. Like, I think Jones is going to have stuck around with some ace highs. If he had ace high, he's calling, I think, on the turn because of the drawy nature of the board. He's going to give Yang. Yeah, I really like this. 1/3 pot can certainly get called. And I think this hand has to call for Jones. Two red jacks, pardon me. You're not expecting the ace really to have helped your opponent. Because most of the ace highs wouldn't play this way. It happens that Yang's play one this way.
It's not really a good card for you to bluff.
There we go.
But I'm not folding. When?
There we go.
Well, there you go.
Both things are true.
Both things can be true, and they are true. And nice little pop for Yang. It was up to 1.9 million. Jones at 925. By the way, worth mentioning because we brought it up. I'm not sure. I don't remember seeing Yang still in there. Did you? I don't know if he ever recovered from that pocket fives.
Oh,
that
yeah.
big hand.
Yeah,
Why
I'm trying
don't
to
you
remember.
just raise that pre?
Yeah, not sure.
You get all my chips if you do.
Not sure. Roberto. Well, okay. This is on the loose side. Tuck. This is Roberto.
One of those don't try this at home kids.
Yeah. This is. He does like to get after it. See, is Tom going to go after him again? Ace full suited.
Well, Tom's got chips now. I mean, there was a point where Romanello had this stack and Hall had about 1.1 million. But now Hall does have the goods. He's not going to go after him this time. He folds.
Yeah, it's funny. We've seen him, come back over the top of him twice pre-flop. That was certainly a contender. When you're playing against someone like Roberto, and like I said before, Tom's played a lot with him, will know that when Roberto gets out in front like this, he likes to do a lot of the front running. And I don't know if you expect him to raise ace-4 offsuit, but he knows Roberto's raising too many hands from under the gun. And then ace-4 suited, if that's the case, is certainly playable. But the whole table behind didn't elect to play.
Ukrainian, Andrei Nadialev, does make the call out of the small blind. Maimon calls as well. So, three-way action, 210,000 in the pot. And how about that? Wow. What a flop.
Yeah,
Maimon flops it all.
That's pretty absurd. Now, ace, deuce, deuce, rainbow. Into the gun can certainly bet that. You're going to be worried a little bit about small blind having some ace stuff, but I still think onto the gun should just bet this board always, and you can just bet pretty small. Because also the fact that it's a three-way pot as opposed to a heads-up pot against big blind just makes it so much harder for the big blind to be in there with a deuce, right? If they've got some trashy, deuce 5, for example, that might call in a heads-up pot, but isn't going to call three-way with the small blind in there.
Now, the check back from Romanello does induce a bluff from Nadialev, 60,000.
Oh, yeah.
Ultimately, though, that money is, those chips are not going to go to Romanello anyway.
Bye-bye.
We are under 100, by the way. Top left corner of your screen, 98 remain.
Mamoon with this stack size, I think best served with a call. If he was deeper, maybe you start sprinkling in some raises. But you just want to obviously allow everyone into this pot, potentially allow someone to make a diamond flush. And now Roberto is going for one of these.
Now?
Yeah, thinks he's got the best hand, wants to freeze the action. Raise now, buy a showdown. Type maneuver, protect against diamonds.
So he does take it upstairs, 230,000. That gets rid of the Ukrainian.
How are you liking your life if you're Mammon here? It checked through on the flop, and then you've had someone bet, you've called, and the pre-flop raiser.
I mean, you
then
don't
squeeze
have
it
the
up.
nuts.
No, but we're close enough. Tuck. We're close enough.
We're pretty happy. I know. I'm just pointing out there are a couple of hands out there that can beat us. Can't play too careful.
Yeah, I think best served, of course, just call here and check river, and if Roberto's, he's just going for it.
Yeah.
Wow. They're just believing that Roberto has a hand like a big ace that he's checked back on the flop and he just can't fold. I'm kind of surprised that I would have, I think, just called because those hands are going to bet the river anyway. So I think you can just call and then check over to Roberto.
Right, the times that Romanello does have some sort of a draw.
Yeah, if
that
he's
he
got
picked up.
if he's got like King Jack of Diamonds, and just decides to raise his turn. Now you're denying him putting any more chips in the pot. Well, having said that, all that though, conversely, against specifically this hand, this is probably the best way to get paid. Like the most chance of Roberto calling it off comes here. Roberto's thinking, you know, up against the big blind here. 3-4's a possibility. Well, I've got a 4. Diamonds are a possibility. I don't have any diamonds.
But yeah, I mean, if he knew exactly what Roberto had, this is actually brilliant.
This is how you want to play this hand.
Yeah. And I guess it's a possibility that he checked back at Raggy Ace.
Yeah. Roberto putting all his skills to use, studding his opponent.
Yeah. You can see the payouts, by the way, over Roberto's left shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
2 million up top, 1.2 million for second.
I'll take third. 800. That'll do me. Send me home.
If you make the final table, you're going to make 6 figures at least.
This is fun.
Well, significant pot. I mean, there's 1.18 million in there. It's 455,000 to call.
5 seconds.
Dream situation for Maimon.
Does Roberto think Mammon's in there with all the 3-4 offsuits? Does he think he's capable of just rifling in diamonds at this point? If you give him all the 3-4s, then this gets harder to call, even though we've got one of the 4s. If you give him plenty of diamond draws, then it's quite easy to call, especially when we've under-repped our hand by checking back the flop. I mean, our line looks like nonsense. We check back flop, raise turn.
Roberto really thinking about this. He obviously does not take a long time.
Yeah.
Look how many time cards he has.
I was going to say, take note of that. Roberto is pretty quick.
So the fact that he has taken a moment here tells you a lot, and he does eventually find the right fold.
Well done.
Really well done. He's going to, how many do I owe you?
He's got to service his debt. There we go. Better to lose those than the chips.
Wow. Yeah, Roberto, pretty quick usually. Fun little hand that one was. Maxim Maimon up to 1.2 million or 40 big blinds. Head on over to table 80.
Those hands are always funny when it's like check through, multi-way, and then it's bet, call, raise, re-raise. I'm just like,
145.
What story are we telling
as the interested parties just sat at the table watching these guys play it out, you're
right.
like, what? This,
it's got to be a little bit. Yeah, you're like,
nothing makes sense.
I want to know. I want to see this hand.
Yeah, yeah. That's one you're thrilled to check back, because especially when Roberto then tank folds. You're like, hang on a second, what? You know, there's so much confusion there. And that's one. If I'm at the table, I'm texting a buddy who's watching the stream and saying, hey, when this one comes up, can you let me know what it was?
Right, 2 hours from now, let me know. A raise from Stephen Jones.
Thank you.
Kills Simon. 3-betting with Queen 10. This is an under the gun open and a +1 3-bet.
This is getting
spicy.
Yeah, we're attacking. But I mean, from what I saw Jones the other day, I would be inclined to attack some of his opens. He likes getting in the mix. But still, it's Queen 10 suited with the whole table to act behind you. It's on the aggro side. It's gone pretty small as well. I mean, the stack depth's now shallowing.
I believe Thiago has folded.
Yeah.
Even though he's still on the screen, I do believe he has let it go. Action is on Jones, who does make the call. So heads up here, Jones, Simon.
In the dark check.
10s are cheap. Oh, okay.
That's fine. I don't think there aren't many boards that we lead on opening under the gun against +1 facing a 3-bet. So the dark check is kind of a given anyway.
A pair of queens for Simon and a gut shot.
Yeah.
Fortunately for him, he does not want to hit that gut shot.
This is when you get into the spot where you've kind of made a little bit of a hand on a board that you really don't like, because your opponent can certainly have you beat. He feels compelled to bet real small, Maybe target maybe some ace-high clubs, ace-high spades that can't continue. Maybe the 8s, 7s type hands.
There's the call from Jones. A jack would be ugly for Simon. That is not a jack. Deuce of spades. 555 in the pot. Jones checks once again. Simon now.
Should just be a check back at this point. You don't really want to open up the action here. You get bluffed off this hand quite easily. And you can just be betting into a better hand fairly often. Good run out.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got queen 10, you find yourself in the situation where you've 3-bet and gotten called. It's about as good as it's going to get, right?
Yeah, you're still not guaranteed the win if Jones checks here. Jones can certainly have ace-queen or queen-jack suited. Could be trapping a king. I wonder if Jones is going to try and bluff this.
Well, a time card.
Try and make a hand. I don't know what hand we'd be trying to make fold. Maybe ace-jack, maybe pocket jacks.
I mean, if he bets large enough, could he get a queen to fold?
Yeah, I mean, if he bets large enough, for sure, yeah. If he just goes for an overbet.
300.
Trying to tell the story that he's got a king.
Oh.
And he's going to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually
300,000.
Yeah, this makes it real difficult. Saying, you know, get with this hand, a queen.
What's the worst hand he would bet this side? Would he do this with ace-queen?
Yeah, I think he could go this size with ace-queen, which obviously makes this hand much harder to call with.
It does.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Well done.
And by the way, Stephen Jones, the first one to use a time card and bluff.
Oh.
Well done.
There you go, Tuck. Day 3.
Day 3.
That was well played.
Many hands in, and yeah, Stephen Jones didn't look like. For a second, he just pondered, kind of just like you can almost see his, because we could see his cards. Him thinking, well, can I win this hand? Is there a way I can win this hand?
Yeah, I don't.
What do I need to do? And he figured it out. Take a look at the outer tables here, and look at this. Shino Okamoto up to 3 million now.
Stacking up. Checking the app. Making sure it's got her 3 million on there.
Yeah, almost definitely on the World Series of Poker app.
Yeah, what are the payouts again? What does fourth pay? Okay.
Sondre Stormer on 3.58 million.
He looks like a Sondre Stormer.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Like,
right. Nobody sees that and goes, Mr. Stormer? Yes. Yes. Of course I am. Oh, well. Oh, look at Giovanni at the 5.2 million. The GG qualifier. Crushing.
keeping himself healthy. Getting that tension out. I could do it.
Are you a massage on the, table guy?
I don't really like getting the table, but I do it sometimes, yeah. Typically, table's always quite crowded, and then you start bringing masseuses in, and it causes a bit of carnage. But yeah, like every now and again.
It's always awkward when the guy starts to like really pull his shirt up, and it's like, what are you doing,
God.
man? Come on, right?
The things you see.
Things just don't do it. Don't do it.
If you're
Chips for Dimitrov.
Public service announcement. If you're at the World Series this summer and you're playing in some of those events that on occasion have to go 10-handed and you decide you're going to bring a massage into this situation, I hate you. Don't do it at 10-handed tables, please.
I played with Antonio Esfandiari one year, and I kid you not only did he get a massage, he had the same masseuse for like
all day,
8 hours.
Wow, yeah.
Like just 8 hours of the same. I was like, what else you rub? What is she rubbing? Bud?
Yeah.
like you're not that big a guy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Anufriv just hits enough to maybe it costs him.
Oh yeah, this is problematic now. Dimitrov bet flop.
This is blind on blind, by the way.
Yeah, we continue with ace high as we should, and now face another bet. I'm going to call again, and
yeah, this is one of those. Be careful what you wish for. You might just get there. And Anufriv, by the way, does not have many chips. 330 in the pot. He only has 275 behind.
It's going to be a question for all of it on the end.
Blank on the river.
Yeah, actually a great card for Dimitrov. Obviously, you know, he was playing the board, his kickers as his
I
board.
said
Just
blank, but
on the off chance his opponent has the other queen, he's now gone ahead, of course.
I said a blank because I just assumed the 4 diamonds is a blank, and then I look over and I'm like, no, that's a full house.
Yeah.
Okay, clearly not a blank, although it doesn't affect the hand.
Nufriev, this is going to be real tough. Your opponent's limped in.
This is for all of it.
Bet, bet, bet.
Just a question of, you got a queen or not, right?
Yeah. They can have, I mean, small black can still have like everything. But the question is, what bluffs are likely? King, queen, queen, rainbow got called. Turn as an ace got called. It's like, is he in here with, you know, like, Jack 9 probably just checks the flop. It's got a good hand. It's got Jack high. It's got a draw.
It's an easy game when you can see the cards, but when you start to go through it and you start to explain this, and you go, well, you bet the flop, you bet the turn. I called twice. And now he moves all in. What bluff does he have? Why would he do this?
The flip side of that is like Onufrev's going to have a king and stuff that he can fold here. I think once we got an ace, did he fold?
He did fold.
Good fold. Well done. That's a real tough fold because he's improved. And he's not really supposed to have too much ace-x, given it went limp check, right? The strongest ace he had to raise with. So, bar having a queen doesn't really have anything stronger than that. So well done. That was a really good fold.
This will be our last level of the evening. You want to connect with us? This is the way to do it. Of course, on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. Okay. We'll be here for the next few days. The final table on April 10th. You can follow us on Twitter, on Facebook, and of course on IG.
Now, Tuck, when you launch your YouTube channel, you're going to have to say stuff like, please like and subscribe a lot. So you might as well start practicing now.
I had to say that? Please like and subscribe?
They all do that.
It sounds so beggy.
It does, doesn't it? I was thinking if I was going to do it, I'd come up with new creative ways to ask for the same thing, you know?
I mean, how do people want to do it? There's your villain, Martinovich, with 5s. By the way, suddenly up to 1.6 million chips.
Ah, see, I called him early, the villain.
It did, listeners. I will give you credit on this because I think when you said it, he had 400,000 chips.
Yeah, he was pretty short.
Yeah, he's 4x'd his stack since then.
That's what villains do, my friend. You think they're down, you think they're out, and they come back stronger.
I seriously am waiting for like you know, the electricity to come out of his fingertips.
Get some action.
Join us or die.
Yeah. Tentio check calling 1 makes sense with ace high, very strong ace high at that, having defended and improving on that turn card.
Yeah, he's now open-ended. A lot of outs for Tentillo. Of course, chance of bluffing as well. Martinovich with just 5s.
Yeah, you hate seeing that card as Martinovich. Like, if you weren't behind before, you're very likely behind now.
Yet he's not.
Yeah.
And now he is. There you go.
There you go. We got
I mean, if you were like, well, I don't love the turn.
Oh, look at
if
this.
you didn't love the turn, then what?
Tantillo
check.
the bait. But you know, these villains, the harder to get than that, my friend. You can't just get him to bet that one.
Listen, I feel like the key to an amazing story is you've got to make a great villain. If your villain isn't powerful, if your villain's not strong, then the protagonist doesn't have to overcome it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So
you know.
clearly, Martinovich is the villain we're all cheering for. Fausto Tantillo, the 2022 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em 3K 8 Max champion.
Easy for you to say.
I know. Wow, that's a lot of words. I could have simplified that and just say he won a tournament in 2022. Well done. But once I started down the path, I couldn't stop. I just couldn't get out.
I understand.
Oh, the mystery hand game again. Let's do it.
Okay.
Kvezdi.
I let myself down a little bit earlier.
Yeah, you're shooting. You're at about. I think you're hitting about 35%.
I said Bob was value and I would fold, but I did say 100% you couldn't have the hand he had. So yeah, I'm gonna accept that as a loss.
So a raise from Kvezdi. Kvech. I can't say his name.
Kvetovich.
Says calls out of the big blind.
Yeah.
So is one player out of a field of 2,617. You just cannot say their name.
Let's see. This is one of the kind of boards sometimes you see under the gun bet really big on.
Bet 75,000.
Oh, he's gone. Not big, not small. 75. Kvetkovic, no decision yet what to do with this hand. This is just a clear call, of course.
Is this just like, I got to make it look like I'm thinking, but I'm always calling?
Yeah, because you're going to have some hands are going to be tough decisions here. This one isn't, so you just balance that off. Obviously, if you always just call quickly with your easy ones.
10 on the turn.
Yeah, obviously, we always say like the big blind calling a bet, and then the second card pairing up is like something that favors them, and you could see leads on. But I don't think we need to in this spot when it's big blind against under the gun, because under the gun can have that card as well.
Let's go check, check. Now the 8 of clubs on the river, 315,000 in the pot. Vetkovic considering what to do. Does he have enough to bet for value here?
Certainly can bet, yeah. You're going to have some missed hearts, missed straight draws that might want to bet, but against under the gun, I kind of like this.
By the way, what do we have for Kavezi? I want to think, because according to our producer, James Tournament current mystery hand points -2.
-2. I mean,
listen. You want to argue with our producer? You can. I mean, he's keeping track. I suggest we make a graphic for it for tomorrow.
I feel like we're not counting the
James
wins.
Dempsey points here. Look at this. Wait, Vetkovic is checking, and now Kavezi is going to go. I mean, what are we thinking here?
Yeah, no, this is real tough, because basically every hand that's better than ours can go for value, right?
Well, and he's checking back over pairs on the turn a lot, right?
Sometimes, yeah. Because like I say, you do show some restraint on the 10. So I mean, King Jack could have bet flop, check back, bet turn, bet river. Sorry.
I'll give you some wide berth.
Jack.
What do we think here? Does he? First of all, does he have it?
I'm trying to get a read off him, but there's not a lot to see there. I honestly don't know what I'd do in this spot. I feel like
You're gonna have to come up with an answer pretty soon, my friend.
I feel like Queen Jack I'm gonna call.
So do we think Kavezi is bluffing?
Oh, if I call, I think he has to be bluffing some other time.
You're just on the fence. Come on,
I'm giving you a
mystery
politician's
hand. Give me
answer.
something here.
All right, I think he's got Ace Jack.
Ace Jack.
But I'm still calling.
He's got it.
But I'm still calling because I'm the fish.
No, we'll find out.
Okay.
Kings.
Okay. But yeah.
I think that's like a 0, right? No, he had it. I'm going to give that to you.
Yeah. It's just,
you said he had it. You said you were going to call.
And I actually I'm famous for always claiming that the bet flop, check back turn, bet river line is just always value.
Yeah, and you,
like
you said like, listen, we're checking back when the 10 pairs a lot, and we're betting for value. So I'll give you that. You're back to -1.
Great fold, by the way. Queen Jack.
That is a really good fold.
Really strong fold.
Carl Shaw, look at this.
Oh, that's a lot of chips.
He's got some moxie to his game, no doubt about that. 3.2 million. We got a glimpse of him in action on our featured table during day 1. He was struggling to kind of get traction on day 1, but he's obviously found his footing, as he has one of the bigger stacks. Number 2 on the all-time list in China.
Yeah.
China making a really strong case for itself here in this tournament.
Yeah, Ding Biao.
I mean, of the 97 remaining, are there like 5 from China?
Yeah, it must be at least.
Crazy. And, this guy played one of the best hands you...
yeah.
One of the hands you enjoyed the most, I'll say.
The pocket 5s. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, Johan, 4 million right now, 133 bigs. He's feeling good as we get into the waning stages of day 3.
You had to think that, didn't you? It's day 3.
Another player from China.
Zhu Hong. Yeah, we saw him on the feature yesterday as well. He was mixing it up.
We're going to come back to it, and look, Kavezi's got Queen Jack again. Sorry,
yeah,
it wasn't Kavezi. It was actually Kavezi was against the Queen Jack.
Yeah, and look at this, Kvetkovic.
By the way, that was a fantastic fold. I mean, I was busy kind of just hammering you and seeing if you can get it right, but folding that the way it played out was really next level.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, you recognize there's just so much value still from under the gun that want the hands that just check back turn that's still super strong. Like I say, every hand that's bet than his can do that, bar like the powerhouses. So like, a 10 would have bet, but
The only thing I'm
Queens,
curious
kings,
about is you
aces, and
said
all check.
you put him on a hand, you put him on ace jack, and then you said, but I call anyway.
Tuck, why do you think I'm in the booth?
There you go. Okay, fair enough. At least you know yourself. Listen, I think the ability to be self-aware is a huge superpower.
I'm a bit of
so
a
good
station.
on you.
I'm a calling station. I think,
most of the good players are.
yeah, well, that's what. Yeah. I can learn to fold a little bit better. Always reminds me of the story of Chufty, Richard Ashby. If you remember him, played some of the mixed games, certainly the PLO games. He was having a terrible World Series, and it was 2 or 3 weeks in, and Neil Channing had asked him, how are you getting on in the World Series? And he goes, not great. It's been bad, but at least nobody's bluffed me so far.
There you go. Kavesdi gets a little unlucky here, as Jack was playing, but not anymore.
It's all good. It's very all good, my friend.
92 players remaining. This is going to get chopped up.
Yeah, Kavesdi's like, really? You just made me fold a good hand. I'm not folding this one, pal.
I'll tell you, whether we're in Vegas or whether we're here in Prague, a lot always going on at the World Series of Poker, Europe and in Vegas, Bahamas. And fortunately, we have Jeff Platt on the floor to cover everything that's going on. Full house there for both players as they chop this one up.
What are you trying to say, Tuck? You trying to say Jeff's not quite ready yet? Is that what you're saying?
I think Jeff's not quite ready. I'm pretty sure we're going to go to Jeff, but he's not quite
Jeff?
ready yet.
Jeff, are you out there?
He's there. He's probably getting harassed by Martin Cabral as we speak.
See, he did say Martin. I assume his cameraman is called Martin. But for a moment, I thought he'd co-opted.
I thought maybe Martin. We saw Martin's camera technique yesterday.
Yeah.
Maybe he takes over. Fortunately not. Okay, Jeff, you ready?
Okay, I don't know how I missed this. Terrible sideline reporting, that's on me. Accountability, lead from the front. Most people would disagree on the terrible sideline reporting part, but we have John Wozniak and Michael Mizrachi, and we could have a rematch, heads up, that was for the WSOP main event in Vegas, this time for the WSOP Europe main event. Wouldn't that be something?
This isn't the main event, Jeff. You're an idiot. This is the rest of the world bounty. I don't know what the hell the name of this
What
tournament
is this?
It's my teammate right now. Yeah. Apparently, I think
you're on the same team.
I think I'm supposed to be the team captain according to the internet.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So
the Rounders Cup.
Is that what
so
it is?
So they stuck the main event in the corner over there, and you guys are front and center.
I mean, we are the big. Look at all these legends of this table.
Table.
This is definitely not the best table of this tournament, but we do have one fish from the main event.
The fish is you.
We're helping each other out because we're the world. We're against Europe.
Yeah, you're on
so
the
we
same
just keep
team.
folding. Yeah, we're on the same team right
You're
now.
all going to advance today too, right?
Yeah,
Well, no, they're actually trying to dump chips to the better players. Like we're basically
obviously.
right
Don't you see that?
Yeah, tomorrow. It's on tomorrow.
Maybe today.
Let's go over to the actual main event. Just excuse me. Oh, Martin Zamani's here, and it's not the main. Oh, see. So we have Grinder and Waz. Heads up. I thought we were at the WSOP Europe main, and Mr. Deep said that I'm an idiot, which is very rude. He's never insulted me on camera before or on commentary.
Yeah, no, it's never ever happened. But it's weird. You guys have an interesting love affair. It's kind of Shulman and I-esque, where it's like you think that we're always getting along. Maybe sometimes you're not.
I don't think anyone thinks you and Shulman don't get along, but I think a lot of people think me and Jeff don't get along.
That's true. I wonder why that is, Sean. I don't think Jeff's doing the heavy lifting in that department.
Do you call me fat?
No.
All I really took from that is that Sean Deeb and Jeff Platt, the new Nick and Ali. I didn't take that. Please, nobody ever try to replace Nick and Ali. Ever. Please, don't.
65.
I don't even know what to say to that.
I just want to know where Martin is.
Where's Martin Cabral? We're not getting Martin? How's the cameraman? I did think for a second they were just going to fly right by Ali Najad.
Yeah,
I was like, Ali's just sitting
that,
there, and I was like, they're just going to fly right by him?
I always wonder what he does on his breaks. He just hangs around the poker room in his.
He loves it.
In his finest tracksuit.
Clearly, he just loves it so much. You and I, we're done. We're in the bar.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, there's Guinness to test. You know.
It's Guinness time.
Oh yeah.
Kuzmanis raising here. De Giacomo.
It is a great setup here, isn't it, for the players and everyone involved? If it's very sociable setup at this event. I always like it when an event is hosted in the hotel most people staying on site, and there are a couple of bars right outside the tournament area. That at the
this
end of the
is-
day, everyone gets together, and it's a real nice atmosphere.
Yeah, the King's Casino at Hilton Prague. This is an absolute home run for the World Series of Poker Europe. All in for the Giacomo. He's in trouble. I don't think this one gets through. This is 19 big blinds.
Yeah. I'm not just saying this because he's running to 2 jacks. I think this is a little loose.
Yeah.
5, call. 3, 5. He call.
And I heard a call. Kuzmanis does make the call. Turns over the jacks, and it is the Giacomo who's at risk of elimination. $1.2 million in the pot. The Giacomo maybe can pick up a little more equity on the turn. No.
No.
Not. Looking for a black 6, or his tournament is over. That is not a black 6, my friends. Queen of Diamonds on the river. Kuzmanis going to eliminate the Giacomo.
Is this going to be like the next superstar Lithuanian comes through in poker? Again, one of those nations that is just so overrepresented when it comes to top poker talent.
Now, there's a few in the field here.
Yeah.
And Marius Kuzmanis now on 1.6 million, 53 big blinds. Going back to what you were saying about the venue here, King's Casino at the Hilton Prague, just absolutely brilliant. Multiple restaurants, bars, places to kind of convene and hang out and see each other. Great gym, by the way.
Yeah,
I mean, I have
you
spent.
have to tell me where that is.
Oh, I have spent time in other places for a while, and sometimes it's like, you don't want to be there that long. This is, this is an absolute joy. We're right on the river too.
Yeah.
I mean, you walk outside, it's a stone's throw from the river. Beautiful. Speaking of 6s, Dimitrov's got him this time, and 6s once again behind. Moral of the story: 6s not very good.
Yeah, learn to fold, guys.
175,000.
What are we dealing here?
Right around. Going to take it upstairs.
Yeah, right around 3xing against a open off a 50 big blind stack.
Martinovic. Kind of a nice hand from the big blind,
Is the
but
villain
not
thinking
facing
about
a raise
doing
and a
something?
3-bet.
Villains do villain stuff, though. Is he thinking about the cold 4?
Ooh.
Bad timing.
No, maybe he thought about it, but he used the force. Told him not to. Back over to Dimitrov. So in a spot like this, is it worth? I mean, maybe you're splashing around a little bit with 6s from an early position. Is it worth calling and trying to just hit a set, or not?
I think so. I think so. Have a little look. There's going to be some boards that don't include a 6 that you can continue on as well. Obviously, that's where it gets tricky because...
there's one of those boards.
Well, yeah, this one is a really easy one. But I was thinking like ones where you don't even improve, but your opponent just has a lot of high card combos. That's where it gets tricky, though, if your opponent does have queens. But this board, of course, good enough to continue.
We're looking at table 72 here. Sheng Zhao. A couple of years ago, he won a World Series of Poker circuit ring in Paris. I was in the Super High Roller Bowl. Actually, not a bowl, just a Super High Roller. That's
No bowl?
150,000.
Just
No bowl.
like
there was no bowl
a
there.
cup, maybe, or
it was. I think
a plate.
It was maybe a plate.
Yeah. I don't think we give spoons out, do we? Like, what? Yeah, 150. Like, fairly small, but I guess you're targeting Dimitriov's range, which includes a bunch of overcards that fold a lot. The 6s, of course, going nowhere.
Does make the call. This pot now 725,000.
Yeah, those 6s love to call that bet.
Oh, hello.
There she is.
Now, are you leading here?
So I was just thinking that with a hand maybe a little bit more fragile than the 2 6s, we might lead. But I think specifically with the straight, maybe we check. But yeah, you're expecting
checked back so
you're
often.
expecting Zhao to check back a lot, yeah. So, you know, it's good. It's good. That's a good thought to have. Is that in these spots where the button checks back a lot, you want to have some leads. Question is, you still want to have some strong stuff when you do check. Otherwise, if you always lead the goods, then you're.
I mean, I'm assuming you could also lead here though if you've got a heart draw.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it
yeah,
doesn't help.
yeah, yeah. Exactly, yeah. It's like he is going to lead.
Yeah. It's going to go a little bit under half pot. Looks like 350. Yeah, just under half pot.
He's pretty grim for
And
Zhao.
this is.
Because all the sets are available straight, but as you mentioned, like
2 hearts out there, 2 clubs out there. He doesn't block either of those.
Hearts and clubs are both, like, certainly contenders for bluffs.
Zhao's got to realize though his hand very unlikely to get better.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's like this.
That's what you got. This is it.
Yeah, this is what you've got. And at the moment, the ball can even get worse than this. And if he makes a fold here, this is fantastic. Well done.
And he folds it there. And that's kind of the power. I mean, you're going to be saying, I mean, if Dimitrov doesn't have the straight there, if he just had heart draw, but he leads out there, he gets a hand like queens to fold.
Yeah. And that's why it was a good thing you point out, obviously, with the spade and the diamond in Zhao's hand, making it more likely your opponent has one of those hands, right? Really good fold.
Okay. I'm gonna let our producer know. Hey, that's a Tuckman point.
Oh.
Yeah.
We can't
Dempsey's -1, Tuckman +1.
Does that mean? Oh yeah. Does that come off? You got your own tally, or does it just push me further down?
Are we
in straight up competition?
No. Listen, we're on the same team here.
Okay.
It's not a world. It's not. This is not.
The Europe
this
versus
is
the
not
world.
Europe versus the world. Okay. This is Dempsey and Tuckman versus the world. Aurier, look at this, 7-time bracelet winner.
How's he keep that cap so clean? Bright white.
2.6 million.
Oh, what's going on there?
There you go.
Hello.
Hi. Should always do calisthenics. It's a good idea. Good idea. Uni, 4.3 million.
Absolutely cooking.
He's been in and around the game for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, one of those guys.
Very well respected in the poker community.
I remember playing online with, like, 20 years ago, I guess. Wow. I'm old. Well, hello.
Vetkovic, top set.
Yeah, he's not folding this one.
Nah, he's unlikely. Unlikely to let this one go. Guarini does have the overs and the gut shot.
Ace-queen just flat against under the gun. Yeah, ace-queen suited against under the gun. Seems fine. Allow Tom in from the big blind. Let's go building the pot.
It's going to go 60,000.
It's a clear call for Guarini. Gut shot to the nuts. Backdoor clubs. Already there we can start to condense the under the gun range because they have bet this one 3-way against +2. And +2, as we see here with a hand like ace-queen, does connect with Jack-10. You know, reasonable amount of the time. So you can remove some of the weakest hands that Vetkovic opened with under the gun. Certainly all like if you had like ace-5 of diamonds isn't betting here, as an example.
Mather enjoying one of the very delicious beers here.
Oh,
Czechia.
Last level beer.
90 players remaining. 8's go in the muck. Not a surprise there. And we got this heads up. 345,000 in the pot.
And there are a lot of interesting turn cards here. That not necessarily one of them.
8-9 would have gotten there, but not sure. That's something either one of these players is really concerned about.
Yeah, 8-9, not very likely. So Vetkovic is going to continue thinking this hand is the effective nuts. And it.
How does he get value though? I mean, he
Well,
wasn't 3-bet pre, so.
This is the thing. We just got to build our own pot here, especially when you can see 3 of the jacks, right? It's hard to imagine your opponent is likely to bet. They're going to have some hands they want to get to showdown, in which case you don't want to let them check those back, and they're going to have some draws which you want to charge. And by betting 220 here, he's setting up nicely for the river. There'll be 785 in there. Yeah, you want your opponent to. If you're really lucky, they've got the case jack, but if they've got a 10, they might get curious if they've flat the flop with
If you had ace queen of spades instead, obviously.
Oh yeah, then that's definitely, and even the ace queen of clubs is still arguably keen to see a card.
Guarini really in the tank on this one. It's always funny when I see these players tanking on these spots. I wonder, how do they not go through more of their time cards?
Yeah.
Because they seemingly always throw them in when we're watching.
I often think that myself, actually, as well.
Can't show a bluff there.
See someone use full time back cards, you know, like, and then you realize most of the day your decisions are all easy.
I'm intrigued by this gentleman right here, Vetkovic, for a couple of reasons. Number one, I have trouble saying his name, which means he's almost destined to make the final table.
Yeah.
And the other reason is that the Queen Jack fold from earlier on. I like his game.
This hand looks familiar.
Looks like we've got a replay, unfortunately. Do apologize for this.
Yeah, I think Guarini's going to flat tuck.
Okay, a mystery hand. I'm gonna give me the mystery action.
Mystery,
go.
I'm going to test your memory of what the board was. There we go.
Yeah.
Nice.
Give us a second just to kind of
slight
reset
hiccup.
everything. This is day 3 action. Last level of day 3. We are back tomorrow. It'll be same start time as today, by the way, 4:30 p.m. local time. We'll be covering 5 levels tomorrow. Levels are 90 minutes long. James Dempsey alongside me. I am David Tuckman. Pleased to be here. I haven't been to Prague in many years.
What's the name of the Puxaconi Phil, isn't it? Groundhog Day? Is that the?
Yeah.
There we go. I feel like that's where in as we.
Bill Murray, Groundhog Day.
Just
if it plays again, then I'm gonna be like, whoa, what is going on here?
What's the song? The alarm goes
Bob
off every
Dylan song
every
right?
morning. Yeah.
Yeah. Was it he woke up to a Bob Dylan song?
Yeah. Yeah. No, okay. Yeah. Obviously a slight glitch here. We're going to see this hand through, and then we'll get on with some fresh meat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll only see it twice. If it's a third time,
if it's the third time, then something's really going wrong.
Well, yeah.
You know,
we're in some sort of weird matrix here.
It's late night here in Prague. It's day 3.
Yeah. Have you done anything while you're in Prague?
I've done lots of things.
No, you haven't done anything, have you?
I have. I've been up to your beloved castle. I have. You know, I've been long walks through the city. It's nice.
Yeah.
The weather's lovely. It's that perfect kind of little cool and crisp in the shade, and then you step into the sun and it's nice and warm. I like it. Beautiful city to walk around.
It really is. I had one of my days off. I actually did I felt like it was I was in like a romantic comedy montage. The only thing was I was by myself. So basically it was a romantic comedy for me. Story of my life. No, but I mean I went on a boat ride.
Oh, that's nice.
I went to a jazz club.
Did you ask permission for the boat ride? Oh, okay. Oh, the jazz club. You did tell me that, actually. That's nice.
Yeah.
Jazz
scene. I went to the same jazz club as Bill Clinton apparently played there. Saxophone.
If we get an evening off again, I want you to take me to this jazz club because that sounds like fun.
I don't know if we're going to get an evening off, but now.
Oh.
But earlier on, we the first couple of days we did, and the jazz club was absolutely fantastic. The particular act that was playing that night was less than.
Okay.
I wasn't overly impressed by that.
Oh, wow.
I will tell you that the jazz club in London I like better, which is Ronnie Scott's.
Ronnie Scott's,
if you're ever in London, you find yourself there. Highly recommend.
Ronnie Scott's an institution. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Fantastic spot.
I reckon there's going to be a bet here from these, Jack.
Yeah.
I feel bad everyone just tuning in right now thinks we're just blathering on about jazz, but
like, what is going on
we
here?
are in a little glitch.
Why are we talking about this?
Hand repeating.
I mean, we can't commentate on the same hand again, dude. Garini's going to think about it for 35 seconds.
I'd be more enthused if it was like an amazing bluff that occurred or something, but instead it's just...
Right, if there was more to peel on this one. Yeah.
If it was the Queen 10-5s from yesterday, I'd like to watch that again, but...
Yeah, we could have watched that one twice, for sure. There's no doubt about it. 90 players do remain, and give me a moment to kind of go through and let you know exactly where we're at If I can get it. So first place, €2 million. Second place, 1.2 million. Our final 9 will take home 140,000. Our final 11 will take home 6 figures.
Yeah, that's nice. Top 11 getting 6 figs. All right. If we hear "I Got You, Babe" playing faintly.
Oh no! Yeah.
Then.
If I see that hand again, I might just lose my mind. That's gonna be it. I mean, I could listen. I'm not gonna lie, I could bullshit for a long time. Okay, we can just keep this going.
Yeah, it's
nice. I've been doing this a long time. We can go through all sorts of stuff. We can bring in the chat. We can have fun.
Obviously, I hope all of you watching have enjoyed this new style that we've done there with the 3 feature tables, constantly pinging the action.
Well, that's our thing. It's going to be 3 tables, but then we're going to show the same hand every once in a while. Hey, listen, if that ever happens again, we will go to our chat. We'll ask a question. We'll engage them a little bit more.
Oh,
Kavesdi in there.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
So we pick up the action here with a 3-bet from Kavesdi, which is absolute dust.
Yeah, just like press it to 20. Yep. Seemed quick.
Okay.
I think you made a mistake there. You said 10 straight away as soon as he.
I don't know what's going on there.
I think Roberto questioning loss of a time extension.
Oh, okay, there you go. It's an open raise from Monello. He likes to hoard those things.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Trades them like Pokemon cards. Hall called, so it's a raise, a call, and then a big 3-bet from Kavesdi, and Hall comes along for the ride.
Yeah, real interesting here. I think Kavesdi, this is obviously a big deviation with Queen 7 offsuit, but as I was saying earlier, Roberto kind of gets after it quite often. And when Hall just flats the button, I think he's recognizing that he's eliminating a lot at the top of range, and he thinks Roberto's opening too many hands. He thinks Hall's going to be flatting wider, so decides to try and steal one with the Queen 7 offsuit, because he can't call with Queen 7 offsuit, right? It's just too bad to play 3-way. So he decides he's just going to use that as a bluff.
And then just go after it.
Yeah, and now catches a little piece on ace 7-4, and this is where things get a little difficult with 625 out there and 965 back. Again, you don't think Hall's got too many aces.
Right, and Kavesdi can.
And Kavesdi certainly can. So
Right.
even though we've got like a hand that doesn't really, in isolation, want to bet, like a pair of 7s, you know, it's not really going to get anything worse to call.
Spot where you're betting your range.
For range, our range just has superiority here. And of course, like equity denial when we're holding a 7, it's not a bad thing.
What kind of hands, I mean, we see that Hall has ace-10 here. What kind of hands does Hall have here when he doesn't 3-bet, you know, Romanello, and
still calls
this?
a 3-bet? It's the kind of hands like, it might be a hand like 8s, 9s, 10s.
Yeah.
It might be a hand like a, you know, a King-Jack suited, a King-Queen
those
suited
hands,
type
then
holding.
I guess you do want to bet the Queen 7 because you want to put pressure on those 8s, 9s, and 10s, right?
Yeah, but I don't think you're really expecting them to fold yet.
Oh!
How about that?
How did that work out?
And of course there, you know, the ace-10 suited, ace-jack suited, maybe even ace-queen. I think, though, Hall just 3-bets more often against Roberto than he would against population.
If in doubt, you just take the Queen 7 offsuit, you 3-bet it into 2 great players, and you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Wow.
This is real fun now. He doesn't have to bet. He doesn't have to bet a lot at all. Oh,
what?
Just goes for all of it.
Why?
Wow.
This is a really creative player. I mean, he pulled up a bluff earlier on in an interesting spot. Queen 7. Now he moves all in.
Yeah. I mean, now
does that make it look more bluffy?
I don't think it does, because I don't know what the bluffs are going to be here. Like, when we 3-bet out of the big blind, like you can discount a lot of the suited stuff. So it's not like he's turned spades that often.
I'm saying he doesn't have King Jack of spades here.
No, I think King Jack of spades is such an easy call pre-flop. When you do see this stuff from like a suited combo, it tends to be something that's like still pretty nice, like a 5-6 suited that plays pretty poorly 3-way, but you slip in as a bluff. But I mean, it's a lot to give someone credit for doing that and then following through here. I think Tom's just more concerned this is like a legitimate hand, like an ace-king pre-flop going for it. But then he's thinking, with that hand just jam turn?
Well, I mean, he's doing it with Queen 7. Is that what is he trying to do that in this case where it's like, I'm trying to make myself look a little weaker, like I'm trying to get you to fold?
Yeah, you end up you look like you got ace-king. Like, and
Look at
He
that.
wants-
That's
he
a
wants to
dirty,
show it.
a dirty little smile. Oh, he's so badly wants to show that hand.
Yeah, nice
He
fold,
so
Tom.
badly wants to show it.
That's a really nice fold by Tom as well.
Will this for,
I-
will this for sure be on TV? Thank you, guys. Will this be on TV or no? I hope.
Mate, I tell you what, if you squeeze up with Queen 7 offsuit and end up making 2 pair, we're going to show it.
Yeah. I mean, every hand you play on the feature tables are not guaranteed to be shown, but that one, yeah, well, that one we're going to show it, okay? 2,617 total entries. What an amazing turnout. We had a 10 million euro guarantee, which was just unprecedented, and we shattered it.
Yeah.
13 million in the total in the prize pool. 5,300 euros was the buy-in. Of course, we had a lot of promotions here. We had the GG Golden Eggs, where if you got eliminated, if you were one of the first eliminated players, if you went to buy-in again, your next buy-in could be free.
Yeah, 1 in 10 chance, wasn't it, of getting there? Of Jeff giving you a lucky golden egg.
I had somebody ask me about that. They said, I bought in for a second time, and he got the golden egg, and then he wanted to know, he's like, you know, my backers, the people who bought pieces had said, I'm going to, you know, I'm taking a certain percentage of every bullet you put in.
Right.
And he's like, well, do I give them, do they have a percentage of that bullet or not?
Yeah,
I wasn't sure how to answer that.
Yeah, it's one of those ones, I think, the strictest interpretation, I guess not, because it doesn't come out the prize pool, but at the same time, you're only in there because they've done it. So
yeah, it's a
I
weird
feel
little
like
spot.
I feel like you got to give the boys a piece of that one.
Goodwill there for it.
Yes, yeah. Nice problem to have.
Yeah, pull the egg and then you figure it out.
So
Tantillo, 3-betting from the button with a king 6. Anufriev making the call.
Ooh, getting trappy, are we? Cutoff versus button. Certainly enough hands to have gone with pre-flop.
Oh, look at this. Tell you, the moral of the last couple of hands, just, you know, get out there. You know, put yourself out there. You might just hit something.
Yeah, lovely flop for Tantillo. Just a bit small here.
Check, check.
Oh,
oh
my word.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my word.
Yeah. Now, there is a raise and a 3-bet and a call. So, I mean, king 6, while it is top pair,
yeah,
this is not a hand that he probably wants to. He's going to check it again, and look at this.
This is now neither player wants to move a chip.
Amazing.
That any queen being a straight just freezes it once again. I wonder if Anufriev goes really small. Yeah.
It's going to go about a quarter pot.
And a snap fold from Tantillo.
I saw a jack.
Wow. That didn't go the way I thought it was going to go.
I mean, and any street, by the way.
Yeah, I thought Stanislav would reactivate pre-flop. I thought he'd face a small bet on the flop. I thought he would lead turn.
I mean, I feel like we could watch that hand again and still get it all
Well,
wrong.
let's not suggest anything to the guys backstage. Come on now, hey.
Backstage.
You know what I mean.
Lutzma, we haven't seen him for a while.
They're down the tube somewhere.
He's added 600,000 since last time we saw him.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of forgotten
we
these
don't
guys
see
were
every
here.
hand. I'm just going to go on a limb and say there's a lot of raise and take.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense.
We don't see a lot of those, which is good.
And that's what his stack size does at this stage of a tournament. There's going to be a lot of that, like just competing in small pots, winning most of them.
Yeah.
Especially as we get, you know, the further we go on now, that ICM pressure begins to build and build and build. Obviously, it comes to a head at the bubble and then drops off for a while, but just continues to rise now as we get nearer to the final table.
Yeah, next page jump will be when we get down to 79. Still, though, it's a 2,200 euro jump, so well, nothing to sneeze at. It's, you know, I don't know if the players are necessarily changing the way they play for it.
People are playing their hands, you know, mostly for the value, but as you know, you want to have this stack with 20 left, like this chip lead with 20 left as Lutzman, you get to win a lot of hands you're not supposed to win.
Board pairs, ace high is good here. 300,000 in the pot. Simon now down to 555,000. Werner from the Netherlands.
Yeah, this is some Civil War type action.
And he's betting for value here, right? I mean, is this not a bluff?
It's a weird one. I don't think we're betting for value.
I mean, is he getting a better hand to fold?
Yeah, I'm just trying to make other ace highs fold. I guess he thinks he's got the best hand a lot of the time. Wow.
And look at this, he gets value.
I don't win, he says. I'm afraid you do.
How are you doing?
Wow. So is he, I guess, is he targeting like ace jack?
Yeah, he's just trying to make better ace highs fold, but
I never know.
I think a lot.
It was the bluff value. There you go.
King queen.
This hurts so much when you're the guy who calls and everyone else is laughing. What a great scenario it is, and you're the reason they're all laughing.
Oh, uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
Bad news.
GG's.
Oh, gosh.
Thanks for coming.
With aces, and of all people, it's Romanello, who we know can step out of line a little bit. This time he's not stepping out of line. He's got the goods. Nine's full.
Casual flicking.
Yeah, this was just a raise from Nadialev, a call and a call.
Yeah, fair.
Vetovic with nothing. He'll get out of the way. Romanello just calling.
Yeah, it's tempting when you're closing the action to call, looking for these straights. But he's looking at the bottom end of the straight on a paired board, on a flush board. It's
those winnings have been luck.
Sail that.
Whoa! I thought Vetovic was going to be out of the way, and look at this.
Wow, he's going for it.
Is there a world where this saves Nadialev? Or no?
We all only enter once.
Now he feels like he's in a sandwich, right? Because, I mean, you get the raise. Let's say even he calls here, and then Romanello comes along for the ride. Now you got to be like, wait a second. How do I beat both of them?
Yeah. You're right. It is now possible he survives. I still think it's...
Maybe it will never be revealed.
I mean,
I don't know, yeah.
Now, if he shoves here, obviously,
yeah,
he's dead, but...
He could shove here.
But if he just calls this, obviously Romanello's at minimum calling.
Right.
And then you're looking at your aces and you're like, well, what?
Yeah.
Man.
But then he might just
Tell me about a hand he
open
had.
jam himself
How
in
many
the turn
entries did he have
in that
in
situation on a
one
blank.
tournament in Ireland?
Or commit at least. Let's see.
I'm not sure what I'm expecting to see. I'm confused by your comments.
Mine?
Yeah.
It's a confusing hand, I'm telling you.
Tom discussing that hand earlier.
You will not
Queen 7
guess
hand.
this hand.
What was the board again?
Oh, we watch this
Ace 7, 3, queen.
unfold, and you can see now Nadialev just clearly...
Is he really thinking about folding here? Surely not.
Ukrainian. So it's a wet board as well.
Is he clicking?
Oh, looks like he is raising.
Yeah.
Oh, and Romanello's just Romanello's like, what does everybody have here? Wait, do you both have eights?
Yeah.
You guys both have an 8?
Romanello's got
It's amazing.
Yeah, he has to look pained as he can, but I mean, secret's out when you continue with chips here.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do here? Vetovic is like, this might be bad timing.
Yeah. I mean, you just have to call, right? But it's so obvious you've got something.
He makes the call. He's smiling. He's just like, oops. Yeah, and look at Nadialev. Like, wait a second, I wasn't expecting you to stick around.
Nadialev's not thinking Roberto stuck around with a spade draw, right?
Yeah.
It's.
I mean, this is like.
I just kind of know Roberto must have like 9's full or quad 8 or 8 or an 8, you know.
Oh, what's the worst hand Romanello has here?
I'm trying to think if there's any way
he have
has
anything?
like Jack 10 of spades even. I think that just folds to the action. He's going to re-raise behind you. I wonder if Nadialev can get away from this. It's so hard when you've got 600k back and 1.9 out there, but what hand can Roberto have?
That's the question, yeah. I mean, is there ever a spot where Romanello does not have this hand? And he does move all in, and Roberto makes the call, and Nadialev is at risk of elimination. He needs an ace on the river.
No, but it's obvious. Yeah, 9-9.
Wow. The Ukrainian down to what could be his last card of the tournament if he doesn't hit. Ace on the river, possible.
They're both from the deck.
They are.
Okay.
King of Spades. And Nadialev eliminated Roberto Romanello now up to 4 million chips. And that's an interesting hand there. 'Cause I mean, I wonder, yeah, to your point, he only had 600,000 chips left. That's hard. But when there's a raise and he 3-bets, does Roberto have anything like, just like, you're trying to find something. Like, what else could he have?
Yeah.
You got to fold.
It's.
Hey, what's wrong? You lost.
Yeah,
you
can't.
dropped your
I
machine
mean,
gun.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Another chance for me to get something wrong.
There we go. Okay.
No.
Come on, you got last one right. You're back in. Come on,
Yeah.
you're back chance to get the even, okay? It's like a golf match.
Okay, I'm excited.
Zhao's got aces. Dimitrov, who knows? But big blind. So, I mean.
A big blind range.
Big blind range.
You know,
7-4.
6-5-3. Yeah. This is going to be a tricky one.
What could it be?
Yeah, kind of bored that the hijack checks often and nice. Using aces here as a check. Very nice. Now you just expect Dimitrov to
You can ask, but I think it's always
bluff much more often against checks.
So it kind of solves it. It serves two purposes there. A little pot control, especially against a big blind range that might smash that.
Yeah, and look at this. Dimitrov checks. So now we just get to bet comfortably.
See, back-to-back aces here. I'm curious what everybody in the chat thinks. Could Nadialev found a way to get away from that? So the delayed C-bet here from the aces.
Yeah.
Cheng Zhao.
Okay.
Call from Dimitrov.
as this plays, I just don't see how I'm folding aces at the moment at any point in this hand.
No, this doesn't look like a spot. What are we trying to get called by here when we value bet?
Oh, I mean, Dimitrov can certainly have a hand as strong as a jack. He can have, like, he could have flopped a pair and have some sort of straight draw, or any draw plus flush draw, any pair plus flush draw, pardon me. There's loads of hands that can call. And like I say, you expect 2-pair plus, not all the time, but a lot of the time to lead turn, and if it doesn't, sometimes check raise turn. So it's really hard to see much value out there. He's gone for this, like, half pot size. And Dimitrov's probably given credit for, like, bluffs or his value being like a jack.
Zhao's going to bet 150,000 over to Dimitrov. And I assume we're going to see something interesting here because it is the mystery hand, so I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, so, yeah, we're assuming a check raise is coming in here. And if it does, you know, there's not a whole lot of value. Maybe a jack 10? Maybe a
I mean, what
a
about
10-6?
what about 10-6 type thing? I was going to say something like that.
A 10-6.
You call the turn, you hit,
like
and you spike the lucky 2-pair.
10-5 or 10-3 suited.
Kind of big blind special.
Yeah, it's like it almost has to be an improvement on this 10, right? Because, like I say, a lot of the hands just bet themselves on the turn or check raise turn. On the flip side, it's kind of like the hand we had the other night.
All
It's
in.
just going
Look at this. So
huge.
another one. Is this the I use the time card and I've got it? I use the time card and I don't have it.
Wow, this is the problem. Zhao's kind of capped at 1 pair, and like we've got the best 1
Yeah,
pair.
look at him. I mean,
this is like, so the bluffs now. Suddenly
aces
to that,
die
the
on
thing
our
is,
show.
suddenly coming to that size, like do 10-3 and 10-5 go this size? I don't think they do. So we're like repping jack 10, and then some hands that we've slow played versus bluffs being something like, you know, 6-4, 5-4.
Do we think he has it or not?
I think there's more bluffs than value.
More bluffs. Okay, so you're going bluff. I'm going to go he has it. I'm going 10-5. I'm going with the 10-5.
It's weird because I don't think 10-5 is a hand that gets to go this size, but when we got to the granular level of these, I've got them wrong so often.
I'm going 10-5. You're going. You're taking. I'm giving you all the bluffs.
If you go on a smaller size, I think 10-5 is possible. But
I'm giving you all the bluffs.
Yeah, I think bluff. I think it's 5-4, something like that.
That'd be cool. That'd be very cool.
A hand that kind of was happy to get the showdown, but when it faces his bet, realizes it's never good. Doesn't want to call. Much like the 2 7s we saw the other night against Sean Deeb's Ace Jack.
Yeah, that was a very good. That was a very, very cool play. So, Cheng Zhao put to the test here. We just saw aces go up in flames. What happens to these? Zhao had 2 million in chips.
Maybe actually like 10-4 of clubs is like the best one. Like, because you block Jack 10, which is the strongest hand you realistically think your opponent can have here. So yeah, 10x of clubs. 10x of clubs is like the absolute best bluff hand, I think.
10-6 of clubs could be a possibility as well.
Yeah, I just think like we don't go this big.
You don't think he goes that big?
Yeah.
It is a big all-in. I mean, look at the size of this thing. You're going to go more bluffs. I like it. I like it. I'll stick with my original guess at the 10-5.
I want to see.
Call. He makes the call.
I think it's a good call.
Well, we're going to find out.
Oh, wow.
It is Jack 10 of clubs.
He had the Jack 10. There you go.
Look at that. Wow. So he had the flush draw, hit the Jack.
Yeah. Well, that was the only value it could really be was
and
Jack 10.
And a check raise.
That was it.
So he did have it. Neither one of us got a point there. Both minus one for
I think it's a good call, though, because that's literally the value hand. That's it.
It's not a good call. He lost. Right. I mean, no one. This is like step 101. He lost. How could it be a good call? Oh, my gosh. What a spot, though. Dimitrov up to 2.8 million now. And Cheng Zhao, that was a tough spot for him. Well, we hadn't updated the monster stack earlier on. I believe we've got a winner and a bracelet presentation for you.
When we last checked in with you, there were 4 left in the monster stack, and now there is one. Pedro, our newest bracelet winner, beating a field of more than 900 entries for his first World Series of Poker bracelet. Has a ring. This is prettier, and it comes with a little bit more money, more than 220,000 euros. So Pedro, on behalf of the World Series of Poker, it is an honor of mine to present you with your first World Series of Poker bracelet. There it is. Hold it up to that camera. You guys can cheer. You guys can cheer for your guy. Pedro gets it done at the monster stack.
We all gonna lose.
Well, congratulations to Pedro. Well done. There you go. I love seeing those bracelet winners. What a hand that was, huh? So aces go down in flames 2 hands in a row, and suddenly Zhao on just 255,000 or 8 bigs. So why do you like the call? I'm curious. I mean, obviously I was making fun of you and having a good time with it, but why do you like the call?
Just because I think the only way it's of a value is like Jack 10, and I suppose 10s. I didn't mention 10s before. I said Jack 10 was the only value. I think 10s is possible as well as played, but
like pocket 10s.
Yeah, 2 10s or Jack 10 is like the only realistic way I think that our opponent has a hand that wants to go value.
And you said you pointed out some bluffs in there.
And there's like more bluffs. It's funny because when they go that bigger size, it's almost easier to call with aces. Like I think because I just don't think my opponent's doing that because as the hijack can have Jack 10, so I don't think the big blind gets to go that size with like weaker 2 pairs. That was a fun hand, really fun hand. And
I mean, not so much for Cheng Zhao.
No, but Dimitrov's loving life.
Yeah, no, he had a great time. I mean, up to 2.7 million now.
Yeah, approaching the end of the day, you double up. Gorgeous.
Dimitrov on the button with Queen 9. He's feeling it. Got to check back second pair. And just turn trips.
It's your day, it's your day. It's your orbit, it's your orbit.
Yeah.
Is it as weak?
How many times have we seen that where, you know, somebody's just kind of treading water and they catch fire with like 20 minutes left? And you're like, wait, where did those chips come from? Yeah,
it's
couldn't
so
lose last 20 minutes.
Obviously, it's great whenever you catch heat, but it's like, it is just subjectively better when it's at the end of the night and you get to go away and you're like, oh, you finished the day on the peak. You know, like, You play anything, you play a cash game. If you ever cash out of a cash game at your absolute peak, it just feels so great. Doesn't matter how much you're winning. If you lose a little bit back, you're always like, oh, I could have left one more bit ago.
11 minutes ago.
Yeah. It's always nice to finish on peak.
If it's the other way around, yes.
Well, Dimitrov's going to bet 130, Tantilo. Trying to think what to do here. He's going to make this call. Pot now 435,000.
He bets 100,000. You go
3 on the river.
That's good.
I mean, this was checked back. I genuinely, if I was in Tantilo's spot, I mean, obviously we can see the cards, but I don't know. This is really tough.
It's
like,
funny as well. You've just seen this guy's just one monster pop. It's like, is he really coming after me now?
Some players are like that though. Once they get the chips, they want to put them to work. So you're like, wait a second, really?
Foot on the gas.
Yeah. Maybe you're speeding a little bit. Maybe almost a little winner's tilt.
And again,
and look, he's going pot again.
Yeah. It's another big sizing.
So like. I mean, with this sizing,
really cool.
Is this basically a 9 or nothing?
Yeah, he can have like the strongest jacks, ace jack, king jack, because you're raising button, so you're gonna against big blind. You can definitely go
a little the fake fold.
Yeah,
the fake fold to get the reaction. Not sure he got the one he wanted.
Yeah, just eyes on his opponent the whole time doing that, moving the chips, moving the cards, just hoping to read something out of this man, but I don't think you're getting a lot out of that. Most of the face obscured between the hoodie and the sunglasses.
5 seconds.
Gonna make the call. Look at this. Dimitrov. It's on fire, this kid.
What an incredible end to the day for Dimitrov.
Easy game.
Back up to 3.4 million.
I mean, he had 1.1 million like a minute ago.
Yeah.
Gets max value with the Jack 10 of clubs, flops a flush draw and catches running 2 pair, cracks aces, and then there, Queen 9 gets paid to the hilt by the 8s. Although the one thing about catching heat at the end of the night, it is difficult to go to bed then. I mean, it's
also difficult to keep it going because you got to go to bed. Like,
you got to go to bed. You're
what
like,
are you going to do? Go
"No,
to the casino?
Keep going. Huh.
Bags are coming out, Tuck. It looks like we got time for one more.
Ah. Bedouin?
The villain.
Raising it up.
My man.
We'll hear from him tomorrow. Martinovich, even the villains need sleep.
Yeah, he's got to get his rest.
Well, action heads over to this man. And then we've seen these two dance before.
Yeah.
Nyholm, the best of his German counterpart earlier on.
This is one of these ones where you're like, oh, we got one more hand of the night, do we? And then you just get down ace king and the big blind against under the gun. You're like, how are they going to deal away most of my chips here? Yeah. Psychologically, it's weird. You wish his hand, came half an hour earlier.
And by the way, give Mahmoud Bedoui credit. Since that 5s hand, where he, let's say maybe ambitiously gave away some chips, he has gotten most of those back and then some. As he's up over 2 million.
Look at this. He's gotten stubborn with the 2 6s, calling the 4x 3-bet. I like that 3-bet from Nyholm as well. Going big against under the gun from the big blind. We're super polarized there. We're going to have some junk, but then it's the strongest only.
It's a very similar situation to what we saw, except, that time Nyholm had the kings. This time he just got the overcards.
Yeah.
Remember Nyholm checking back the turn last time he was in position, kind of making his hand maybe look like ace-king. This time he's out of position. He's going to bet, call from the 6s.
Oh, hello.
There's the ace.
Just in time.
Yeah. And it looked like he almost smiled there on the ace.
I'd be smiling. I think you can just set up now for stacks. Bet 350, 400. Maybe even go a little bit bigger just to make it easier to get on the river.
Continue betting here, 250,000. See how stubborn is
Actually,
Mahmoud.
If I'd seen what I've seen from Bedouin here, I actually quite like this because we know he's sticking around perhaps a little bit too loose pre-flop. So just as an exploit, going smaller here, rather than against some players you think, they got maybe perhaps some more big ace stuff, and you want to get them over 3 streets. But he's maybe recognizing there's a hand like this in here that might still get curious for this size. And look at this, he's right. Yeah, that's a great size from Nihom
He was
against this
about
player.
to fold. I mean, it looked like his fingers were like, just fold. No, you should fold. You should fold, go to bed, fold, go to bed, and then somehow he's still here. And he catches it upside down 6. Those aren't good, though. It's not going to work for him. Nihom just has the best hand here.
Yeah.
Almost all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you can be behind to 10s, you can be behind to ace 10, but that's about it. So the question is, at this point, you don't expect Bedouin to really be in here with 6s, but you think maybe he has jacks, queens, even kings, or he has like ace, queen, ace, jack, and he's just he's targeting the ace, queen, ace, jack. Just go all in.
Pot.
Yeah.
So he bets small, keeps his opponent in, and now goes max. So kind of what is he trying to accomplish here? Well, he's trying to get paid.
Yeah. That's why, like, obviously, if he'd gone slightly bigger on the turn, if he bet 100k more on the turn, the pot would have been 200k bigger and you'd have 100k less back. It's more of a natural size to jam the river. But I like the adjustment he made by going smaller because he's up against a player who's shown a little bit too much willingness to call these pre-flop bets.
Mahmoud likes to sleep well at night. And I think it's worth mentioning, this is 6 levels, 90 minutes a level. This is day 3. Players are tired. End of the day, kind of target somebody. Maybe they make a mistake at the end of the day.
Well, think long, think wrong, they say. Bedouin just needs to find the muck here. Please find the muck, my friend.
I mean, it looked like he wanted to muck the turn, but now he's just kind of talking himself into it.
Go get yourself into bed, get some sleep. You're going to see on the stream.
I have to imagine if he makes this call, he's going to wake up in the morning and just be like, I fold that 9 out of 10 times. What was I thinking?
Yeah.
But I do think that sometimes we underestimate how being tired can affect us. And he's really tormented. 2.6 million in the pot. I mean,
don't do it, my friend.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fold.
Good fold.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I kind of wonder if he had more time cards if he makes the call. I wonder if he had more time cards. I mean,
Neon's like 6s.
Yeah, like,
you made me
wow,
sweat
like
this long with 6s? Like, how did I get 250 out of him in the turn?
I think the dealer might have saved him. I don't know.
Yeah,
he does find the fold, though.
He ran out of time. Maybe a good thing.
Players are bagging it up, and we're going to bag it up for day 3. Another fantastic day of poker. And we are, like I said, maybe halfway through this marathon as we look at this leaderboard. We've got under 100 players remaining.
Yeah, over half the players make it onto this leaderboard now, with that being the case.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. We won't miss much, that's for sure, especially with Jeff Platt on the floor, getting us all the insight. We are back at it tomorrow, 4:30 p.m. We've got 5 90-minute levels in store for you tomorrow, live from Prague. It has been a lot of fun, no doubt about it, as we look at this final leaderboard.
My question, Tuck.
Yeah.
Is my boy still top? Is Jack Lorraine the chip leader?
Is he?
See, it's fun now because we've seen so many of these names already on our feature tables, haven't we? We got to that part of the tournament where we've kind of met almost everyone, I think, over the last few days. See some of those names.
Nihom now at 2.6 million. He's got a top 20 stack.
Yeah, what a great entry for him.
On a top 15 stack.
Look at that, Stefan Dimitriov, those 2 big pots on our feature table right at the end
Roberto
of the day.
Romanello now, top 10 stack. Uni, 4 million. Johan with 4 million. Jack Lorraine has relinquished the lead, still healthy on 5.29 million.
Who's got it?
Werner on 5.3, and it is Rokas with 6 million chips. That is going to do it for us, guys. A really fun day of poker. For Jeff Platt, for Jack Dempsey, for James Dempsey, for Jeff Platt, for everybody here at the World Series of Poker Europe, I am David Tuckman. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow.